Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hello, everybody. I hope this finds you well. Thank you so much for joining. This is the evening live. For those of you who can't join during the day, come join us at night. We are following a different trial tonight. We are following the Linda Stermer trial, where she's accused of unaliving her husband by the way of, beating, burning, and running over him. So, yeah, we are definitely got an interesting trial. The thing is that these attorneys, oh my gosh, you love to hate some of these attorneys. Some of these attorneys are just a little cray-cray. Hello, June, one sunny day. Thank you for joining me. Everybody, greatly appreciate you. We're going to go ahead and jump into trial. I do need to fix the speed on this trial because they talk a little slow. Nope, that's not what I need. And let's go ahead and hop in. And when they take a break, we'll catch up.
Counsel, before we bring in the jury, the record should reflect that we do have 15 jurors here, 3 to be excused of the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
We just did a little bit of him yesterday.
And microphone near your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Recap.
Mr. Leroy, let's go ahead and, if we can, kind of recap yesterday, just summarize very briefly. We were talking about determining the area of origin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we were going through your various hypotheses as to what may have been the area of origin at the Stermer residence. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And we had already disproved, it sounds like, 2 of your hypotheses as far as areas of origin from yesterday. Do you recall that?
I didn't use the word disprove. I eliminated.
Eliminate. Fair.
Yes. Or I was still working on. I eliminated the east section of the house, and we were still discussing the south section.
Very good. And my memory serves correct. It looks like we were on People's Exhibit 34-13. I'll hand you those exhibits. Yes. Yeah, I think I admitted them yesterday afternoon, like first thing. And looking at 34-13, is that the photograph that's up on the screen?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And is that your recollection where we may have left off yesterday?
Yes. We left off there yesterday. I was discussing the remains of the southern section of roof section, and I'd drawn your attention to a small area burning in the roof just to the west, or as we look at the photograph, the top portion of the ridge line of the roof. And I just suggested we switch to an interior view of the south section, which is going to be photo 22.
Before we go to 22, I did kind of neglect to ask this question of you. When you're evaluating burn damage, what are we looking for there?
Well, as I evaluate burn damage, I'm on the basics. I'm trying to find out how bad something is burned, and understanding the part that's burned the worst is the part that's gone. So, for instance, if we're at a campfire in the backyard, and you put a log on the fire, and it burns, and it gets late, you go in, come out the next morning, and there's still remnants of the log left. The part of the log that's the furthest away from the fire has, sometimes it's even not even burned, but it has the least amount of char. And as you look down the log towards where the fire was, it gets smaller because that is what we refer to as mass loss. Mass of the log has been consumed away. So there's mass loss. So that's one of the things we're looking for. If there's mass loss, that means this may have been closer to the fire. And then when you get down closer to where the fire was, there's nothing left. That's also a term of mass loss. So as I'm evaluating burn damage, that is one of the things I'm looking for, is the mass loss of material, or we'll also use the word fuel. And when a fire investigator uses the word fuel, don't confuse that with like fuel for your vehicle or anything. We're talking about anything that burns. Wood, paper, plastics, anything else that can burn, we consider fuel for the fire. So that's a generalization of when I'm looking at burn damage, what I'm doing. I'm trying to evaluate that burn damage to similar structures and that burn damage. The higher, the longer the burn, the more burn damage typically means that burned longer and it is closer to where the fire started.
Now, do you also evaluate burn damage on, say, things that are not part of the house, like a person?
Yes, it's one of the reasons I looked at Todd Stermer the night is to look at the burns on him. The burns on everything, furniture, the structure, and victims are part of the burn damage that need to be evaluated.
Very good. So now we're going to turn our attention, I believe you said, to picture number 22. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at here again?
So this photograph, I was standing in the central portion of the basement, looking towards the south. So in the previous overhead shot, the area where the roof was still intact, this is the rooms directly underneath it. So this is going to be the rooms in the southwest quadrant of the structure. I'm looking for the fire damage in these two areas. One of the things to notice is the amount of debris on the floor of the second floor. Obviously, is
that the area I'm pointing to here?
Correct.
Okay.
Obviously, the floor between the first floor and the basement is gone. But you can see there's still wood or wall structure that's unburned, especially if you look at the photo, the top left of the photo, you can see a wall section that is unburned. And you can see a large amount of debris that the prosecutor pointed to earlier on the floor. Now, this debris would be a accumulation from both floors. Actually, the debris you're looking at on the top, that likely came from the first floor when the floor burned away and it collapsed down.
Okay. Now, just FYI, this is a lot of debris on the ground floor. Now, the next level of burn on this building would be that all of this would be gone and the sides would cave in. And then my parents' house, when it burned, the metal roof was laying on the asphalt or the slab. And there was only about anywhere from a half a foot to maybe a foot and a half, not even 2 feet worth of debris. The fire burnt so hot that there wasn't even a shell left of a refrigerator, the washer and dryer. It was all gone. But this was a hot fire.
The significance there is the amount of debris in this area is more solid than the area to the center. So what I'm saying is there's less mass loss of the fuel in this area than the center area. That determination helped me eliminate the south side of the structure as an area of origin.
And is the fact that the roof still appears to be intact in that area relevant? I'm not sure if we talked about that.
Yes, it is. That's part of the overall mass and the burn area of the south side.
So at that point in time, then you were able to eliminate that particular area of the house. Is that correct?
The south section, yes.
South section. Which section did you move on to next?
Next, let's go back to photo 13.
Certainly.
So I've eliminated the east section and the south section, so that leaves what I'm referring to as the center section and the quadrant in the northwest section. The northwest section, by evaluating it, obviously there's a collapse damage. There is significant burn damage here, but by looking at it, I'm comparing the amount of mass of the fuel that's left. the amount of structure that's burned or unburned, and there is significantly more on the north side of unburned area. You can also see kind of in the middle between the north area and the center, there's studs. In this picture, they're actually kind of horizontal, but that's the picture of a wall that's collapsed down. But those studs are still intact, which denoted a wall section between, or a wall section, there's a wall section between the north part and the central part.
Just so the record's clear, we're talking about the area in the kind of upper right part of the photo here where I'm circling with my pointer?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so at this point in time, were you able to eliminate that area, or is there additional evidence you need to consider?
So at that point, I eliminated that area, the northern area, as an area of origin. So now I'm concentrating on the center section. The center section has 2 floors, the main floor and the basement. Well, I can see this photo. You can see this photo. You can see at the top of the photo, there's the exterior wall that appears to have remnants of bay windows that would
This area here, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
That you would expect to see with a cathedral ceiling.
Give him the clicker pointer.
So I'm going to examine this area. Now I want to determine if it's the first floor or the basement where the fire starts. So
The most burn is going to be this area here. Oh, go to bed, Elena. Thank you. Love you. You can watch this in the morning when we're not live.
I apologize.
No. Seven hours ago.
So if we can pull up photo 12.
12? That's easy.
So we're examining the west side or back side of the structure from the exterior. Important things to notice is, now I've already eliminated those sections, so I'm kind of concentrating on the center portion. I'm looking at the fire damage that's coming out of the windows. So where is the fire from inside the house first and longest coming out of the house? We look to the large bow windows. We can see there's heavy charring all around those window sections. We've already seen that the roof in this area is consumed away.
And we're talking, just so I'm clear, this area here, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, if you look to the right, we're still talking the main floor, the area that I previously eliminated, but you can see that there's fire coming out of that window, and you can see the black and kind of comes out in kind of a cone shape out of the window as the fire does. Now let's compare those 2 areas, the burn damage there, to the windows on the basement level.
That would be these windows down in this area here.
Correct. So notice the amount of fire, or specifically lack of fire, coming out of those windows. Let's go to photo 17.
17?
Yes. So this is the close-up of the door leading into the basement. We've talked about how heavy the fire is to the windows above, but this basement window, there is no fire coming out of that door. And the 2 windows on the side, the one to the left doesn't have any smoke or fire coming out of it. The one to the right has some smoke and probably a little bit of heat coming out of it. But comparatively to those other windows, and especially the windows above, dramatically less. The reason for this is, or let me say it a different way. As I'm thinking about area of origin, if I think, what would this look like if this fire started in the basement? If that fire had started in the basement in the center section, what would that fire do? It would eventually go up to the ceiling, which is going to be the floor of the first floor. And from there, it's going to start spreading to other areas of the basement, including venting out those windows. Now, if it goes long enough, it will eventually burn through the floor, and then it'll go up into the living room. But before that happens, it's going to burn and spread through the basement. Let's look at the other way around. If the fire starts on the first floor, where's that fire going to go? The fire's going to want to go up. So as it goes up and it starts spreading on that main floor, it's going to spread, eventually go through the windows, and then it will start attacking the roof. At some point, the roof, in this case, burned, collapsed, and when it collapsed, it came down. Oops, I'm sorry. When it came down, and then it started burning away the floor. At some point in this incident, the floor burned away, and then all of that debris on the first floor now dropped into the basement. But since the roof was already burned away, the fire will go straight up instead of going sideways. It's sort of like if you're outside and you have a burn barrel, and you have all kinds of holes in the side of the burn barrel. When you light something on fire in that burn barrel, the fire doesn't come out the holes in the side because it can go straight up and out. So that's kind of an analogy for what's going on here. Because the roof is already burned away, the fire that's now in the house can go straight up and not out those windows. So given that information, I've now narrowed my area of origin to the main floor living room in the central part of the house, central west part of the house.
And if we flip back to People's Exhibit 13, that would be this area right here where I'm circling with my pointer.
Yes, if you can, could you zoom in to that area real quick?
Yes.
I'll be here. I'm just going to take a bite. I had to work through dinner.
That is above the fireplace. So that would be the eastern wall of the living room. On the left side where that roof is, that would be the boundary for the south side of the living room. We know you can see the exterior is the boundary to the west side of the living room. And where you see that wall collapsed, that would be the boundary for the north side of the living room. So in that area that we're looking at right now, on the main floor is the area of origin. This is what I determined to be the area of origin.
So you determined the area of origin to be the living room of the Stermer residence?
Correct.
And in determining the area of origin, at the time you determined this originally, did you have information about the statements of what Linda Stermer had stated to either Mr. Shinsky or other investigators?
Not at this point, no.
And had you received any information about the gasoline present on Mr. Stermer's sweatpants, if you recall?
I had not received well, I hadn't even taken the sweatpants to the lab at this point.
Okay.
Because this was all done on the January 8th.
And I think we've already touched on this a little bit. The next finding you need to make is basically the cause of the fire. Is that fair?
Correct.
And how is it you go about doing that?
To determine the cause, I say cause, what started the fire? What was the ignition source of the fire is trying to determine the cause of the fire. It's one of the kind of the same process, the scientific method as we did with origin. I'm looking in the area of origin and I'm figuring what is there that can start a fire. Now, I'm breaking this down into origin and cause and section, but as the two in real life kind of happens simultaneously. As I'm looking through the house, I'm taking notice. As I'm looking for area of origin, I'm obviously taking notice of items that may be a cause of the fire or need to be considered a cause of the fire. We kind of break it down, one for analysis purposes, one or the other, but really it almost happens at the same time as you're walking around. So in the area of origin, things I considered at what could start the fire: the fireplaces, an associated chimney, considered smoking, electrical, the furnace, the laundry machines. And I also considered an intentionally set fire as a possible fire cause. So then I start examining those to see if I can eliminate them from the scenario.
Are you familiar with the term ignition source?
Yes.
What is that?
Ignition source is something that generates enough heat to ignite or catch fire a piece of fuel.
And are you familiar with the term first fuel ignited?
The term is pretty self-explanatory. The ignition source comes into the fuel that is first ignited or first caught on fire.
Fair enough. Let's, if we can, then work through your hypotheses as to what may have caused the fire at the Stermer residence, if we can. What was the first hypothesis you would have tested against the data you collected?
The first one I would have looked at is the laundry machines. We had one photo of, a couple photos actually. If we can go to photo 23.
Certainly. Looking at 23?
Yes, 23.
Okay.
So when we introduced this photo yesterday, I mentioned you can directly in the middle of the photograph on the other side of those 2x4s is a white vertical. That is the side of one of the laundry machines. And we don't need to go to it, but we also showed a photo of the dryer. Those can be eliminated as a fire cause because they're not in the area of origin. They're on the other side of that 2x4 wall, and there is, if one of the mental exercises a fire investigator goes through when he looks at an area of an ignition source, excuse me, is you look at that and say, okay, if this started the fire, what would this fire look like? If the fire starts in one of those laundry machines or at one of those laundry machines, it's going to spread from the laundry room, going to go up, it's going to spread outward. Well, as it does that, it's going to start consuming fuel, the structure of the house. Well, in this case, you can, in order for that amount of fire damage to occur in the living room, it would have had to, the fire from the laundry room would have had to burn through that wall or up the stairs. Well, there's still significant mass left of that wall. As a matter of fact, if you look at those studs, 2x4s, they're not even smoked. The typical reason those aren't even smoked in this case is because they had drywall on them. If you can see that center 2x4 towards the bottom, you can see a little, right there, you can see a strip that's kind of greenish and white. That's leftover drywall or gypsum board. So that was on that wall, and drywall serves as a fire barrier. And so that would have kept the fire from the laundry room into the living room. The reason it's gone now is during fire suppression, that drywall gets crumbly in fire, and then when it's hit with a high pressure water hose, then it falls off. So with that, I can eliminate laundry machines as the cause of the fire. I also considered the furnace. Let's look at photo 26.
Photo 26?
Yes. This is right in the center of the photograph. You can see the sheet metal. That is the furnace. Again, notice the amount of structural material that's still there compared to the living room. And go to photo 27. That is a closer view of the furnace. Now the furnace is damaged because the upper stories collapsed on top of it. So there was damage. Examined the fuel lines, didn't find any significant leak in the fuel lines that I could see visually or I could test. And there was structural damage, or the structural damage around the furnace was less than the area of origin in the living room. So with that, I was able to eliminate the furnace as a cause of the fire.
What would be another possible hypothesis you would consider as to the cause of this fire?
One of the hypotheses was smoking, but I learned that that there was no smoker, or that no one smoked cigarettes in the Stermer household. I think occasionally, I said that Todd would occasionally smoke a pipe, but no one smoked cigarettes in the home.
And did you receive any indication that anyone was smoking in the house that day?
I did not.
And what else did you consider as a possible hypothesis for the cause of the fire?
I considered electrical cause. Well, let me back up. I considered an electrical cause. Electrical cause is a little more difficult because a lot of the electrical components are missing, which is not uncommon when you're doing a fire investigation, especially one of this magnitude, that sometimes the electrical components just are gone. So you have to consider how the fire burned, the fire dynamics. and you have to consider where the electrical is located. Electrical is located typically in the walls or the ceiling. So if the electrical system malfunctioned or failed, that fire is going to be in the wall. And electrical fires start small. So if you think about if you have something plugged into an outlet and that starts sparking and catches on fire, well, that fire is going to start small and it's going to slowly grow. It's not going to be a large, expansive fire at the onset. It's going to slowly grow. The indication, number one, we noticed a lot of the walls are still in place, right? When we looked at the photographs for the southern bedrooms, we had that one wall that was still there. We still had significant wall structure on I'm talking about studs. The studs are left on the north side. So if an electrical fire would start in those walls, we wouldn't see those studs, because they would have to, same thing. The fire would have to burn out, get rid of those studs before it could get into the living room and burn up to the roof. And the origin is not coming from any of the wall areas. It's coming more from the living space of the living room, on the first floor living room. So given the fire dynamics, the way the fire reacted, and the lack of initial damage to the walls, I eliminated electrical cause at that point.
Now, you mentioned an electrical fire is kind of a fire that starts small. Is that what you elaborated on here?
Correct.
And is that if you can opine on this, a fast developing fire or a kind of a smoldering, slow developing fire?
The development of the fire would all depend on the fuel load around it. The electrical short or the electrical fire starts small, but if that electrical fire happened to have been surrounded by styrofoam, it's going to burn faster than if it was just touching wood. So that varies.
Would there be smoke?
There would be smoke.
Oh, yeah.
And to your understanding, how many people were in the Stermer residence on January 7th, 2007?
I was told on both 7th and the 8th that there was 2 people in the residence, Todd Stermer and Linda Stermer.
And is the fact that there are 2, and this fire occurred about what time, if you recall?
3:30 in the afternoon or 2:30? I'd have to look at a report to get the exact time, but it was in the afternoon.
In the afternoon. And typical hours when people would be awake?
Correct.
And does that factor into this decision at all, that there were 2 persons in the home that would likely be awake?
Yes, I was given initial information from the Van Buren County detectives who did some initial interviews on the 7th, that there were 2 people, Linda and Todd, were in the house at the time of the fire, and they were both awake. Todd may have been taking a nap, but Linda was awake. And these were some initial statements that the Sheriff's Department relayed to me.
So I guess to kind of get to the bottom of my question here, and to your knowledge, were either of the Stermers disabled or invalid of any kind?
Not that I'm aware of.
In fires you've investigated before, does that play a role in that, in when there's a fatality or something sometimes?
Yes, it does.
How so?
I've done fatal fires before where people were bed bound or wheelchair bound. I think one of the fires, the person was wheelchair bound and the fire started in their lap from smoking. And because they're wheelchair bound, they're by themselves, they couldn't escape. Same thing, I've had people who are bedridden, fire starts, and they're unable to escape because they physically can't move. Also, occasionally, I've had it where people are known to be intoxicated and in bed, and this can also impair their ability to escape or to self-rescue themselves from fire.
Would you agree with the premise then that the likelihood that a person is awake and not invalid, for lack of better words, would increase the chance that they may notice a small fire or a fire starting slowly? I don't think so at all. I think it's hypo.
Overrule that, I don't think it's legal.
Yes, I would take that in consideration. The general condition of a person and how quickly they discovered the fire or they could take action about the fire, both mental and physical state.
I mean, this kind of goes without saying, but does smoke have a smell to it?
Typically.
Do electrical fires have a certain smell to them?
They do, and sometimes they're associated with sound.
What kind of sound?
Like an arcing sound. Not everyone. Electrical fires is kind of a broad category, and I got to be very careful to try to lump one generalization to all electrical fires.
When you describe an arcing sound, is it like an electrical current kind of sound? Like the sound of,
If you take two wires and you touch them together, and it's going to go, you can hear the zap pop, and usually if you're holding the wires, you usually jump.
fair, thank you. Just want to make sure everyone understood that in case people haven't played with electricity. What was the next, so at that point in time, I guess, were you able to eliminate electrical?
I eliminated electrical as a fire cause at that point.
What was the next hypothesis you would have tested in this case?
I examined and considered the fireplace for an hypothesis. On the day of my exam on the 8th, I believe I was aware that there could have been a fire in the upstairs fireplace from the information that was passed to me by the sheriff's department detectives.
If I can stop you right there, when we say upstairs, we're talking about the main floor of the house. Is that correct? Okay.
There's basement and the main floor, and if I misspeak, I say main floor, first floor, I'm meaning the main floor where the living room is.
Very good.
So I started examining the fireplaces. Let's look at photo 19.
Is that photo 19 on the screen?
This is photo 19. This is the main floor fireplace. Before I talk about this, I just want to go to photo 20 real quick. Yes, that's photo 20. I documented what was inside the fireplace, and there is burnt wood in the fireplace. So that tells me there may have been a fire. Now, obviously, is it possible that fire debris during the collapse got in there? It's possible, but unlikely, because that's the collapse is going to come straight down versus jump sideways. This is likely it's.
By the way, guys, I'm reading over here everything he's saying here because we are going a little faster to try to not be here all night. But this is very, very good. He's putting this together very well. As a firefighter, I'm understanding it and I'm loving it.
It's probable that there was a fire in that main floor fireplace. Now we can go back to 19. So I'm examining the fireplace. To understand the construction of this fireplace, this is a modern fireplace versus I'll call an old-time hand-built fireplace. Old-time hand-built fireplace, the kind you'll find in the nice farmhouses that are 150 years old. They were built piece by piece with stone or brick, made the firebox where the fire actually was built. Mm-hmm. There was a brick or clay liner in the chimney that went up to carry the smoke out. Typical modern fireplaces are a contained steel box, and that's what you're looking at there. And out of the top of the steel box is a steel round chimney pipe. Sometimes it's referred to as a vent or a flue. Mm-hmm. And that is the round chimney pipe that's connected to that firebox, the steel firebox, and then it runs up, eventually out through the roof. Then what's the important part for that is the actual fireplace construction. Typically then, people build walls around it because nobody wants to look at the ugly backside of a metal fireplace or the fireplace, the chimney. So they'll build walls around it. And sometimes you'll see they'll actually put like brick or stone on these walls, but that's just for decoration. The walls themselves are typically built of wood. And I refer to that as the chimney chase. So that's the area inside or around the chimney, the metal chimney, that's separating that chimney from the rest of the living portion of the house is this chase. And it's typically built with wood, maybe drywalled. Sometimes they'll have OSB on there, and it varies on construction, but that's a chimney chase. So I'm considering ignition sources from the fireplace. Did the chimney malfunction? Was there a chimney fire? If the chimney malfunctions, I've seen where holes have developed in chimney pipe. So now the hot gases from the smoke that go up the chimney can escape the chimney itself and get into this chase area. Now this chase area is built with, especially in this case, you can see it's built with wooden structural members. So that those wooden structural members have some sort of sheeting on the outside. Could be OSB, could be drywall. That's going to contain, just like we talked about earlier with the laundry machines. If that hot smoke or gases are in that chase, that's going to contain that hot gases and eventual fire for a while inside that chase. The fire inside that chase is going to go up, typically burn out the roof at the top of the chase, and then it's going to eventually spread outward. And as it spreads outward, it's going to consume the fuel or the wooden structural material that make up that chase to proceed. And typically that'll always happen at the top versus the bottom, depending on where the hot gases from the chimney collect the most and longest for the fire to start. Excuse me. You can see here on the photo 19, this is the upstairs fireplace again, and you can see the remnants of the wall that was built around it. This wall would have been part of the chimney chase, where the metal chimney would have gone behind it. You can see there's 3 2x4 studs still in place and intact to the right. There's one directly above that is broken up to the left. That's broken off, but in your mind's eye, you can straighten it up and you can see where would be. And there's one that's missing directly above it, of the fireplace. There's an area where there should have been one. If you look, you know what you're looking for right at the bottom. You can see the stub where the nails were right there. Yeah, there was one. Now, that's obviously, remember, we've had a lot of fire in here and structural collapse. And we've also have that 2x6 that runs horizontally right across the top of the fireplace. That still has clean wood and burned. So like I mentioned before, that likely had drywall on it up until the fire hoses hit it and knocked it off.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at the damage profile, specifically the lack of damage there, that's significant in considering this as a chimney fire or a fireplace fire. Additionally, if we look at photo 21, this is the chimney pipe that I collected from inside the structure. Later, yesterday we talked about excavating. Later, I would excavate then it would be the basement floor, but had the debris from both the basement, main floor, and the roof directly above in this area. This chimney pipe was located. I moved it out and I put it here. I examined it and nothing extraordinary came to my attention. Obviously, if you look at it, it's bent, it's burned, but remember there was a whole house burning on top of it at one point. So, and the collapse happened, that's going to disform the metal, disform the pipe, and it was under burning roof sections for a while. So there is fire damage. But what I discovered is there was nothing obvious to me that would indicate there was something wrong with that chimney. And that also states for the fireplace itself. I didn't find anything obvious with the metal fireplace box that would show that it malfunctioned or there was something wrong with it. And that backs up with the lack of burning of the wooden stud members around it. At that point, I could eliminate the fireplace and chimney as a potential ignition source.
If I can back up then to number 19, I guess, and maybe I missed this, but can you explain why it is you would expect this stud right here to be burned?
If the fireplace was the start of the fire is going to be directly above the fire. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing that again. It's going to be directly above the fireplace, and that's going to be one of the first structural members that are going to burn.
And so I guess just by the dynamic, would we expect then, as it burns to the roof, hot material to be falling down on top of the fireplace? Or what do we?
It depends if we're talking about the fires in the chase or outside the chase.
Inside the chase.
If it's inside the chase, the fire's going to go up inside the chase. If it burns the roof section, that'll eventually burn and fall down into and sit on top of the fireplace itself.
Fireplaces.
I've seen fires in new houses before where the cellulose insulation will fall in. And on top of that firebox, it start the fire on top of that box, of the firebox. But the fire is inside the chase, sitting on top of that metal firebox, not in the place where the fire is supposed to be, which is surrounded by like fire bricks. So yes, if the fire was down there, we'd expect to burn off that area.
And what other hypothesis did you consider as to the cause of the fire?
I considered the possibility of a log rolling out of the fireplace. The entire living room was consumed. The floor, the furniture, the whole thing was consumed. So by looking at that hypothesis, that was more of a mental examination of the fire dynamics. So we think about, okay, what would happen if a log on fire rolled out into the room? If that burning log is sitting in the middle of the room, the fire from that log is still going to go up. It's going to start burning the floor underneath it. But for the fire to spread from that log, it's going to take a significant amount of time. And when I mean significant, I mean it's going to take several minutes for it to really spread, versus if a log rolls onto your floor in your living room, the whole living room floor isn't going to burst into flames. It's going to take a while for it to progress. Same thing if that log, let's say, rolled all the way over and was up against the couch. The couch is going to catch fire, yes, but if you would watch it, it would start at the log, it would start slowly moving up and into the couch and start slowly spreading on the couch. And of course, as it's doing this, it's giving off smoke and heat that would be easily detectable by someone in the house before it could spread to the entire living room area. So with that, that dynamic eliminates the log hypothesis as a fire cause.
And if I can kind of circle back to the idea of a chimney or a fireplace fire, you indicated that those are kind of it takes time for the heat to build up before that fire can erupt, for lack of better words.
Because yes, the main heat is contained in the firebox and in the chimney. How that heat gets out usually comes from a small, like a chimney, even a chimney fire. It's a chimney fire that escapes the chimney. It's coming through a small hole. So that's all the heat has to come through that small hole until at some point it ignites the surrounding chimney chase. That can take time. Obviously, times are very subjective depending on how close the combustible materials are to the chimney, how long has it been, and how old is it, the materials that are made of. So that's very subjective. But yes, it doesn't. If you have a hole in your chimney, you start a fire, it's not going to the whole thing is going to burst into flames. There's going to be a progression.
And in that progression, would there be smoke?
There would be.
And is that something that possibly a person who's not invalid would possibly notice within the residence?
Not any kind of human factors expert. What somebody would or would not do is not within his expertise.
I think he's capable of testifying based on his training experience about he's investigated these in the past. I think it's fairly reasonable.
I'll allow it.
A typical person should notice smoke in their house. Where that, again, every fire is a little different, so I can't say if this would have been a chimney fire exactly how the smoke and heat would have progressed.
Fair, thank you. And so we've talked about a log rolling out, and you have eliminated that. What is your next hypothesis that you went to?
One of the hypotheses I considered was during the initial interviews with Linda Stermer. She mentioned that there was some oil candle on I believe it was the half wall between the living room and the dining room on the north side. Again, I considered that. Again, that is a small fire source. I don't know what this oil candle looked like. I'm using generalization terms. I'm assuming it is a normal, could be as much as a lantern, an oil lantern, or a smaller candle that's from.
Well, then, yeah, he's describing what are possible oil lanterns that he's encountered. So I think he's even said he doesn't know what it was, but he's just describing what they could be.
I'll allow it.
I was given information that there was an oil candle in the area. Do not know the size or makeup of it. But if this candle broke or tipped over, again, the fire is going to be relatively small. And it's going to be contained over towards the area of where it was located, which is the half wall towards the north side of the living room. That did not, again, that also has a hard time meeting the challenge of going undiscovered until it was a very large fire.
And these oil lamps, are you familiar with what type of fuel they burn?
The typical oil that these lamps burn are lamp oil. It would actually, if it's tested in a lab, it would come back referred to as a heavy petroleum distillate, which is the same as kerosene or diesel fuel.
And in this case, did you ever receive any lab reports that there was a heavy, what you just described here in court, President Stermer residence?
In the lab results back, there were no indications of a heavy petroleum distillate.
Thank you. And what was the next hypothesis you would have considered?
The next hypothesis I considered was an intentionally started fire. With this hypothesis, the one piece of data on this date, I had smelled accelerant on Todd Stermer's pants. I later learned to further that hypothesis, I waited until I got lab results. I got the lab results back that Todd Stermer's pants had gasoline on them. So I took that information and said, does that fit what I have at the scene? So with a gasoline is on Todd Stermer, and Todd Stermer is also severely burned. So remember I talked about burns on people are also burn patterns. Just like looking at the structure, the burns on Todd Stermer indicated he was at or near the.
Move to strike it. One, he's not a medical expert, and under Smelser versus Norfolk Railway, he can't testify to medical conditions.
He's not testifying about the medical condition. He's talking about the burns he
He's
observed on
talking
his
about
body.
causation.
You're both talking.
Sorry.
Thank you. He's talking about causation, burn patterns causing whatever this degree of injury is. That's a medical opinion he can't make.
I don't think that's what he was testifying to. I
You're
think
just
it's,
asking about burn patterns?
yeah,
Allow the testimonies to burn patterns and not to say cross-examination allowed.
Burns on a person is a burn pattern. It is stated right in NFPA 921 that burns on a human is a burn pattern.
you just mentioned NFPA 921. We haven't heard that here in court yet today. What is that?
Okay.
What is that, please?
NFPA 921, it's a long acronym. The NFPA stands for National Fire Protection Association. The National Fire Protection Association puts out volumes and volumes of information about building construction, safety precautions, anything to do with fire. And there's so many of them, they give them a number. So the specific number, NFPA, National Fire Protection Association 921, is the document that the National Fire Protection Association puts out as a guide to fire investigations. And that is updated, well, now it's updated about every 3 years.
Guide, or has it also been considered a reference manual?
It's a guide, it's a reference manual.
Very good. So again, we just talked about, you considered the burns on Todd Stermer. How is that relevant to your determination of intentionally set fire?
We know that Todd, with the burns on Todd, I know he is at or near the area of origin. And with the gasoline, positive for gasoline on his sweatpants, that says there is gasoline at or near the area of origin. Now, the gasoline at the area of origin actually fits the description of a fast-moving fire, where instead of a small individual area, the whole area is on fire at the same time.
Well, let's go this way. Does the statement of Linda Stermer that you reviewed factor into this as well?
Linda Stermer's statement is very important to the factor.
Why is that?
Because Linda Stermer was at the scene. She was in the house. She was able to give statements. Witness statements are very important. Her statement was that she was in the basement. She heard Todd upstairs scream. She ran upstairs and she saw the living room on fire. Subsequent statements, that was the initial statement I believe she gave the detective route. Then later statements were more specific. It says, started the same in the basement, heard Todd scream, ran up the stairs, described seeing the recliner towards the north side of the living room on fire. Todd was towards the south in the living room with his upper torso on fire. And there was fire on the floor between Todd and the recliner. That description of a very quick starting fire, of she's in the basement, she's awake, and she hears a scream, then she goes upstairs and finds this large fire, not concentrated in one area, but it's spread in two areas across the room with a connecting fire between. That is an indication of a fast fire, which would be explained by the presence of an ignitable liquid, gasoline, which would lead to, there's been no evidence of why gasoline should be in the living room. That would to lead me to believe this is an intentionally set fire.
Now, additionally, for lack of a word, trail of fire from essentially one side of the living room to the other was described by Linda Stermer. Is that what your testimony was?
Yes.
And in your line of work, is that described as something?
It can mean several things.
Okay.
I'm just going to, I'd prefer just to leave it at that statement.
Okay, fair enough. So your conclusion, based on your review of the evidence, and so I'm summarizing the gasoline and what was described by Linda Stermer, is this was an intentionally set fire. Is that correct?
Correct. And this also, I also use this to confirm my origin determination. She says the origin is in the main floor, first floor living room.
And so we've already kind of talked about what the first fuel ignited is earlier. Do you have an opinion as to what the first fuel ignited in this case was?
Yes, I do.
What was that?
The first fuel ignited was fumes from the gasoline.
And let's talk about that a little bit. How does gasoline burn, for lack of a better way to describe it?
Gasoline, as we know, is liquid. We put it in our lawnmowers and our cars. People who are unsafe sometimes try to use it to get their leaves burning. When you burn gasoline, it's actually not the liquid that burns. It's the vapor that comes off the gasoline that burns.
Yep.
So if you've ever seen videos of people pour gasoline on a pile of leaves and then they start walking up to it with something to light it, and it catches on fire before they get to the pile of leaves, that's because the vapors from the gasoline, the liquid gasoline, has now evaporated and spread into a vapor cloud until it hits an ignition source, and then it ignites.
And
My brother took gas and poured it on a live fire. And stupid is as stupid does. The gas was starting to burn and the fire came up the fumes, up the gas and into the can. He threw the can just a millisecond before it exploded in his hand. That's why you never pour gasoline on a live fire, because the fumes will catch fire before the gas will, and it will kaboom.
does the fact that the
You could have been
gasoline may
squirting
be
it in
indoors or
fire.
outdoors affect how that may happen?
The environment as a whole, indoors or outdoors, is going to affect is there a wind, the temperature,
Christy.
if it's hotter outside, the gasoline is going to
Joining with
evaporate
Christy.
quicker. Any air currents are going to move the vapor around.
And in this case, I've already asked you what ignition source. Did you determine what you believe to be the ignition source in this case?
The ignition source would have been open flame.
Do you have any idea what the source of the open flame may have been?
I do not know definitively what the open flame would be.
But we do know there was a fire burning in the fireplace per the statements of Linda Stermer.
There was open flame in
You're good,
the
babe.
living room from statements and indications that there's logs. So there would have been open flame in the fireplace.
Now, we've talked about what you kind of touched on it already. What is a flash fire?
A flash fire is almost self-descriptive. It's a fire that immediately propagates quickly, so like a flash.
So if you got a fire in a room, in a closed room, and the flames are very low, there's not a lot of flames, and you open that door, that fresh oxygen rushes in, and that fire will basically blow up because it is exchanging, and that oxygen comes in like a wind and it catches the flame, so to speak, and the flames just combust. It is a scary thing. I've experienced it once. Thank God I was protected with fire gear. Was in training.
It goes very fast. It would be indicative of a gasoline fire.
So, for instance, when the
I have-
vapors of a gasoline poured someplace are exposed to an open flame.
Correct. It's the vapors are going to ignite. The fire and the vapors are going to spread to the source, which is typically going to be the liquid gasoline.
Really
That's where the source of the gasoline vapors came from. And then the fire is then going to make the liquid gasoline evaporate faster because it's hotter, and then it'll be burned more, and it'll burn faster until the gasoline, in some cases, is burned up.
I dropped my chocolate.
And that was my next question. Can fire totally consume gasoline,
Yes,
leaving no trace?
it is possible. Yes.
And just so the record's clear, And Judge, I'm going to ask this as a leading question so we don't go follow anything. You are not offering any opinion here today as to who set this fire, correct?
No.
You have just a moment, Your Honor.
No, he's not going to be able to say who set the fire. But when you have a combustion,
Just one last question. I am sorry. I neglected to ask this. You indicated earlier there was a fuel oil furnace in this house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is fuel oil different from gasoline?
It is.
yes,
How so?
So they're both petroleum products, but they're refined differently. If you were to take fuel oil and submit it to the laboratory for analysis, that would come back as a heavy petroleum distillate.
right.
They don't, the lab, and if you ever had Troy Ernst, he probably described this better than I did, but it is a different than gasoline. Gasoline can be determined specifically, where the other petroleum distillates are put into broad categories of heavy, medium, and light petroleum distillates. Fuel oil would be a heavy petroleum distillate, along with kerosene and some lamp oils.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, they were talking about yesterday or the day before. Can someone tell the difference between kerosene and gasoline? Should it be on your clothing? I can, because my grandpa used to take our socks and he would soak the part that fold down around our ankle in kerosene. He would put kerosene on it, not the whole thing, but like a line around it. And then overnight, let it dry. The next day, I'd put them on. We could go running around the ranch. We wouldn't get ticks. We wouldn't get chiggers. Because if they hit that kerosene, they'd fall off. Some would die. They wouldn't like it. But that's a very distinctive smell. And then gasoline is in and of itself a distinctive smell. So I disagreed with the fact that they were talking about you could not smell the difference between gasoline and kerosene. An oil lamp, yes, you can if you've been exposed to it. Thank you for liking, everybody.
Not to discuss the case or do any research, media.
My camel is now legless.
Matters to address in the break? Defense, any matters to address in the break?
I'm sorry,
Any
Judge.
any matters to address in the break? Any matters to address? Okay.
Sorry about that, Your Honor.
Y'all get on the ball. Oh God, here we go. He's crossing.
Back on the record, any matters to address before we bring in the jury, counsel?
No,
Okay, we'll bring in the jury.
The judge has allergies or a cold.
Mr. Mueller, cross.
Thank you.
I don't see Linda Stermer's boyfriend in court again today. Do y'all? I haven't seen it.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You and I have met before one time, correct?
Yes,
June of 2001.
I'll take your word for the date.
Okay, I'll give you, take my word, it's the 16th and 17th of June, 2021, not one.
That sounds correct.
And I asked you a bunch of questions, right?
Yes,
And you were under oath,
yes,
and you told me the truth
yes,
under penalty of perjury.
yes.
So we look back at that testimony, we can take that as the truth. Fair?
Depends on what you take of it.
I'm sorry?
Depends on what you take out of it. Yes, it's the truth.
Okay. Can we agree as we start here, if you don't have a cause of the fire as being suggesting an intentional fire, intentionally set fire, we don't have a crime of arson?
That is correct.
Okay. And we'll talk about the classifications, but you and I talked about that before, right?
Yes,
There are 4 classifications of fires.
I guess we need, I'm going to clarify with her from where it's referring.
Councilman, or.
Well, it depends if you're talking about under the, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll allow it if you understand the
Thank you.
question.
Let me break this down. You and I have talked about this before, right? There's an accidental fire, correct?
Correct.
That could be a toaster burned up. Fair?
Yes.
We have natural causes of fires. That would be lightning strikes, that kind of thing, right?
Correct.
Then we have what's called undetermined.
Correct.
You just can't tell, right?
Correct.
And sometimes the damage is so big and so much that you can't tell, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And it's not an embarrassment to you as a fire origin and cause expert to be able to say, I just can't tell. There's not enough here.
That's
Fair?
correct.
It wouldn't be embarrassing to you, right?
That's correct.
In fact, it would probably be intellectually honest to admit, I just can't tell. Fair?
That is correct.
Then we have an intentional or an incendiary fire, it's called, right?
Correct.
And that would be, excuse me, correct me if I'm wrong, but an intentionally set fire under circumstances where a fire shouldn't happen.
Yes.
And that's what you're calling this,
Correct.
an incendiary fire.
Yes.
And that's the one that supports a crime.
Correct.
And out of those four categories, only an incendiary fire supports crime, correct?
Not necessarily.
If you can, let's go back to one
No.
thing.
Okay. Not necessarily. The crimes can be prosecuted with an undetermined cause. I've seen it in the past.
Okay. If you don't have a cause of a fire, you can't find the classification of the fire, fair? You can't tell what
Correct.
happened. You said the origin is the where, correct?
Correct.
And the cause is the why.
Correct.
And if you don't have the why, you can't say a crime occurred, fair?
I don't make the determination if a crime has occurred.
If arson, I'm just talking about arson.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think we're asking for legal conclusions at this point in time. Prosecutor's office could charge a crime based on an undetermined fire. He's already testified to it, so I think we got to ask an answer.
No.
So we're asking for legal
The
conclusions.
question is simply, if you don't have a cause, the why, you can't even classify the fire.
That question's fine.
You can't even classify the fire because you can't tell why it happened, right?
Once
Well, the
again,
classification you just said was undetermined.
You can't tell why a fire happened.
he is allowed to lead, but I see this style of cross more of testifying through the attorney.
You can't classify it, right?
Objection, ask an answer.
Yeah, I didn't get an answer from him.
Yeah, I'll allow it. I
Yes or
just
no?
have the answer.
If I can't tell the why, then it
Yeah.
would be classified as an undetermined fire.
Okay.
Oh God,
Let's talk about
out.
this excavation you said that you did, all right? On January 8th.
Yes.
On January 8th, you did an excavation, and as we know, the living room was the area of origin, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you, we've already admitted this as Exhibit O, floor plan of the living room. You've seen this before, right?
I have not.
Does that represent to you what the floor plan of the house looked like?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that the living room, as you said, was the area of origin of the fire, right?
Correct.
And you excavated that to get important data.
I excavated the basement that was below the living room.
The living room you showed us on that aerial photo had collapsed into the basement.
Correct.
So anything regarding the living room would have been in the basement.
Correct.
And you've testified that that was 2 feet of rubble, correct?
I didn't say 2 feet of rubble.
Okay, let's look. If I may approach, Your Honor? Thank you. Okay, prior testimony from this case. Why don't we look at the part that says Dalbear 1? Okay,
I guess, Your Honor, it's the form of the way the question's being asked. Was he asking about 2 feet of rubble today or now the previous hearing? I think is where we're going, but I think it's confusing feet to feet.
you have testified that the area,
If you could just clarify what he's saying now, and then are you pursuing prior and consistent or?
you're telling us you don't know how deep the rubble was in
He's
the
trying to
basement that you
impeach.
excavated?
No, you asked me if I testified to 2 feet of rubble.
Do you admit there's 2 feet of rubble in the basement?
Approximately 2 feet of rubble. That's an approximation. I never measured it.
Could be 3.
I never measured it.
Okay. If there's 2 feet of rubble, and we know from the living room that it's 18 by 18, you see that?
Yes.
Yes?
Between the 118.
18 feet. This was 18 feet.
Okay.
And there's a little bit more, you'd have to add the area to, right?
Yes.
Do you know how to do that? Calculate that area?
Yes.
Sines, cosines, tangents, Pythagorean theorem?
I am aware of how to do area
Can we agree, like we had before, that that's about the total 20 by 20, roughly?
I'm just looking at the 118, there's no 18, but that's, 18, yes, that's 18 by 18 with a little bit left. I didn't see the 18 at the bottom.
And you say roughly 20 by 20?
Yes,
Okay. Now, that's the area of origin, correct?
yes,
And if we talk about a 20 by 20, if we measure from you, roughly
He said
about to that
18
first
by
row, it's about 20 feet.
I don't know how far that is. 20, the first row, it's a little further than that, I think, but you have a measuring tape.
Would you like to hold the one and we'll measure it? Thank you. If I may.
What?
Oops, sorry, I actually didn't mean to do that.
That's the dummy end of it. Let's take it. I'm going to hold it. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and about 20 feet right here.
Okay,
We good?
yep.
If I told you that 20 feet was about, thank you, I'll go.
Rude?
From the
What?
jury box to about here,
Approximately,
approximately. So we have an area of origin in the living room of this whole area here, correct?
correct.
And you can't narrow it down where the fire started amongst anywhere in here,
I
correct?
cannot,
Could have started over in this area over here, right? Could have started by the fireplace,
not against the fireplace,
but anywhere in here, you don't know.
correct.
But you dug out the rubble, right?
Yes,
In this 18 by 20 by 20 spot. Right?
yes,
2 feet of rubble, correct?
approximately,
And you had a person with you, Greg Stormzan from Michigan State Police,
yes,
and you deposited the rubble, as I believe, on the west side and the back side of the house, correct?
I would have, yes,
Well, you did, correct?
yes,
Put it on the west side of the house,
yes.
and you cleared the basement, because that's how you do it, right?
I
Yeah.
put, not the entire basement, just the area underneath the living room.
So there would be basically a clear area of 18 by 18 in that house if somebody came after you, correct?
Yes,
You made this rubble pile, and this rubble pile should be, well, if we say 20 by 20 by 2, that's 800 cubic feet, right?
I don't know how much the rubble pile would have been.
Well, you didn't do 800 cubic feet of excavation and put that outside, did you?
I have no idea.
Did you create a rubble pile of approximately 4 feet by 8 feet and 7 feet high?
It was not a 7-foot high pile.
Let's go to your testimony at that Delaware hearing on 162, line 7 to 11.
Your Honor, can we approach real quick? Thank you.
Sidebar.
This guy is driving me crazy. When one says, the fire marshal said 18, he said 20 by 20. It's just driving me nuts. He is so
There.
Yes, on the first
condescending.
page, yes. Daubert 1, yes.
Well, just prior hearing on page 162 at line 7. You with me?
Very condescending.
'162, line, what line?
Line 7.
Line 7.
You had been asked, so outside the house was the area that you laid all the debris, correct?
Yes,
Your answer. Again, we didn't lay it out, so it was placed in a pile. The pile, in my recollection, would probably have been 3 or 4 feet by 6 or 8 feet and 7 feet high. But I don't have a great recollection of the size of the pile after we excavated, right?
correct.
So if somebody came after you, were there on the 8th, like somebody on the 15th, a week later, we should see behind the house a picture of a 4 foot by 8 foot by 7 foot high pile of rubble.
I have no idea what the rubble pile would look like after I left.
Well, do you think somebody would have taken it and moved it?
Piles of rubble will change, and they're not consistently that deep. They'll be maybe that deep, that deep. They're going to be different. It's rubble. It's going to be different heights, different depth, different width. You can't tag the number. Look, I saw my mom and dad's house after it burned with the tin roof sitting on the slab with anything from that much to about that much. It was all up and down and a mangled mess underneath. You can't say it's a 2, 3, 4 foot high pile of rubble. It's going to vary depending on what's under the roof or in the rubble. Get off of it, dude.
No, but it's possible.
You think somebody would have put it back in the house?
I have no idea.
Okay. The pile that you had, the rubble that you would have been removing, and I'm going to show you defendant's exhibit B. Tell me, these are your photos?
You're reviewing all of his photos or just a selection of the photographs?
Select photos? The one I gave you yesterday, counsel?
No, I understand that. Are they just,
They are select photos, not every photo.
I respect that and understand. Are they separated from a giant exhibit of other photographs or are they just?
They are in exhibit D by themselves. You tell me if those are your photos.
So you want him to review the entire binder right now?
No, they're
Okay.
just 15 photos.
Which 15 though?
Hold on, I want to make sure. Is this exhibit B? I will, once.
Do you know which ones to look at?
Yes.
Okay.
These are the photos look like that have been previously entered into evidence by the prosecution.
Some are the same, some are different.
Looks like 47 under B is the same as defense 34-9. But this one's very dark. Okay. Would you like me to continue? Would you like me to continue through B on photos?
Please.
Hey,
All
man.
those photos you identified for the prosecutor, you had reviewed your photos before this trial, right?
Yes,
And you identified those easily as your photos, right?
correct,
And a lot of these are just duplicates of your photos.
but I'm going to make sure.
To determine that.
That's fair enough.
56 is the same photo as 34-11 with the prosecution.
I like him. He's verified. He is not taking their word for it. He's going to look at every one of those photos and compare it to his own. Shoot, didn't mean to do that.
Yes.
Do the volume.
Yeah, I think I admitted them yesterday afternoon, like first thing.
There we go.
But this one's very dark. Okay. Would you like me to continue?
Pardon?
Would you like me to continue through B on photos?
Please.
He doesn't want him to.
All those photos you
has to
identified
let
for the
him.
prosecutor, you had reviewed your photos before this trial, right?
Yes,
And you identified those easily as your photos, right?
correct,
And a lot of these are just duplicates of your photos.
but I'm going to make sure.
Woo!
determine
I
that.
love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
56 is the same photo as 34-11 with the prosecution.
I love it. Love it.
57 is one of my photos, but not with the prosecution exhibits. 58 is one of my photos. It's in the prosecution exhibit 34-12.
He's very thorough. Love him. Oh, he does that. You guys, if you ever witness this and they give you something, a stack or papers, and they ask if it's all yours or all evidence that you know of, you look at every single page because sometimes they'll slip crap in there that's not yours, but you say it's yours, and then they got you. Y'all, I love it. I'm in for this.
61 looks to be the same as People's 34-18. '62 is one of my photos that is not in the People's exhibit. '75 is the same as People's 34-25.
They're not liking it. He doesn't like it. It kind of took the wind out of his sails.
96 is one of my photos, and it's similar to people's 3413. I think
That's
this might
right.
be a different photo of the same shot.
Zoomed in. Well,
123 is the same as people's 3421. .138 is one of my photos, but not in the prosecution photos.
Okay.
And that finishes up B.
That's all. Move for the admission of Exhibit B, 1 through 15.
What do you say, 15?
15.
1 through 15.
Thank you. So if we look at page, photograph 62 there. You can look up on the screen if you'd like. We can see, you good?
Yes.
We can see that fireplace in the basement, right?
Yes.
Right here. So basically what we're showing is the living room area, and the living room extends out toward the bay window to the left.
No,
right?
this photo's taken from underneath the bay window.
Okay. You're saying the fireplace is directly across from the bay window. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Where you have an FP on
So
your drawing.
what I'm seeing then is entirely the living room.
Yes.
Now,
Or the basement under the living room.
the living room that had collapsed and have the 2 feet of rubble that you excavated and cleared, you and Mr. Storm saying.
Yes.
So
He
if
got the
somebody like
2
Mr.
feet in.
Shinsky came
That's a good lawyer.
and Mr. Shinsky
That's more than 2 feet, y'all. Look at that.
took a photo
more than
a few days later, what we should see is photo of the back of the house where you laid it out, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
And what we should see somewhere in here in the back west side is a pile 7 feet by 8 feet by 7 feet high, correct?
I do not see that there.
You certainly don't. You also didn't document the excavation, did you?
I did not take a photograph of the excavation once completed. That is a mistake that I have admitted to, and it's a mistake on my part.
You know the importance of documentation, correct?
Correct.
Important for corroboration, correct?
Yeah, I've got some.
Okay.
It's important for corroboration, correct?
It is important to document the scene.
Because you want to have corroboration in case somebody asks you, did you actually do some excavation? You want to be able to show proof.
Correct.
That's called corroboration. True?
That's you can call it that.
Okay. You didn't take any photographs, right?
What do you mean didn't take any
Of your
photographs?
excavation.
Yes,
You didn't write in your report, your official Michigan State Police report, anything about an excavation, correct?
I think there may have been a section, but without reviewing my report, I can't be sure.
Well, did you testify in a hearing that you didn't document it in your report?
I may have.
And if you testified in that hearing, that would have been under oath,
Correct.
and you had reviewed your file,
Correct.
and you reviewed your report,
Correct.
and you told us the truth when you told us you didn't put it in your report.
Correct.
You also didn't even take any notes during your whole scene inspection, did you?
What is your definition of notes?
Well, things
What
like the
is your
jury was taking
definition?
down to document you did what you did.
When I
Yes, he is,
Did you
honey.
take any notes, yes or no?
dictated the scene examination directly into the report on a recorder. For years, been doing this 20 years, I typically don't take copious written notes on scene examination.
Okay. We don't have anything contemporaneous in terms of any notes of yours of the excavation itself, fair?
There are no notes of the excavation.
Even though that's such a critical aspect of fire investigation.
The notes aren't critical. It's the information in the report that's critical.
The excavation is critical in a fire excavation, true?
Did you say an excavation is important in excavation?
The excavation process in a fire investigation is critical, am I right?
Yes.
Because that's where you get the evidence that might show how the fire progressed.
That is a step that may develop evidence.
And that is a step where you collect data, it's called.
Yes.
And that data will help you find evidence that might point to the why, the cause.
Possibly.
You can't overlook doing an excavation when you're doing a fire investigation, right?
Depends on the fire investigation.
You testified that, you correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason you didn't take any photographs, make any notes, is because it was a long day that day.
I never said anything about notes. I did testify that there's no photographs that should have been taken. I don't know why I didn't take it. It's possible. It was a long day, and because we didn't find anything of notable significance in the excavation, it's possible I forgot to take the photograph.
Well,
Photographs of post excavation.
let me see if
But-
you turn to D2 there.
I don't take notes, I dictate. So those are verbal notes. They were done.
We're talking transcripts again?
Your book of the transcripts?
Here we go again.
D2. What is
The
that?
last one. Last tab.
So when you say D, you're referring to daughter, correct?
You can read from page 42 to yourself, line 13 to 16.
And I'm sorry, to read out loud or,
To yourself,
okay. 42 to what lines?
line 13 to 16.
Yes,
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that the reason you forgot to take a photograph or note your documentation was because it was a long day?
it does. Possible long day.
You were tired
Yes,
after a long day.
yes,
So you didn't document this critical aspect because you were tired because it was a long day. Fair? Let me ask you something. If you've trained fire investigators, right?
I have.
Okay. If you had a rookie fire investigator you were training, would you accept such a poor excuse as, boss, I didn't do what I was supposed to do and take any pictures and notes because it was a long day. I was tired.
When you accept it, of course I would. Because if that's what happened, you're going
Okay.
to accept it.
Wouldn't you maybe ask that person, why didn't you go back the next day?
We're calling speculation, Your Honor, objection.
Thank you. You would
I
ask
don't know
that,
what I would say because it
No.
depends on the scene. Everything depends on the scene.
if he says that I didn't do it because it was a long day and I was tired, and he's a rookie investigator,
I would object, ask and answer, Your Honor.
you would ask him, why didn't you go back the next day?
Well, I'll allow this one.
Thank you. True?
I don't know what I would say.
Is there a law that says you can only go and do a scene investigation one day?
No,
Is there any Michigan State Police policy that says you can do a scene investigation only once?
no.
Okay. And after you were the law enforcement person responsible for the scene in terms of the fire investigation, right?
In terms of the fire investigation,
So after January 8th, you didn't come back anymore.
I did not.
And you released a scene to people like Mr. Shinsky, right?
Correct?
And Len McHugh, do you know him?
Yes,
He was on the scene a couple days after you,
yes.
right?
That's a problem. Why?
Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about your origin and the basis for your origin opinion. You went through a whole lot of things about how you ruled out various areas in the house, right?
Correct.
And if we look at the New York skyline, let me get back on here. If we look at your investigation, I'll get it back in a second. You did the physical investigation, all the physical evidence led you to the area of origin in the living room, correct?
All the data.
All the data, including what you said was very important information from Linda Stermer, correct?
Correct.
Linda Stermer told you that she was in a basement, am I right?
I've never talked to Linda Sterner.
You read a statement that Mr. Shinsky took an interview,
Yes,
but you relied on it, obviously.
yes,
And she said she's in the basement doing laundry. Yes.
Correct.
She hears this horrible scream upstairs, right?
correct,
She runs upstairs.
correct,
She sees the living room on fire.
correct,
She sees her husband on fire by the bedroom, you said, right?
correct.
Have you ever burned yourself on a stove or anything in your life?
Yes,
Okay. That pain is immediate, isn't it?
yes, but I'm not a medical expert. I can't testify to that.
You certainly can testify to your own experience that the pain was immediate to you, right?
Yes,
I'm not trying to be funny with you.
Yeah, you are.
yes, sir.
I don't think that's appropriate.
That's
I'm
not
not clear what
He's-
that last dialogue was
He's
about.
smirking at
Well,
me.
you're being
Strike it.
argumentative, so.
Strike it.
So
remove it.
you've
From
had burns, and they were
Objection.
immediate, correct?
Correct,
And they were painful, correct?
correct.
So one of the things that NFPA cautioned you is if you have a hypothesis that violates the laws of physics, that's an invalid hypothesis, right?
I'm not aware of that section, but proceed.
One of the rules of physics, we talked about Newton's laws of motion.
Yes,
No objection, Your Honor. I think we're getting into areas that's not proper for trial at this point in time. This laws of motion, this is physics, he's not a physics professor.
He's familiar with it and we agreed.
I'll allow some,
Thank you.
but I assume
Sir.
there's some relevance where you're going.
One fundamental law is you can't be in two places at the same time, can you?
correct,
So if Linda Stermer is in the basement and she hears a scream and that burn injury is immediate, that means Todd Stermer caught fire and Linda was in a different room, correct?
correct.
Well, that's hard because we're not there. That's by her account. So you can't take that as the Bible or the facts. It is alleged. It is her statement. And he cannot testify to her statement as being right or wrong. Sorry, not sorry.
Now, let's talk about some of the fundamentals of being an expert witness. One of the purposes
God.
or one of the things you have to do is obviously collect all the relevant data, correct?
Correct all the relative data that's available.
Relevant data
Relevant data that's available.
that is available to you. What's available to you are witness statements, right?
Yes,
You can interview witnesses, nothing stops you.
no,
You can go to building departments
correct,
to get house records.
correct,
Do a lot of things that aren't just physically at the inspection site.
correct,
And that's all data gathering.
correct,
You can agree with me that in your fire investigation, you have to comply with the scientific method, correct?
correct,
And you describe that for us.
correct.
Oh, God.
I'm going to show you what is proposed. Exhibit D. You've seen this before?
Yes,
It's in your NFPA 921 book.
correct,
That's what you follow.
Correct.
Correct?
correct,
And that's what you used in this case.
correct,
And this is what you followed in this case, correct?
correct,
And this would illustrate the steps for the jury, correct?
correct.
All right, I move for the admission of Exhibit D.
Object is relevant, Your Honor. It's also, I don't see why it's relevant with this. Can we not display to the jury until the court's admitted it?
Obviously, the first,
Working on that, what is it?
Exhibit D.
D?
Obviously, you said the first two steps are kind of the same in everything you do, every assignment. Find the origin and cause of the fire.
Correct,
So the real work starts when we're talking about collecting data, correct?
correct,
When we collect data, you gather all the relevant evidence that you can to try to help you come to a conclusion, right?
correct,
The next step is you analyze all the data that you collected, correct?
correct,
Then once you've analyzed that data, then you develop a hypothesis based on, here's the evidence I have, could it be this?
correct,
Then you test the hypothesis, right?
correct.
To disprove the hypothesis, correct?
To prove or disprove, both.
You're telling our jury that it's to prove it or disprove it.
When you're
Right.
testing hypothesis, yes. To try to disprove it, yes.
If you can't rule it out, can't rule out a hypothesis, then you have to collect more data or develop another hypothesis, right?
Say that again.
If you can't rule out a hypothesis based on the data, then you either have to get more data or develop a new hypothesis. Isn't that what NFPA 921 tells you?
Or so you've jumped down to testing the hypothesis, correct?
We're on testing hypothesis.
Okay. So you're testing the hypothesis to see not just if it's ruled out, but also if it's ruled in. You're testing it to see if the hypothesis is ruled out, then it's not a valid hypothesis
It's an invalid hypothesis
Correct.
because you're able to rule it out from the
from the data.
data.
Correct.
And in this case, if the hypothesis was Linda Stermer was with Todd Stermer and somehow got gasoline on him, you're able to rule that out with the data, reliable data that you had that she was in the basement.
That was never a hypothesis of mine.
I'm asking, you're an expert witness. If the hypothesis is that Linda Stermer somehow did something with gasoline to cause Todd to be on fire,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach, please?
Sidebar.
This guy is going nowhere and driving me crazy. You test a hypothesis to decide if it is accurate or feasible or not. Not just not. I'm not a scientist, but dude, you're horrible.
Overruled.
How's the volume for you guys?
So you're an expert witness. You're an expert in fire investigation.
Oh, we're getting there?
You develop hypotheses, right?
Correct.
And you measure it against the reliable data, correct?
Correct.
The reliable data you had, as we talked about, was Linda was in the basement at the time she heard Todd yell,
Correct.
assuming he's on fire, correct?
He's yelling and fire's discovered on him.
If the hypothesis is Linda was with Todd Stermer and somehow got gasoline on him, that's ruled out by your reliable data that she was in the basement.
That specific hypothesis, correct.
And there's other data that would suggest that Linda didn't have anything to do with any gasoline, isn't there?
I'm not aware of that hypothesis.
Well, how about Linda's clothes tested negative for gasoline?
Well, do you want me?
Are you aware of that?
I am, and I'm aware of other
I
data.
want you
also.
to just want you to answer my questions. You're aware that Linda's clothes tested negative for gasoline, correct?
That is true.
You are aware that the Michigan State Police brought a canine in, and the canine did not.
You object, that's for hearsay, Your Honor, it's not evidence.
That's
He
right.
relied on that collection of data, and including canine evidence. It's in his report.
Now we're talking 703, just like we've been dealing with all over this. That's facts are not evidence.
I'll sustain that objection.
You rely on all kinds of data when you're developing your hypotheses, right?
Correct.
One of the pieces of data that you rely on is testing.
Lab testing,
Lab
correct.
testing, and you also rely on things like Michigan State Police canine experts being called to the scene. True?
Your Honor, I guess we're dancing around the subject again here. I'm going to object his relevance.
Relevance, it goes directly to the issue. of
I've already
relevance.
sustained the objection, Mr. Mueller. We can move on.
Were you present when there was a canine?
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller,
Going.
I've sustained the objection.
Dude, she's abstained it. You keep going, you're going to piss her off. You've already pissed me off.
Are you aware? Well, you were aware of the gray sweatpants, right?
Mr. Stermer's gray sweatpants?
Yes. You
Yes.
collected it.
Yes.
Are you aware that they were 100% polyester?
I was not aware.
Data you could have collected.
It is possible.
Have you, in your past experience, tested the flammability of materials?
You object, I don't think he's an expert in textiles, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for his experience.
I think it's fair and within the range of his expertise, I'll overrule.
Go ahead.
I have not tested, I do not recall testing flammability of polyester.
You've tested materials.
I have not tested materials.
Are you aware of what polyester is?
It's a synthetic material
Synthetic material made of plastics.
of plastic polymers, correct.
And you understand that it doesn't just burn, it melts.
It can burn and melt at the same time.
So we talked about collecting
And
relevant data. Then we also have, as one of the main aspects of being a expert witness and an expert in general, is you have to keep kind of like an open book policy of document all your investigative techniques, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You told us about the importance of documentation,
Correct.
and the importance of documentation is so others can review your work,
Correct.
and then you can defend your work if people are criticizing it.
That's a portion of documentation. Yes.
Portion of documentation is your peers are going to review it, right?
Yes,
Your colleagues.
possibly.
And if you've said there was an intentional fire and you think it's arson and there becomes a criminal case, well, the defendant's expert needs to look at it as well.
I never called it arson. I call it incendiary.
Listen to me carefully. If you call something
What?
arson and it results in a,
I'm going to object. We've established that as a legal conclusion, and we should not be talking about that in this case.
I agree. I'll sustain that objection.
okay, if your opinions result in a criminal charge, the suspect or the defendant has the right to look at your stuff,
Correct.
and it needs to be complete.
They have to look at all of my material.
And it needs to be complete and thorough.
They can look at all my material as is.
He's going to talk about
So
not taking those
they can
photos.
compare what you're saying you did to what you did by your
Correct.
documents. Corroboration again, right?
Okay. Correct.
So we don't just have to take your word for it, right?
Correct.
And then finally, you have to kind of make a good faith effort, play devil's advocate with yourself, right?
Correct.
How could I be wrong, right?
Correct.
Did I miss something?
Correct.
And you did all that in this case
Yes.
to rule out all the things that you ruled out.
Terrell is many of the things that I could think of and that I had indications of.
Now let's talk about one thing here. This 921 book is the primary training guide for all fire investigations, correct?
Oh,
It
snap.
is the main text for training.
It is the main text that you've trained to, fair?
Yes.
It is the text that they test on when you've tested for certifications, right?
Correct.
So you've trained up to this 921, you've tested this 921, and when you tell young firefighters or fire investigators, you teach out of this book, correct?
That is one of the books.
One of the books. There are others.
There are others.
There are kind of authoritative reference guides.
Yes.
One might be the user's manual for 921.
That may be one.
One might be Kirk's fire investigation. We've seen that.
Yes.
You have that?
I
can
have, I
tell
don't
you've
know if I have
had
the newest
somebody
copy, but I have a
reading it.
copy.
You have a copy. John,
I could tell somebody's been reading it. They've got a bunch of tags in it.
Lentini's book, Scientific Protocol for Fire Investigation, that's a reference guide.
That is a reference guide.
Have you used it?
I can't think if I have.
Do you own it?
I do not own that one.
All these are resources for you to go to if you have questions regarding your field, right?
Correct.
You have to have every one.
And then, of course, I think the main guide for you would be a code of ethics, right? And how you do your work.
There's a personal code of ethics. Yes.
I'm going to show you what we've marked as proposed exhibit L, see if you recognize that. And you can tell us what it is.
This is a quote from the IAAI Code of Ethics that is no longer valid because there's been an update.
An update. You believe it to your core, don't you?
What?
You believe this statement to your core, don't you?
The outdated statement?
Yes.
No, Jack, I think he's just established an outdated statement.
It's what,
Relevance if it's outdated.
because it goes to his code of ethics that he believes in. Whether it's outdated or not, he still believes
Maybe
in
you
the
can inquire
statement.
of him how it's outdated, in what way, what's different.
Do you know why it's different now?
Yes, the IAAI committee met and updated the Code of Ethics in 2020.
Okay.
I have a copy if you like.
Do you believe in the principle, understand, do you believe in the principle that you should be a truth seeker
No.
and not a case maker?
Yes.
You believe that's your core?
I don't use those with core, but yes, I believe it.
Let's go to your D1 hearing.
Hi,
At
honey,
page 66.
2800. Hey, click one. Welcome. Hey.
Let me know when you're there.
He's getting full of piss and vinegar.
Say 56, 5,
66.
66.
There.
Yes, D1, Daubert 1, page 66.
66. And we, from line 1 to 9,
Your Honor, I'm going to object because this question is based on the outdated statement.
that he said he believes in, Your Honor. I'm asking if he believes in the principle. It's simple.
He's basing it on prior testimony, so I'll allow.
Go ahead.
Which lines you want to review? Again?
1 through 11.
Yes. Yes, on line 9, my answer to that same question is I believe it to my core.
Correct. And what that means is being a truth seeker is you are not here to just get a conviction, right?
I'm not here just to get a conviction.
You're here to offer, you're supposed to offer your objective opinion.
I am here,
Supposed to offer opinion. Formal question.
Argumentative, Mr. Mueller.
Pardon?
It's argumentative.
You are here to offer your objective opinion,
I am.
which means you'd be open to new evidence if you hear it.
I would listen to all relative evidence.
And be open to new evidence and change your mind if it drives you that way, right?
If it was properly produced and researched.
Now, can we agree that if you don't
Meaning, I'm not going to take your word for it. I ain't going to just take your word for it, dude. Nice try.
collect the data, you're violating the scientific method.
Available data.
If you don't collect all available data, you're violating scientific method.
And I'm going to go with that's relevant data. Clearly, there's an infinite amount of data out there, so it needs to be relevant data.
Well, you can't determine what's relevant until you collect the data. Then you decide. That's part of the analyzing, right? This is important, that's important.
But there's a portion of common sense of data collection.
Isn't it true that if you don't collect all the relevant data, you're violating scientific method?
But you have to know what the relevant data is in order to do so. And sometimes when you walk into a situation, you don't know what's relevant until you've been there and you've done some investigation. And then things become relevant. You're being an asshole.
You just asked and answered, Mr. Miller.
I think it was a simple yes or no question.
No, it's
I
not.
think he's answered it already.
If you don't analyze the data, you violate the scientific method, yes or no? We're on analyzing data, the next step.
It's a little different, but you can ask one more time.
Yes or no?
Correct. You must analyze the data.
If you don't develop hypotheses based on analyzing the data, you violated scientific method, correct?
You must develop hypotheses or theories.
If you don't, then you violated the scientific method.
Correct.
And if you don't test those hypotheses, you're violating the scientific method.
Correct.
And if you fail to consider alternate hypotheses, you violate the scientific method.
Reliable alternative hypothesis.
Then you violate the scientific method.
Correct.
If you violate the scientific method, you have an unreliable methodology, don't you?
Correct.
Which means unreliable can't be relied upon, correct?
Correct.
To rely, to have confidence in, to trust, right?
Correct.
And if you don't have a reliable methodology, then you don't have a reliable opinion, do you?
This has been asked and answered, Your Honor.
I haven't even asked it.
Yeah, it is asked and answered. I'll move on.
I've not asked that question ever.
Okay, one more time.
Thank you.
One more.
If you don't have a reliable methodology, you don't have a reliable opinion, do you?
Correct.
You've heard of the phrase garbage in equals garbage out?
I have heard that.
All right. Let's go to your cause opinion. Are you comfortable that you've explained the cause of the fire to this jury?
Yes.
You wouldn't change it, would you?
No.
You know, and as I remember from my notes, the cause of the fire was the ignition source was an open flame,
Correct.
and then the first fuel ignited was gasoline.
Gasoline vapors.
And that's the cause of the fire,
Correct.
which is why you then classified it as intentional,
Incendiary. Yes.
incendiary. Give me a second, Your Honor. Okay, give me 1 second. Mortimer, we're back. 921, NFPA 921 speaks to cause, doesn't it? The causal factors.
Yes.
I'm curious if this is going to be before the jury sees this, because I'm not sure what we're specifically looking for.
I'm going to show you, and this is not an exhibit, Your Honor, it's for impeachment or the treatise.
Well, then he can impeach him with it, but it can't be displayed to the jury. It's not an
And
example.
I can read it or show it to the jury, it just doesn't go back to the jury room as an exhibit.
I'll allow it for demonstrative, for cross. It won't go back to the jury.
Right. Sir, you recognize those causal factors?
Yes.
NFPA 921, the premier guide for your training, lists what has to be found and determined for the cause, correct?
Correct.
The ignition source, the first fuel ignited, everybody read that? And the circumstances that brought 1 and 2 together.
Correct.
Unless you have all 3, you don't have a cause of a fire, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to
Which means unless you have all 3, you
Sorry.
don't have the why.
I can't.
Isn't that true?
The why of the cause of the fire?
Yes, that is the why.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to 19.4.4.1. I'm happy to give you the book if you have it.
I do. Yes,
I love how he uses books that this guy doesn't use. Not everybody has every book. Just saying.
19.4.
I have a lot of books on fire, but doesn't mean I have every one that everybody else does.
4.1.
Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
It says simply identifying a fuel or an ignition source by itself does not and cannot
I like
describe.
it. Honey,
How a fire
2800.
occurred.
Love it.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's an excerpt from that section.
That's what that says. Right?
Correct?
So what it's saying is if we have 1 and 2, but not 3, we don't have the cause of a fire, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Basic.
You
Like
give-
I said, you got to have oxygen. You got to have fuel. And what else? Heat. Take one of those out, fire goes out. Okay.
And 1 and 2 to the jury. You're comfortable
that
with
last
that
night.
conclusion. You didn't give 3 to the jury. You don't know the circumstances that brought that open flame to the gasoline in this 20 by 20 living room, do you?
I don't, but there's an exception in 9.1 that allows for that.
You don't have all 3 factors for the cause of a fire. Fair?
There's
I
an
do have all three
exception.
factors.
You have the circumstances. You haven't given the jury the circumstances that brought the open flame and the gasoline together. The how. True?
That has not been discussed with the jury.
Okay. That was never discussed in your report, correct?
My report from 2007, it was
Yes,
not.
the official Michigan State Police fire report of this case.
The language has changed since 2007 with these specific monikers.
Oh, you updated your report?
No, I did not.
Okay, in your report, you never listed even an open flame. We can go to your report.
I did not list an open flame.
So you did not list gasoline, or strike that, you did not list first fuel being gasoline,
I did not.
and you certainly didn't list in your official report the circumstances that brought those 2 together. Fair?
I did not.
Then you've testified on several occasions, right? In this case.
Correct.
Testified in 09, didn't you?
09, that in the first trial? Correct.
Now, can we approach?
Uh-oh. That's a problem.
Sidebar.
Red! Are you guys hearing the trial okay? Are you hearing the trial okay? I do everything on my monitor by the green, yellow, red because I can't hear. And they're getting up into the yellow quite a bit. I know everybody has a little bit of volume control. I just want to make sure that everybody is able to hear
You
it.
testified, excuse me, in a prior hearing in 2009, and you laid out what you said was the cause of the fire, right?
Yes.
And you didn't mention one time an ignition source being open flame.
I can't remember what the testimony was on that.
No. Let's look at,
Oh my God. What
it's
comment?
called PE,
That one?
PE in your binder,
I've got multiple.
That
This binder?
transcript binder.
Here. Sometimes my comments disappear because YouTube didn't like how I wrote it. So rewrite it. And if there's a word in there that might be questionable, spell it backwards.
The 09, right?
Called PE. I
It
think.
doesn't say.
Oh, sorry.
But it's an, it says 09.
All
All
right.
right.
Direct your attention to page 49.
Yes.
Sorry.
You listed as the cause of the fire, time of day, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
time of day, condition of the known people in the house, which means basically able-bodied people.
Correct.
And you said the fire started very rapidly, larger, more rapidly than an accident fire could have started.
Correct.
And then you tied it in with gasoline on Mr. Stermer's sweatpants, right?
Correct.
Which then caused you to say it's an intentional fire.
Correct.
So when you testified that didn't lay out the circumstances that brought anything together, correct?
Correct, but there's still an
Then-
exception.
You can clear that up. You did not mention any of the circumstances, fair?
Correct.
Okay. Then you testified in 2010 and went through the same thing and never mentioned an ignition source of open flame, correct?
Correct.
Never mentioned.
I don't know. I don't recall my testimony verbatim from 2010.
Okay. Do you recall that the first time when I asked you, the first time you testified to an open flame and gasoline as an ignition, first fuel ignited, was in our hearing in 2021?
I recall that testimony. That being discussed in the testimony, I don't recall if that was the first time that was mentioned.
In fact, to this date, in 18 years, you've never set forth in a report or testimony the circumstances that brought forth your open flame gasoline, correct?
I think I just did it today in testimony.
Didn't you just tell us you did 1 and 2, but not 3?
No, that I haven't explained. There's an exception for the 3 with the 1 and 2 being brought together.
You did not, in any direct testimony, set forth the circumstances that brought 1 and 2 together.
Objection hasn't answered.
He keeps disputing that he did.
Because you won't let answer the question, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, in terms of, you certainly know the difference as to what a causal factor is in terms of ignition source, correct?
Causal factor? Yes.
That's ignition source and first fuel.
Correct.
And you've been under oath saying that the time of day was a causal factor, correct?
I've never used the word causal factor.
It was a cause of the fire.
No, it was a circumstance of the fire.
Is there anywhere in NFPA 921 that says time of day is a cause of the fire?
No,
There's no reference manual anywhere that you've been trained on that says time of day is a cause of the fire.
no,
Am I right?
correct.
There's no authority that you've ever heard of
Why are you talking about the time of day being a cause of a fire? That's ludicrous.
that says time of day is a cause of the fire.
Correct.
Accidental fires happen all the time in the daytime, right?
Correct.
Then the next thing you had, and we can talk about that PE again at page 49, was 2 able-bodied people.
Honey, the word boom, chicka chicka boom, chicka chicka boom, boom, boom. You put it with the music like that, it may be accepted. If you don't, it may not. I don't know. Now you have my head spelling bad words backwards to this lawyer. Go
Correct.
for it.
Correct.
Is there anything in NFPA 921, this principal guide,
We haven't even been here 2 hours yet.
because I'd like you to cite it for our jury and any peers who are watching, anything that says the condition of people are a cause of the fire?
It does not.
No authoritative guide, no somebody you look and respect has ever told you that, correct?
Correct.
You've never taught that, correct?
Correct.
You've never been tested where that was an answer as a cause of a fire. 2 able-bodied people,
No.
am I right?
Correct.
Able-bodied people die in fires all the time, unfortunately,
Correct.
just like disabled people like you told us, right?
Correct.
You didn't mention that you've investigated many fires involving able-bodied people who were seriously injured or died, fair?
That is correct.
And then, of course, another factor you said in that preliminary hearing was the speed of the fire, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know, sir, from all your training and expertise, that how fast the fire progresses is based on a lot of different factors, right?
Correct.
One of the factors is the construction of the house,
That is one.
because that depends on fuel loads, right? That
More than just fuel loads. Depends on fuel loads, container size, room size, configuration.
fire will spread faster if you have more ventilation. It takes oxygen to feed a fire.
Correct.
So it's not simply a fire was fast and therefore it had to be an accelerant, fair?
That is fair.
And certainly you can't rely on eyewitness testimony, the subjective testimony of who was burning fast.
Not by itself, no.
You were aware that when some of the first witnesses showed up, that they saw a fire coming through the roof on the north side, not the north side of the house, on the back side of the house,
The west side,
west
yes.
side? We don't have it here, right?
Correct.
By where the bay windows were?
It was, yeah, there were some statements of through the roof in the center of the house.
It's it. It's by furnace.
Your Honor, can we take some of these monster exhibits down if they're not going to be used anymore?
Are you done with that one? It's on the screen. Is this something new coming up?
No, this is, I can see what this is. This is fine.
Mr. Miller, if you could give us the New York skyline, please.
I'll just go black. How about that? Early witnesses said that the fire was coming out of the roof on the backside and toward the middle,
Correct.
which one of the things you relied on.
Correct.
Right. And the fireplace would have been here and toward the center.
Correct.
Right. Just, so it says FP, right? Fireplace?
Correct.
You would have to collect data in terms of maybe how the house was constructed to have a better idea of analyzing that data and developing a hypothesis that why the fire, you say, was so fast?
Data was collected through observations.
Okay. There was other available data, correct?
There may have been.
And you had access to that available data, like building records, correct?
I assume I would have availability to building records. I did not look at any.
You chose not to.
I did not look at any.
You could have talked to Linda Stermer.
I could have.
You chose not to.
I did not.
That would have been obviously a very valuable source of data in terms of how the fire was, or the house was constructed.
Your
Fair?
Honor, can we approach really quickly because I want to be very mindful of what issue we're talking about here.
Sidebar.
Sir, were you, excuse me, were you aware that the entire living room floor was nothing but OSB subflooring?
I became aware. I can't tell you when.
Okay. Not as of January 12 when you issued a report, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Let's get a timeline. January 7, the fire starts, or the fire happens, right?
Correct?
January 7, you're on the scene.
Correct?
Take a couple pictures, and pictures of the body you showed, and also pictures of the house.
Correct?
You took 46 pictures. Would that be correct?
I don't know how many I took.
If I tell you took 46 that night?
That sounds about right.
And then you took a total of 138, so you took from 47 to 138 the next day.
I took several pictures the next day.
Okay. And then, that was the 8th, and then the 12th, you learned the MSP results.
Honey, 2,800. No, we're going into a third day on Monday. Now, I said she did 1 2/3 day of the opening. So she's going to do 3 days of closing. And there's no stopping her anywhere in sight. So I'm kind of worried about it. Monday, we have Lori Daybell. We're going to start with that. And we'll see about the Monica. But Lori Daybell, we're starting on Monday.
Results on the gasoline on the sweatpants.
That's
Yes.
correct.
And then you issued a report shortly after that.
Correct.
And the key, obviously, was the gasoline on the sweatpants.
That was an important piece of data.
So that was the thing that lynched it for you, didn't it?
That was an important piece of data.
You know what a keystone is? Ever seen a keystone in an arch?
I'm aware Keystone architecturally, yes.
It's architecturally, and the keystone is the piece at the top, the single
Correct.
piece that holds the arch together.
Correct?
And then if it's removed, the whole arch falls.
Correct?
That was keystone, wasn't it, for your opinion?
Just an
Gasoline.
argument is.
Oh, wow, for Christ.
Thank you.
I would never use the word keystone. It was an important piece of data.
Let's get back to the construction of the house. You didn't know the floor was nothing but OSB with some rugs on it, right?
I did not.
You didn't know there was exposed 2x4s around the framing, especially around the whole bay window area.
At the time of the investigation, I did not.
You didn't know there was a lot of other exposed wood.
Your Honor, you need to take a.
Oh, sorry. Didn't even know I was doing it. Good, thank you. You didn't know there was a lot of exposed wood, uncovered, not drywalled in that first floor, correct?
I did not.
And that certainly would add to the ability of a fire to spread, correct?
It would.
Because as you know, if it's a lot of drywall doesn't burn, right?
Correct.
Were you aware, sir, as you were trying to rule out these hypotheses, that there was no final electrical inspection?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that there was no final mechanical inspection?
I was not.
Were you aware that the house didn't even have a certificate of final occupancy?
I did not.
That'd be important data to know, right? In
No.
terms of evaluating electrical sources, mechanical, that kind of thing.
I did not have those information.
Pardon?
I did not have that information.
You don't have to have that information to look at something and see whether it's right or wrong. He saw nothing wrong with the electrical. There are telltale signs when electrical fires happen. There are. He's throwing shit at a wall to see what sticks. So true, 2,800.
No. You said you ruled out electrical as being a possible cause of the fire, right?
Correct.
Electrical fires happen all the time in this country, don't they?
Correct.
And they can happen behind the walls, right?
Yes.
And all of a sudden you have a sudden fire you didn't even know, right?
They happen in the walls.
You do not have expertise in electrical house wiring, do you?
I'm not a licensed electrician.
You are not an expert in the electrical wiring of a house, are you?
I am not.
I think it's an answer, Your Honor.
You didn't?
It's a little different, but I'll allow it.
Go ahead.
I'm not.
And on September or January 8th, you didn't hire somebody to help you with the electrical examination, did
Your
you?
Honor, we approach.
Sidebar.
You don't have to. I've been in a house where electrical started, and you may have the outside wall, you have the stud, you have the wiring, all the others burnt away. All of it's burnt, but you can see the spark and the pattern left on the wood. Gerald Boo, Honey Boo, you know electrical. Hop in on this.
You ever heard of the phrase,
Am I wrong?
know what you don't know?
Yes,
Smart to know what you don't know and stay in your lane. You ever heard of that phrase?
correct. Yes, I've heard it.
Now, you don't have evidence, physical evidence of any ignition source, do you?
Physical evidence? No, there's no physical evidence of an ignition source. Well,
And you-
there is physical evidence of a potential ignition source. That's the fireplace
And candles,
and candles.
which you would have to rule out according to the scientific method
Correct.
by collecting data.
Correct.
You didn't collect data about the candles in your inspection, did you?
I did. The data for the candles were
They
statements
do.
about the candles,
That they were,
that they existed.
okay, they were open flames.
Correct.
And
That is true. You do have a very specific odor.
one open flame was candles, right?
Correct.
One open flame was a fuel lamp, correct?
I don't know.
You remember that?
I don't know the fuel lamp.
Okay. And one open flame was a fireplace.
Correct.
You don't know which of those open flames were involved in this fire, do you?
I don't know of which open flame is involved in ignition
Or any of them?
or any of them.
And you certainly don't know, well, let's talk about the gasoline on the pants. The gasoline on the sweatpants that tested positive, you said was a very, very important part of your conclusion.
I don't think I used that many varies. I think I just said important.
Okay.
Or,
Very important. Yes?
yes.
In fact, sir, you have no opinion on how long the gasoline had been on his sweatpants. Is that true?
That is correct.
Because you don't
It's
know
not a forensic scientist.
where he was when he got gasoline on.
Correct.
You don't know when it happened in terms of what day.
I do not know when the gasoline got on the pants.
You don't know how it got there.
I do not know how the gasoline got on his pants.
You don't know how much gasoline was on his pants.
I do not know the exact amount of gasoline that went on his pants.
And you have no opinion as to how long it was on his pants, correct?
I have no opinion how long it was on his pants.
Therefore, you cannot rule out the logical possibility that it has nothing to do with this fire.
No,
Am I right?
no, you're not.
All right, let's back out. If you don't know how long the gasoline were on the pants, you don't know if he had gotten it on the pants a week before.
I know that the gasoline was on the pants.
100%.
At that time, I do not know when the gasoline got on his pants.
We don't know the last time the sweatpants were washed.
Oh, I'm sorry,
We don't know the last time the sweatpants were washed.
we do not.
But what you're doing is extrapolating, just saying he had gasoline on sweatpants, therefore gasoline must have been in the living room.
Because he was in the living room and near the area of origin.
Do you have any explanation for why his sweatpants didn't catch fire if they had gasoline on them?
They may have been covered, like a blanket or something may have been over them. They may have been something pushed together so there's not oxygen. Do I know exactly why? No, I don't.
Okay, when you're saying they may have, you're speculating.
I'm offering a speculative opinion.
And as an expert witness, you think offering a speculative opinion is appropriate?
It is an informative statement. I do not know. Go ahead.
Would you agree that experts should not speculate or guess?
Opinions should come from,
Honey Boo, you just texted me. Let him freaking answer the question. Are you wanting to text me or are you trying to comment in YouTube? You're confusing me.
from a body of knowledge.
A body of scientific knowledge based on a scientific method, right?
Body of knowledge.
And as we agreed, garbage in equals garbage out, right?
Correct.
So if you're offering speculation as an opinion, what you're doing is misleading the jury, aren't you?
It's the same.
I don't like that at all. Hi, Pa.
If you're offering speculation
Objection.
as an opinion, you're violating that.
It's asked and answered. It's asked and answered.
It's a different question.
I think it's asked and answered.
Let's talk about that red gas can in the front yard. Oh, one thing, let's go back. One thing that, in relying on Linda Stermer's statement, that she was in the basement, she came upstairs, all of a sudden she saw the fire, right?
Correct.
Then she ran out of the house, right?
Correct.
And all the information you had that she was running around hysterical, correct?
Objection, that's not evidence. You can testify to that, Your Honor.
Did you learn that from your,
Allow with foundation.
thank you. Did you read Mr. Shinsky's statement of Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Okay, did you read anything about what the witnesses said?
Correct. Yes, I did.
And they were describing her as hysterical, right?
There were some descriptions of that. Yes.
Okay. So
Thank you, baby.
given that information, you can't rule out the possibility that Linda Stermer was surprised by the fire when she saw it.
Objection, also speculation.
Fair? Based on the evidence he has.
Well, Your Honor, he's asking you to rule out Linda Stermer's surprise. How is he supposed to know how to react? He doesn't care.
I agree. It's cause for speculation. I'll sustain.
Okay. Let's talk about that red gas can that you picked up in the front yard. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You actually saw it the night before, didn't you?
I photographed, it was in a photograph the night before. I do not have an individual recollection if I took specific notice of it on the 7th.
If you thought it was important, you would have picked it up that night.
I don't know.
Well, you certainly know that in a potential crime scene, evidence can disappear, right?
Yes.
And as you testified earlier, you thought this might be a crime scene when you saw blood on the front bumper of the car, correct?
Correct.
That's why you took pictures, correct?
Correct.
And then after that, you saw the gas can, but you didn't pick it up.
I don't know if I saw the gas can or took notice of the gas can the evening of the 7th.
The next day, you picked it up, correct?
Correct.
Detective Rout, is she the one who pointed it out to you? Or she took a picture of it too?
I don't know if Detective Rout pointed out to me or not.
It's certainly possible that you wouldn't have even noticed it or thought of it important on the 8th.
I don't know what that question is.
You don't know how the gas can got there, correct?
I do not.
You don't know where the gas can was before it got there.
Correct.
You don't know who put it there.
Correct.
In fact, if I look at your photograph 116 in your package from B, that's the gas can in the front yard picture you took, correct? Yellow stickers at the bottom right.
The B, what,
116.
116. There is no 116 in here.
It would be then in your, well, the picture here, you remember taking that picture?
I do remember the picture.
Remember looking at that picture in direct exam?
Yes,
Okay, it shows the gas can.
it does.
Do you recall taking a picture of the more close-up picture?
Yes.
And if we see this picture, close up, see the gas can's all dirty and muddy,
I do.
and the spout is all muddy,
Correct.
and the
And
rest of the spout is broken. The rest of the spout is to the left.
correct.
As you sit here, sir, you have no idea if that gas can, 1 gallon gas can, has any connection to this fire, do you?
I do not.
Because to suggest that would be pure speculation on your part, correct?
Correct.
And would be intellectually dishonest if you suggested it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, if anybody suggested that a gas can had anything to do with this case, that would be misleading the jury, wouldn't it?
No objection, Your Honor.
Sustain that objection and it calls for speculation.
Give me 1 second here, Your Honor, I might be wrapping up. Oh. In order to arrive at your opinion that gasoline on the sweatpants means that it was there at the time of the fire, you with me?
Correct.
You'd have to rule out that any time period between the time of the fire and when you got there 3 hours later, gasoline could have transferred then, right?
There was no evidence of that.
Okay, let's work through that real quick. Todd Stermer was found outside the house by neighbors, right?
Correct.
Neighbors, Matheny in particular, throws clothes on him, correct?
At some point, yes.
You finally learned later that it was Mr. Matheny's coat that had the gasoline, that tested positive for gasoline too, correct?
Later, I did learn that that was Mr. Matheny's coat that was sent to the lab.
You thought it was Todd Stermer's coat. Somebody mislabeled it, fair?
Somebody mislabeled it. I don't know if it was me or somebody mislabeled it.
Okay. So you'd have to rule out the fact that maybe there was transfer of the gas from Matheny's coat to sweatpants.
There was no indications of,
You would have to rule that out. That's a plausible theory.
correct.
And that's why you do the whole scientific method.
Correct.
Then they transferred him in this dinghy boat called the John boat. Somebody described it.
Yes.
And they transferred him to where he was finally found and workers worked on him, right?
Correct.
You would have to rule out that plausible scenario that maybe there was gasoline in that boat.
That was not a very plausible theory, but yes.
Okay. Even though you may not believe it, you still, as a scientific person, have to rule that out through the scientific method. True?
Correct.
Okay. So, and certainly, you know what expectation and confirmation bias is, right?
Yes.
NFPA cautions against that, correct?
Correct.
We talked about that. Those as being a big no-no, right?
Have we
Yes.
previously? Is that what
In
you're saying?
June?
Yes.
Big no-no. Expectation bias is having an idea of what you think happened and then disregarding or ignoring evidence that doesn't fit, right?
Correct. It's not looking at all the data.
Confirmation bias is the flip side of the coin. Once you've arrived at a decision or an opinion, you ignore contradictory data, right?
Correct.
Both violate the scientific method, don't they?
Correct.
Because if you do receive new evidence, you have to then reevaluate. True?
Correct.
That's the proper way to do it.
Oh.
So we have had testimony now that, and you smelled gasoline 3 hours later on Todd Stermer, right?
Correct.
Which led you to take the sweatpants.
Yes.
We've had testimony from 3 witnesses, Michael Thieme, Connie Calhoun.
He's aware of this testimony, was present for the testimony.
It's still setting a question, Your Honor.
Maybe just do it more as a hypothetical.
Hypothetically, if 3 witnesses who were there, the first 3 people on scene, said they didn't smell gasoline on Todd Stermer, you'd have to consider that, correct?
I wouldn't know what other people smelled or what they detected.
Have you told me in the past that you can't really consider that because sometimes people's memory are crazy when it's a stressful situation?
Oh, I never said the word crazy.
Not crazy. This was a chaotic situation, right?
Okay, but when it comes to smell can be very personal. Some people lose their adenoids, lose their smell. Some people have more keen smell, like me. I taste everything I smell on the back of my tongue. Everything. So a lot of times I may say I smell something and I'm really tasting it on the back of my tongue. So for me, when I'm outside and someone's burning something, I can tell you by the way it tastes because I've been around it enough. That's organic, that's rubber, or that's electrical. I can tell if it's a fireplace versus a house versus maybe one of those electric boxes by the house. Not saying I'm special. Okay, not saying I'm special. If you open up a bottle of bleach, yes, I smell it, but I can taste it on the back of my my tongue. You give me an IV with saline, and it feels like I'm drinking the heaviest salted water you can imagine. I want to throw up. Other people can barely smell a skunk. So for me, as a juror, if I was in their shoes, I wouldn't put a lot of weight in what they didn't smell. I pour more weight in what someone said they smelled. Just because someone doesn't smell it doesn't mean it's not there. But if other people smell it, then I'm going to have more belief that it was there versus not.
Yes.
And when people are in chaotic situations, you said that their memories aren't so good.
I don't recall saying that.
No. Have you been trained as a Michigan State police detective or trooper detective on how to handle stressful situations?
I got a lot of training. I don't know if anything specific on stressful situations.
Well, you do shoot training, don't you? Or didn't you?
I did.
So you can handle, if there's a shootout, handle a stressful situation, right?
Well, that's 2 different things when you're asking about handling stressful situations versus firearms training. That's two different things.
Okay. Have you had training, sir, to teach you how to deal with shootouts?
Objection has an answer, Your Honor.
Relevance?
The answer is around the question. Relevance? It goes to how a trained professional might act in a chaotic situation versus a lay person.
Overrule it. I don't find it relevant.
You know,
Thank
overrule
you.
this
I
person.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Even though you didn't necessarily believe that the boat could have transferred gasoline, there could have been gasoline in the boat that transferred to a sweat. You remember that?
Yes.
You just told us you still have to analyze that. As a plausible.
Your Honor, this has an answer.
I don't remember this question, so I'll allow it.
You don't have to, or you still have to analyze it via the scientific method, correct?
Consider it the data.
Right. And which means you got to collect data
Collect data.
about the boat
Correct.
so you can analyze it.
Correct.
So you can develop a hypothesis.
Correct.
So you can test.
Testing the hypothesis and the analyzation of the data collected.
Okay. Did you take a rag and wipe anything on the boat?
I did not.
That would be data, right?
That would be a form of data.
Did you get any witness statement from Linda Stermer or her children about anything about gasoline in the boat?
I have seen statements from her children.
I'm talking about, you took a statement, yeah, you heard a statement from Linda Stermer, you read it.
Correct.
I'm talking about before January 12th, when you wrote your report.
I don't know what information was relayed to me by other detectives about, I forget the question, about comments from the family. Is that what the question was?
About the boat, specifically about the boat.
I didn't, the only information I was told is the boat was used to transport Todd from near the house to his final location.
Okay. And you did not collect any data from any individuals about whether there was gasoline in the boat, correct? He said he mentioned Linda Stermer. I'm just asking him, anybody else?
Ask about the boys again. I can't remember. I think you asked about the boys as well.
He did.
Okay, you can ask that again, because I can't recall his answer.
Sir, you did not collect any data regarding the possibility of gasoline in the boat, correct? I asked about various
Sounds
sources.
like
I'm
a
wrapping
big
it up
winding
right
up
now.
question,
I'm
Mr.
wrapping
Miller,
it
so
up.
assuming it's a wind-up question, I'll allow it.
Thank you. True?
I did not.
Which means you can't analyze it, correct? You can't.
It's really cumulative at this point, Mr. Mueller, so either move on or sit down.
If you didn't collect
No.
the evidence, you violated the scientific method with respect to that hypothesis, didn't you?
I've collected data from statements of people about the boat,
Before January 12th.
not before January 12th.
Okay, and it's not in your report.
This is not my report.
And it's never been a part of testimony, have it?
I don't recall this part of testimony.
And you didn't tell us about it this morning, did you?
No.
Give me 1 second to wrap up.
Whoa! Move on to sit down. She's getting tired of this. She's getting tired. I don't blame her. Don't blame her one bit.
We just kind of wrap up, summarize what we talked about.
Gonna wrap up.
You didn't take photographs of your
Wrapped up
excavation,
hours
right?
ago.
I'm
There you
just wrapping it
go.
up.
Ask and answer.
Do you believe, based on everything you did, that you properly documented your investigation?
Yes.
Do you believe that everything you did, you complied with all the mandates of the scientific method
Yes.
and NFPA 921, everything they say to do and don't do?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor. Give me a second for my housekeeping.
And then counsel, you moved to admit just the one, the rest were demonstrative, correct?
I move to
I think
admit.
the scientific method one, that was D?
And A and B, for his photographs.
Okay, so we got photographs. We thought we heard an L.
That was previously admitted.
Oh, okay. Is that your understanding, Mr. Blair? So
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So the scientific method one will admit, the others are demonstrative, other than the photos that were already admitted. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we'll take our lunch break, jury, and I'll have you come back at 1:15 to the jury room.
Nope.
Please, no media, no discussions with anyone. Ms. Stermer, any matters to address before we bring? People versus Linda Stermer, any matters to address before we bring in the jury? On the bench? Yeah.
Sidebar.
I'm glad that attorney took the words of the judge as a sign to hurry the hell up. Really? Oh, they're laughing at Lee.
Okay, we'll bring in the jurors now.
They're laughing at Lee's. I just do. Oh no, redirect.
And sir, you're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Blair, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, would you agree with me that as fire consumes fuel, it reduces the mass of that fuel?
Yes.
And so something that may have been this big, 3-4 feet, whatever, catches on fire, it may be reduced to something much smaller than that. Clarifying question.
I'll allow for clarification.
Yes.
You were asked, I believe, some questions by Mr. Mueller about a fire starting in a room as we've described here in court, I guess, with Ms. Stermer being downstairs and Todd being up in the living room. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there a conceivable way that a person could be, let me rephrase the question. How does that, or is it conceivable that a fire could start in one room and somebody be in another room, but that person in the other room be responsible for pouring an accelerant or something like that in a room and catching fire?
Sorry. Objection, Your Honor, I'm talking speculate from a possibilities. He's an expert. We talk about probabilities.
Direct response to his line of questioning, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection. It's responsive to the cross-examination.
Yes, it is possible to pour flammable liquid like gasoline in one room, and then as the vapor from that gasoline will spread and could potentially find an ignition source. Without, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So if there is an open flame in a
Hello?
room,
Like, for example, gas in a stove that you turn on, but you do not ignite it. And so the gas is just kind of seeping out in the kitchen. And you got a candle in your bedroom. And all night long, that gas is expanding through the house. And then it finds an open flame and boom! Combustion.
such as a fireplace, and a person dumps gasoline in that room and then runs out and leaves, it is still conceivable that room could still catch fire.
Yes,
And Mr. Mueller, in fact, brought up Ms. Stermer's statement that she was downstairs in the laundry room doing laundry. You recall that?
yes,
That also works on a presumption that Ms. Stermer is telling us the truth about her location in the house. Is that correct?
Objections. Now he's asking for credibility determination. Well, he already determined to be credible.
Is he
So
testifying?
you're withdrawing your objection?
I withdraw it.
Okay.
ask that again.
Sure. We're working on certain presumptions here that
Yeah,
the statement
draw that
provided by Ms. Stermer
objection.
is an accurate depiction of what happened on January 7, 2007.
That is presumption, yes.
Because what we know, based on your opinion, if it's fair to say, is that there was a fuel source, gasoline, in the living room, and it was exposed to an open flame, correct?
Correct.
Continuing the lead.
Clear.
Yeah, there is a lot of leading, so if you can try to, I get you may need to do some for redirect, but
Thank you. And that's kind of where I'm going. I have to lead a little bit to redirect, or else we're going to be here all day, Your Honor. So we don't know what the source of the open flame necessarily was in the living room at the Stermer residence.
Exactly, no.
Could have come from the fireplace.
That's an option, yes.
Could have been someone threw a match on it,
That is a possibility.
or some other flame source.
Correct.
You were asked about Linda's clothing not testing positive for gasoline. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Is it possible to not get gasoline on your clothing when you're pouring gas?
Yes, it's possible.
It's also possible she could have changed clothes.
It's possible.
There are certain possibilities here that do exist that explain some of the evidence in this case. Is that a fair statement?
Leading again.
Clarifying, Your Honor.
allow it for clarification.
Yes, it's possible.
You were asked about, and we're kind of cut off on this, so I'm going to kind of go on to this a little bit. Mr. Stermer's sweatpants. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And about how they did not, may or may not have burned. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there certain factors that play into how clothing burns or whether clothing might burn?
Yes, there's when
He really
It's
asked.
responsive to cross-exam, I'll allow it.
so yes, when clothing, that all comes down to, depending on how it's formed, how it's placed, if there's something on it. And I briefly mentioned something, well, there could have been a blanket on his lap. That's kind of goes back to what I talked earlier in my testimony about putting leaves on top of a fire. It would like almost smother it. So if there's something over the sweatpants that may have prevented burning, or the fact, or how the sweatpants were placed. Are they stretched out? They hung on a line, or are they clumped up in a big wad? That is all going to affect how or if they would burn.
Could be human intervention as well. For
Yes.
instance, if I'm on fire and I'm doing this with my hands and slapping the fire or brushing the fire out, that could put the fire out.
Potentially.
And you were also asked more questions about the statement of Ms. Stermer after Mr. Stermer exited the residence. Do you recall those?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Do you recall the testimony that, or the statement of Ms. Stermer where she described Todd as being on fire?
Yes,
So based on that statement, we would know Todd is on fire, but his pants did not burn. Fair?
Form of question and foundation.
Yeah, but if you could rephrase that, it calls for speculation.
Fair. Mr. Stermer was on fire based on that statement, correct?
correct.
And we have evidence that he was burned. Was that fair?
Yes,
And there is some testimony or questioning about whether or not his sweatpants would have burned away. Do you recall that?
yes,
What we do know, I guess from what I'm trying to get at here is, while he was on fire, his sweatpants did not burn. Fair?
Objection. Form of the question again. Leading.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with it, but maybe more open-ended questions.
I'm having a hard time asking open-ended questions about this, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Without going thunder into an area. What I'm trying, I guess, to get at here is, well, you know what? I'll leave it where it is. I think I've covered it enough. NFPA 921 is a reference guide, correct?
Correct.
Are you expected to memorize NFPA 921?
No.
As being described as a reference guide, is that something you would reference if you need guidance or advice?
Yes.
When you're determining what data you collect that may or may not be relevant, are you relying on your training and experience?
Yes.
So based on your training and experience, you would know that some items contained at a fire scene have nothing to do with anything. Is that fair?
Yes, that's a decision that's made through training experience.
Stop the leading objection, the leading question, despite reminders.
It's clarifying, Your Honor, and I'm just trying to get to the point of this recess.
I'll allow it. I think it's just to get through this in a more efficient manner. So I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were shown a large poster board by Mr. Mueller about NFPA 921. Do you recall that?
Well, a couple of
Couple
them,
of
yes.
them, fair. One of which was talking about an incendiary fire, I believe. Am I correct on that or am I mistaken?
I don't recall that, but
Okay.
I may be wrong.
Well, I recall in your testimony, you were trying to talk about an inference that you're allowed to make when it comes to an intentionally set fire. Do you recall that?
I don't think it was an intentionally set fire. It was any fire.
Any fire. Can you explain that to the jury because Mr. Mueller cut you off before you could explain that?
You didn't need the comment.
Well, that's what happened. Fair.
Both of you are providing improper comment. I don't think the jury appreciates it, and I don't.
I apologize.
Woo!
So again, were you were attempting to explain the inference that you're allowed to draw when it comes to fires, some fires. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what that is, please?
That was the discussion of your ignition source and the first fuel ignited, and then the third is the circumstance that brings them together. And this is not that's for all fires, not just an intentionally set fire. In that same section, or in 921, it states that logical inferences can occur to bringing those two together. And one of the inferences specifically states where there's a flammable liquid present, and you're likely or may not be able to find the actual ignition source.
Does it provide any other guidance other than that? Or is that the extent of it?
It guides to make sure you don't make that inference without proper evidence to say that there was a flammable liquid there. It cautions you not to make other inferences about bringing those two together.
So for instance, the inference that you're allowed to draw, if I'm clear on this, is that if there is an ignitable liquid in a room and an open source of flame, a logical inference can be drawn that the open flame set the ignitable liquid on fire. Or the vapor.
I didn't hear a question on that now.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, it will allow, because of the flammable liquids in the room, it allows an inference that it came in contact with an open flame.
You were asked several questions by Mr. Mueller about your previous testimony in this case. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at that testimony.
From the stand, yes.
Okay. And at any point in time during that testimony, in the 2009 testimony, for instance, in that time frame, were you ever asked by anyone about first fuel ignited or anything along those lines, if you recall?
I don't recall being asked those specific questions.
You were asked about your report and your testimony, and there being two able-bodied persons at the Stermer residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that was a circumstance, I believe.
Yes.
Can you explain kind of more to the jury about what you mean by that?
And it's true, there's nothing.
I have a suspicion we're going to be with him for the rest of the day because we just saw the defense attorney writing a whole freaking book over this line of questioning. So this may be another long witness.
Nothing in any of the reference material about able-bodied people. That is more of a common
Maybe not.
sense. What was it? A common sense observation about able-bodied people being able to self-rescue.
Not even factors. He's testifying what typical people would do. You wouldn't let me get into what the Stermer under how she not asked.
And that-
I'll allow it based on his expertise if he can.
He's testifying based on his own common sense, is what he even indicated here.
Yeah.
So I guess you were explaining it was kind of a common sense thing. Can you kind of expound on that?
Well, I kind of explained to it. There's no any scientific background? No. That I know of. Let me rephrase that. But it's, I've seen in past fire investigations, there's somebody in the house who is able and discover a fire, they typically take some sort of action. Escape, call for help, go and try to save pets or something like that. There's usually some sort of action.
And when we're talking about,
Always an act.
maybe
They're
a
not going
slower
to
building
stand there
fire,
and
but
say, burn me, baby, burn me. I'm sorry, I'm getting a wee bit on edge, but true. There's always going to be an action. Even not acting is an action.
versus a faster fire, a slower fire such as electrical or something like that, would that be something
Action.
that you would
is
maybe expect somebody to notice?
It does call for speculation.
Have you investigated electrical fires before?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity, and have you had the opportunity to observe the damage and what they look like?
yes,
And so I guess to kind of get to the point, when you rendered your opinion that this was not an electrical fire, were you basing that based on your experience?
yes.
This kind of seems like a silly question, but you talked about the oil lamps that were at the Stermer residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do those generally contain gasoline? I asked if they generally contain gasoline.
Oil.
Oil lamps.
Objection. Call from the speculation.
Oil, lamp,
Foundation there.
and
Overruled.
oil, not gas.
I wouldn't expect to find those because if you put gasoline in an oil lamp and light the wick, the fire is going to be bad. It's going to be very big and
Yep.
very quick. More than a person would
Mine.
expect from igniting a lamp with lamp oil in it.
Very good. Kind of goes without saying, but does
Jim and
gasoline
Haggard.
emit an odor?
I can smell gasoline.
And does gasoline, is it a, to your knowledge, a fairly unique odor?
Yes.
Liquid petroleum products have a unique odor.
You were asked about the boat hypothesis by Mr. Mueller. You recall those questions?
Yes.
How was this boat described to you?
It was initially described to me as a toy boat.
Made of what material?
I wasn't told initially,
But a toy boat.
a toy boat.
Now, as part of your training and experience, are you allowed to, for lack of a better word, exclude hypotheses that just simply don't make sense?
Yes.
And in your training and experience, did that make sense to you that there'd be gasoline in a toy boat?
It did not.
We'll try not to plow over too much old ground, sir, but you keep calling this a guide and a reference manual. This is the guide used by all fire investigators around the world, isn't it?
I can't speak to all fire investigators around the world,
How
but in the,
about
in the United States, that is the main guide for fire investigation.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about possibilities. Is this possible about this? Remember that?
Yes.
You are a forensic expert, are you not?
I've never been called a forensic
All right,
expert.
you're a fire cause and origin expert, are you not?
Yes.
You rely on scientific method and scientific principles, correct?
I rely on data, sometimes scientific, sometimes other.
You don't deal in the world of possibilities, do you? Anything's possible, right?
You got to go get stop.
Well, possibilities are part of drawing a hypothesis.
And when you come to an opinion, it's based on probabilities and on evidence you find. Is that not right?
And then the hypotheses are checked by analyzing the data.
Right. So you were talking about electrical fires you've investigated, despite the fact that you've admitted you're not an expert in electrical, correct?
There's a big difference between an expert and knowing something about electrical fires.
Yes. So you're an expert witness. You understand that all fires are unique.
Some of them have similarities, but there's a great vast of different fires.
So you can't paint it with a broad brush. I've seen some electrical fires, so they exhibit all these same characteristics. Fair?
I never said that.
And you wouldn't say that
I would not say that.
because that would be intellectually dishonest, wouldn't it?
I would not say that.
Well, it wouldn't be intellectually dishonest.
I think he was just responding to your past question that you were rephrasing. So,
You talk about the smell of gasoline,
Yes,
right? And you said, I can smell liquid petroleum products. There are several of those, right?
correct.
You can't distinguish that's gasoline versus some other kind of product that might be close. Fair?
I would never smell liquid petroleum. I would identify it, but I would never try to make a determination of what it is without a laboratory exam.
Fair enough, because your nose is just like every other nose. You can kind of smell it smells like it, but I don't know.
Correct.
And you wouldn't go out on a limb, would you?
On smell alone?
Yes.
No.
All right. You were asked questions about testimony you gave in 2009 and 2010 under oath. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked, well, doing that.
I'm sorry. No, I'm fine. I got something over here.
You were asked questions about, you didn't get asked about for ignition ignition source and first fuels. Remember that question?
Yes.
It is incumbent upon you as the expert who's going to testify to the cause of a fire to tell the folks who are listening what the ignition source is, correct?
Yes.
And the first fuel, correct?
But those buzzwords may not have been used. But yes, I would tell them what the ignition source and the first fuel.
Trial is not a cat and mouse game, is it?
It is not.
All right, so it's not about you don't ask, I don't tell. Fair?
I typically answer the questions that are asked. I try not to just start talking.
But you didn't volunteer in any of those hearings that we talked about ignition source or first fuel. Fair?
I can't remember.
I'm following up on his request or redirect. And in terms of slower or faster fire, you were asking questions about that. Remember,
Yes,
slower and faster, those are relative terms, right?
they are.
Right. You don't use those. You're not supposed to use those, correct?
It is very subjective.
It's cautioned against by
Yes.
921.
Correct.
To say anything's abnormally fast,
It is cautioned.
because there, as we explained, there are so many factors that go into the speed of a fire.
920 says you can discuss it, but you should be cautioned to making that your sole piece of data, making a decision.
Let's talk about this idea of inferring something without evidence. It's called negative corpus, is it not?
No. In negative, that is not the definition I've heard of negative corpus. I know what negative corpus is.
Negative corpus is supplying an ignition source and a first fuel where you don't have affirmative evidence of it. Negative corpus without the body, right?
Negative corpus means without the body.
Right. So you're supplying an ignition source and a first fuel without affirmative evidence of it, correct?
Well, the affirmative evidence is the fire itself.
All right, let me direct you to, if I can, the appropriate use of negative corpus. Identifying the ignition source for a fire by believing to have eliminated all ignition sources found, known, or suspected to have been present in the area of origin, and for which no supporting evidence exists, is referred to as negative corpus. You agree with that?
That is correct.
Okay. Determination of the ignition source must be based on data or logical inferences drawn from that data, correct?
Correct. Logical inferences.
And in fact, section 4.3.6.1 tells us any hypothesis that is incapable of being tested either physically or analytically is an invalid hypothesis, correct?
That is correct.
Goes on to say, a hypothesis based on the absence of data is an example of a hypothesis that is incapable of being tested, which means that's an invalid hypothesis, correct?
Correct.
Amen.
And you suggest inferences that you can make based on an absence of data. The authorities that you look to say only when it's clearly defined, correct?
The logical inferences were made from data.
And it can only be used in those limited circumstances where the area of origin is clearly defined.
Correct.
Now, you previously told us that John Lentini and his scientific protocols is an authority that is referenced, correct?
I guess we were there. We're getting crossed beyond the scope of redirect here.
No, he talked about the negative corpuses and inferences.
I'll allow it. It can go beyond the scope, but it's getting cumulative.
It's true. Clearly fine.
What question?
You can only use negative corpus, this absence of evidence, under limited circumstances where the area of origin is clearly defined, correct?
Correct.
And John Lentini tells us on page 128, clearly defined means that anyone, even somebody completely untrained in the investigation of fires, could look at the damage and unhesitatingly, without fear of contradiction,
I guess I'm going to check. I think this is
point at this is the authority, this is the treatise.
the record, the book, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
I mean, how much of this are you going to?
Just one more sentence,
quote? Okay, after this quote, we're done. And I'm not going to have you read the whole book to the jury.
it's 2 sentences, Your Honor.
That's why I'm asking how many sentences. We'll see if it's 2.
Without fear of contradiction, point at the location and state that's where the fire started. That would be clearly defined, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, it took you with all your training to define the area of origin in this case as a living room that's 20 by 20.
That's correct.
And you can't tell this jury anywhere in this area of origin where that fire started, fair?
The area of origin is clearly defined as the first floor living room.
So according to the authorities that I just read, somebody, like any of us, ought to be able to find exactly, looking at that evidence, all that damage, and find out exactly that the living room was the area of origin.
Your Honor, I think that's one of the questions that's not resolved.
It goes right to the impeachment.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
In this case, we have a potential crime scene, you testified, right?
Yes,
We have a 7-foot pile of debris that you claim you excavated that's missing.
I didn't say it was missing. There's a pile of debris outside.
That 7-foot high pile, you didn't see, did you?
I did not see a 7-foot pile in the photographs.
And you didn't record it,
Excuse
I
me.
did not photograph it. Is that what you're recording?
photograph it.
Correct.
In fact, so when you told us you looked for photographs of the excavation, you just couldn't find them. Remember you told us that
Yes.
yesterday? That's technically true. You looked and you couldn't find them, correct?
Yes,
Because you didn't take them, correct?
that's probably what happened.
So technically, what you told us was true, a half-truth. I looked and I couldn't find them. What you didn't tell us was that it's because you didn't take any pictures, fair?
I don't have a specific recollection of taking that photograph, a photograph of the post-excavation.
Or during excavation.
I do not have a direct recollection of photographs during the excavation.
Famous last words, but last question. There was no gasoline found other than Todd Stermer sweatpants in the area of origin, is that correct?
I was unable to locate any gasoline in the living room due to the heavy destruction of the living room.
So you can't rule out the logical possibility that there was no gasoline in the living room other than Todd Stermer sweatpants, fair?
Todd Sterner sweatpants were in the living room. Correct.
That wasn't the question. Other than Todd Stermer sweatpants, you can't rule out the logical possibility that there was no gasoline in the area of origin.
I cannot.
I know I said last question. I know I said it, Your Honor, but I just have one further area. All right. Like I said, famous last words. Thank you.
Did you employ a negative corpus analysis or artist described in this case?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what that means? Because we didn't really get into what it means.
Negative corpus
Hit the road, Jack.
used to be used.
Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack.
on fire investigation improperly.
No.
When a fire investigator would go to a house, didn't have any evidence or data of what started the fire and jumped to the conclusion, well, if I didn't find it, it must be this. It must be an incendiary fire. It must be accidental. That is improper. Now, it's typically the process of elimination is used by examining the data.
Thank you. And based on the evidence you collected, do we know whether or not Todd Stermer was in the area of origin?
We do.
And do we know whether or not his sweatpants were in the area of origin?
We do.
And those would be the sweatpants that again tested positive for gasoline.
Correct.
And do we know if there was an open flame in the living room?
All the data suggests there is.
And what was that?
The remnants of a log in the fireplace and statements from Lynn Stermer and I believe other witnesses.
And just the last couple questions, Your Honor. This case has been going on since 2007, correct?
Correct.
Would that be almost 18 years?
Yes.
In that time, have you reviewed all of the evidence that may have been collected in this case?
I do not know if I've reviewed all of the evidence collected. I have reviewed a lot of the evidence.
Has there been any evidence brought to your attention that calls into question your opinion that this was an intentionally set fire?
No.
If it had, would you hesitate to change your opinion?
I would not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mueller.
Todd Stermer was certainly in the area of origin at the instant the fire started, do you believe?
Yes.
Linda Stermer was not in the area of origin at the instant of the fire starting, correct?
There's no evidence that she is.
And you found, based on your testimony, you found her to be credible, correct?
Objection, that's calling the
That's not, the jury decides credibility, not the witnesses.
Your Honor, if I may, be determined as reliable. I'll say reliable.
I'm sustaining the objection.
You found her statement to be reliable because you depended on it.
I've sustained the objection. Move on.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Are you done?
We are done, Mr. Honor. Thank you.
Jury, your turn. Any questions of this witness? Yes, they're coming in.
Yes, I know. I'm muted. We had a deaf person hop on
Sidebar.
and comment about our interpreter, and I was kind of defending her. So anyway, I was trying to encourage the person to come back. It's really hard. She struggled today, and I know she did. But it's brutal to hear in the Simicili trial some of the words. The audio is not great. She is amazing, and I hate that someone said they can't understand her, but I saw the struggle. It was brutal. It was. Y'all, I'm going up in subscriptions, little at a time. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Oh shoot, I forgot. I need to I hate the way they have the monetization set up. I would love for them to just automatically monetize you, and then if you don't want it, turn it off. But no, I lose a lot on this. I got to make sure I do that in the morning. It's hard because I have so
Jerry, one of you wins the best handwriting of the trial award of questions. So you get free water. And I have no objection from council, sir. Some questions from the jury. Were any fingerprints taken on the gas
Sure,
can
right.
left in the front yard collected
Amen.
at 1:40 January 8?
I did not collect any fingerprints. I just collected the can.
Any evidence of a phone landline wiring during the excavation?
I did not locate any, but I also wasn't specifically looking for telephone communications during the excavation.
Do you know what happened to the quote container that Todd Stermer was transferred in from near the house to away from the house? Did you ever see it?
What's referred to as a toy boat. I've never seen it.
For this specific investigation, did you already determine origin and cause before excavating the site?
No,
Do you believe investigating a fire is best to do right away or days later?
that depends on the case, of course. In this case, I am a strong advocate of not investigating a scene at night, especially right after the active fire. Because active fire, even if the fire's out, the scene is still steaming. There's a lot of steam coming off, so fogs up camera lenses and you can't see as well. And it's just,
and you can step in the wrong place and go through the floor, get hurt and burned or cut, or even impale yourself on metal and die. You do not work on a scene unless they have impeccable, what I call football stadium lighting. You don't work on a scene at night.
I always prefer to do investigation in the daylight. I've done them days after, but it's always better. The sooner to the event, and the sooner to the event possible is always better.
Is there ever a scenario in an investigation for you to return to the site?
Yes.
Was there any reason for you to return, in your professional opinion?
This question is going to call for 18 years of experience since the fire and a lot of hindsight. So that's yes. In hindsight and more experience, I could have returned. It would have taken some more hoops to jump through to get there, but I could have.
That's honest. I like it.
When you arrived at the house and were told it could potentially be a crime scene, did you take into consideration while doing your investigation that Ms. Stermer's interview may not have been accurate?
I would have taken,
Who is in law? Somebody on that jury is in law.
Linda Stermer's interview at just face value, not just take it at face value and not try to determine truthfulness or not truthfulness because I wouldn't have enough information. So I would just take it at face value.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions in light of the questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes.
Of course he does. Another 20 minutes.
You took Linda Stermer's statement at face value, correct?
Yes.
But her statement as to the origin of the fire also corroborated the physical evidence that you had found, correct?
Yes,
Which was the area of origin living room as opposed to the kitchen or dining room.
correct.
Yeah.
So that was consistent, and physical evidence corroborated her statements, correct?
Correct.
And her statements corroborated your physical investigation.
Correct.
Now, certainly you were aware of this boat that Todd Stermer had been transferred in
Yes,
because it's in your report.
correct.
You just chose not to consider it, fair?
I did not look at it.
And you certainly could have requested that the gasoline can that was found in the front yard be tested for fingerprints. That's within your purview.
I could have, but I left that other to the other detectives on the case.
And as to return that question about returning to the scene, you certainly could have returned to the scene. Nothing prevented that.
Correct.
And are you telling us, based on now 18 more years of experience, you would have returned to take pictures of the excavation that you knew you had to take before?
No, I never said that. I would return to document more evidence.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I would have returned probably with Jim Shinsky.
You would have returned to document more evidence, but you knew in 2007, as a 6-year veteran, you need to document evidence.
Yes,
And a digital camera is simply just pushing a button.
correct.
You took 138 pictures, right?
Correct.
But again, as you said, you simply forgot.
Objection, Your Honor, has been asked.
Has been asked and answered.
And any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. And you still done?
Yes.
Mr. Blair? Jury, do you have any other questions of this witness? Okay, I've got a hand going up. I think one.
Okay, while they're doing that, I'm going to pause for a second. I have a serious question to ask you guys. Oh, thank you very much, Future. I am looking for a person to volunteer to take notes during the Karen Reed trial and send them to me ASAP. Why? Because we have several deaf people who are wanting to watch. And unfortunately, Miss Diane can't be there all day. So I'm going to have to interpret. So if you would be willing to take notes when I can't and get them to me ASAP, I'd appreciate it. We will discuss your reward privately. Bullet points, best for me. Bullet point notes are best for me.
Questions? Any questions, lawyers, in light of that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Any more from the jury? Nope. Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done. And is he excused from his subpoena obligation? Excused? Agreed, counsel? Excuse him. Thank you, sir. You're all done. And Ms. Ida, please?
Your Honor, call Cynthia Deloach to the stand, please.
Mr. Mueller, yes.
I do not like this woman's dressing in court. Sleeveless. Look at that. Oh, it is big. Okay, it's natural. Okay. It's natural. That's big. That's big.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, please have a seat.
Okay, Future. Appreciate it.
And then you can move that microphone right up to your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Okay.
And if you could start by telling us your full name and spelling the last, please.
Cynthia Deloach, Deloach.
Thank you, Ms. Ida.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Deloach, you don't have to tell me your exact address, but where do you live? What city or township?
Lawrence,
How long have you lived there?
since 1980.
And
Hey, Gabby.
did you, while living in Lawrence, have an opportunity to know who Todd Stermer was?
In passing, like
Gabby,
at the gas station where I worked,
you
I'd seen
again.
him there. I also worked at the school, so sporting events, things like that. I
You're
knew
like-
of him.
Knew of him?
Yes,
And did you know Linda Stermer?
in the same way. Yes,
Okay. Had you seen them at school?
yes, mhm,
And were you familiar with their children?
yes.
And did you have children in school at the time?
My children were older than that, but my nephew was very close to one of the boys. So yes, I'd seen him in numerous places.
And so when you say one of the boys, you mean one of the Stermer boys?
Yes, yes.
Do you recall where you were working on January 7th of 2007?
Yes, I was at the Marathon gas station in Lawrence.
Right there in Lawrence? And what was your position at that time?
I was a cashier there.
And how long did you work there?
A total of 18 years, but I think at the fire time, it wasn't maybe 5 or 6. So,
And you brought up at the time of the fire. Do you remember the day of the fire?
yes, I do.
Why do you remember the day of the fire?
I just remember the fact we're a small town, and I worked that morning. My husband and I had taken our son to the movie in Coloma. We were on our way home. We had to pull over for the Hartford Fire Department coming down Red Arrow. We got to like Red Arrow and 681, and then we pulled over for the Bangor Fire Department also that were coming into town.
And later on, did you learn then what those fire trucks were going to?
Yes, but when they were coming into town, I had said to my husband, I said, we should follow them because I was worried about my parents. They were old, and it was always a big thing when we heard a siren in the family. We always called my mom and dad to make sure they were okay. So we were heading towards their direction, and the fire trucks went around the curve. So we just took the big block and went home because it didn't go in the direction of my parents.
You just wanted to make sure they weren't
Yeah.
pulling into your parents' driveway.
Yes,
And you remember that day.
yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you become aware that the fire trucks were going to the Stermer residence?
When we went around the curve, you could see them heading down 215, but I didn't know what driveway they were pulling into. No, but later in the evening, through my sister-in-law, is how we had heard of the fire.
Have you been to the Lawrence gas station recently?
Yes.
Is it set up the same as it was when
No.
you worked there?
No, it's totally different now. It's all opposite. Like, it's bigger. The entrance is at the other end now. The register is at the other end of the
Understand,
station.
Gabby.
So everything is completely different.
Is it kind of flip-flop?
Yes, yes.
And what was your typical shift that you would work on like a Sunday?
7 till noon.
Do you recall if you saw Linda Stermer? I'm sorry, I thought you were stopping me from. Do you recall if you saw Linda Stermer the day that you were working
I
on
need
January
the
7th of
Highlander.
2007?
Yes, I do.
And that would have been before you saw the fire trucks then later that evening?
Yes, long before that.
During your shift?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember about seeing Ms. Stermer at the gas station that day.
I remember her pulling into the station because she had made an outside purchase at the pump. So the reason I knew it was outside because it makes a dinging inside, and we have to clear the register and turn the pump on. And I remember her pulling in like on the west side of the parking lot and then pulling up to pump 3, which would put her on the south side of the pump right next to the building. So my view was right out the window to that.
So you had a clear view of
Yes, ma'am. With the old station, yes.
with the old station, and you said you recalled her. You knew she was at pump 3,
Yes.
and you had to look out before you turned the pump on. Is that right?
Yes, because the lady that owned the station was always you had to check first in case a credit card didn't work or something. You would know who the person was if they were to like pull away when they were done.
It was a safety feature.
Yes, yes.
And tell me what you saw when you looked outside that day.
She had, I'm not as positive if it was like my mom's old car, and she had a Blazer. So you turned the glass and then you lifted up the top
Where are you talking about where the glass and the handle would be located?
in the very back of the vehicle.
So in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
And you described it as like a glass with a handle,
Right, and you would just, pick it up and then the window would go up to the top.
kind of like where the trunk would be. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so you saw Ms. Stermer then opening up that glass
Gerald.
and lifting it up?
yes.
And then what did you see?
Her putting the hose into the car, not into the gas pump, into the gas tank, into the back window.
So when you say not into the gas tank, you mean the tank of the car.
Correct.
And you distinctly remember that.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, you couldn't see what she was pumping it into. Is that correct?
No, I could not.
But you distinctly saw her putting the hose through the half window into the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall
Thank
what you
you,
saw after that?
Gabby. We do
No,
appreciate
because I
your
found out
presence.
what else I was doing. She was done out there, and then she had came back into the station though after that.
So when one transaction is done, are you alerted at that time?
Yes, it dings that it's all done.
So then did you hear that ding?
Yes,
And did you see her at that point?
I saw her outside of the station.
And then what did she do after that?
She came into the station then.
And then what did she do in the station?
She had made a comment. I remember we both were speaking to each other about the fact that she was
I think she's pushing 10 hours future into her closing. The record is 12. 9, 10, somewhere between 9 and 10 hours. Somebody will figure it out. I lost count.
happy that the lady that owned the station carried
Have a great night,
things in the
dear.
store that, like
Love,
breakfast food,
blessings.
food of any
I
type
love
or
you. Hug.
whatever. And she purchased a few things and then she was done.
Do you recall what she purchased?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked, what's actually been admitted is People's Exhibit 30-1 and 30-2. Okay. Do you recognize these items?
No,
Yes, this is a register tapes that when we're done with them, they go underneath the counter.
I
And
would hate to be married to that woman. You would never, you may win an argument, but you will never forget it and it will go on forever. Oh God, will it go on forever?
box.
And do you recognize the black piece of paper, which is then 30-2?
Yes, it's a receipt.
I'm gonna go ahead and put that receipt up on the screen. And I'm gonna have you then describe the receipt and what we're looking at. So I'm gonna start at the top of the receipt, so you can either use it from the screen or from what you have in front of you.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at the top of the receipt here, the top section?
The top section is a purchase of gas that someone had made for $10 up top at the very top.
So when you say at the very top, you're talking the $10, you're
Yes.
talking the 10, the number 10 right up here?
Yes,
Okay. And how do you know that that's gas?
because it says unleaded fuel pump 2.
Unleaded fuel pump.
Yes,
two.
zero, number sign 02. So it's, mine is higher than yours. I mean, mine shows more than what's showing up.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're
Okay.
you're higher. I
Yes.
apologize. So that is a different transaction on pump 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I was probably confusing you.
That's
So I'm
okay.
going to have you go beneath that $10 and then
Okay.
just go ahead and then start
Okay.
telling me then what is beneath
Hold
the
on.
$10, which I'm going to
Right
say would be
here.
starting at this line. If you could then read that to
Unleaded
me.
pump 2.
Like just explain that portion.
Okay, the pump 3.
Yes, the pump 3 part.
Okay, it says outdoor sale, pump number 3. It gives the date of 1/7/07 at 10:07. And it was an authorization that the pump was cleared and that the credit card had been used. And then it also gives the approval code for your, the approval of the credit card.
So is the approval code this long number here that I've got my dot on? Is that the
Account
approval code?
number.
No, the approval number is 0075 or 7598 in the amount of 1101.
I'm going to have you show me on the receipt where we're looking at here.
Okay, so here's the authorization and here's the approval code right here. Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, can you go down further? I'm not far down. That's why. Okay, so the authorization code you're looking at is right here.
yes,
The 007598, is that correct?
yes,
And then it says the outdoor sale pump 3, is that correct?
yes,
And this is the date you're referring to of January 7th of 07 at 10:07, is that correct?
yes.
Now, at the time, were you aware if that 10:07 was the correct time?
No, it wasn't because when the time changed in the fall, Sue, our owner, did not manually change the register.
So it would have been an hour off?
Right.
Would the
So
correct time have been, do you know what the correct?
9:07.
9:07.
Yes.
Okay. And so this shows the outdoor sale pump, the approval code. Where's the amount then for the outdoor sale?
It's amount 1101 right next to the approval code. See
Oh,
amount
right here, right where my dot is?
Yes,
And so that would have been the amount of the outdoor sale, 1101.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we continue down, and you, what is this long number, the account number?
the account number of the credit cards used.
Okay. And then if we then move down a little bit farther, we see taxable, non-taxable, non-taxable, non-taxable. What is that
Those were the items that were purchased in the store.
in the store?
Yes.
And that would have been then the numbers we're looking at here, $1.29, $2.29, $1.59, $2.49, correct?
Yes,
And that would have been a total then of $7.74.
correct.
And you said this is inside.
Yes,
And how do you know it's inside?
because I made it up inside with her card, in the inside sale.
And then if I go down to the next section where it says MasterCard, can you then describe what we're looking at here with these names and numbers?
Right, it says the MasterCard was used. It was Todd J. Stermer's card, the account number that is on the card. And then it also has the approval that it went through on that.
Would that be that authorization number
That would be the account, yes, ma'am.
right here, the 007233?
Yes,
Okay. And then that also has the date and time?
yes,
And what's that?
1009, but it would be 909.
I don't know. And same date of January 7th, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, do you know what non-taxable and taxable items are?
well, non-taxable would be anything you could eat.
So non-taxable then would be anything you could eat. Could be
Right.
a candy bar, could be eggs, could be anything.
Right, right,
And and then taxable would be anything you can't eat.
correct.
And I want to ask you about these numbers. So the long number I asked you about up here,
Yes,
the 55809, several numbers,
yes,
is that the same number that we're looking at then on the indoor portion?
So she got gas, then she came inside and purchased inside using the same credit card.
yes, it is. It's the same credit card used.
Same credit card used outside as used inside.
Yes.
Anything else on this receipt that would be pertinent then to that indoor sale or that outdoor sale that I'm missing?
No, I don't think so.
Christine, welcome.
And did you see anybody else with Linda Stermer that morning?
No, there was not.
She was by herself. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Thank you, Court TV. They use your feed. Y'all go love the Court TV. They are
Nobody
really
came
awesome.
to you right away. Or let me rephrase that. Did somebody come to you immediately after the fire to talk to you about this transaction?
Not immediately, no.
No. How did it come about that you became involved?
There was a person that always shopped in the gas station, Deputy Wydick, And Tim would always ask me, did someone talk to you yet? And I said, no, whenever they need to talk to me, they'll find me. I would tell him all the time.
I'm going to object to that. It's hearsay.
Objection hearsay.
I'm not offering for the truth of the matter, only that how she became involved in the investigation, Your Honor.
I'll allow it to explain her late statement.
So don't tell me maybe exactly what deputy, you said Wydick?
Yes.
Yes. So he would come into the store,
Mhm.
he would bring it up to you.
Yes.
And at some point then, did you call somebody or how did you become involved after you talked to him?
I came home one day and there was a card on my front door to get a hold of Mr. Maziowski at the sheriff's department.
And so did you do that at that time?
Yes, I had called him as soon as I came in the house and had that card.
Were you expecting that call?
No. Mm-mm.
Did you want to be involved?
No. Mm-mm.
But yet you called Detective Maziowski?
Yes, and he asked me if we could meet together. He had asked me to come that day, but I couldn't come that day. I went the next afternoon.
And then you explained to him what you explained to this jury today?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, watch him take this. Oh, the other one. I like him. Far better than the other one.
Mr. Loach,
Yes.
how long have you stated that you, first of all, you stated that you have worked at this Maritime's, is it a convenience store or is it a gas station?
It is both. It's a convenience store, gas station. It is a bigger convenience store now that has a new owner.
Okay. And the location of it was where?
On West St. Joseph Street in Lawrence.
Is it, and you stated that it has been completely redesigned?
Mhm.
Okay. In the 18 years that you worked as a cashier at the Marathon service station, have you ever seen anyone pull up to the gas pump, get out of the car, open up the trunk of the car?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone go up to the pump in an SUV, get out of the car, open up the back hatch of the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. On multiple occasions, right?
Yes.
Didn't find anything suspicious about that either, would you?
No.
Okay. Now, on the date of January the 7th of 2007, what was the weather like?
It was a little bit chilly in the morning when I went into work. It was winter time still, so I would say cold.
Was it raining?
No, not in the morning.
Had it snowed? Was it snowing?
No, we had snow prior, but it wasn't snowing that morning, no.
Was the sun out?
I think it kind of was a little bit.
Do you wear glasses?
Yes. Mhm.
In 2007, were you wearing glasses?
I don't remember if I had my glasses. I think I probably did, yes.
Do you know
Yes.
whether or not you was wearing your glasses? That day on January the 7th of 2007.
No, I probably wasn't because I didn't need them as much back then as I do now.
Do you know what your vision is in 2007?
No, pretty well, I guess. I don't know.
You didn't know what your vision was?
No.
Did you have to wear your glasses to read, or
Like I said, I didn't wear glasses as much back then as I do now. I just didn't. My vision was probably pretty good back then.
but you had to have glasses?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, did you know Miss Linda Stermer prior to January the 7th of 2007?
I knew of her, yes.
How did you know of her?
Like I said, we lived in a small town. I also worked a full-time job at the school. So I've seen them at sporting events, school events, in-town events,
Okay. Just as common residents of the area,
Right.
right?
not close friends. I didn't know her on a personal basis. No,
You've never been to her house?
no,
Okay. Never met her husband, or
no.
had you?
At the gas station, I have him and the boys used to rent movies there quite a bit.
Okay. And what all does the gas station sell?
Gas, alcohol, groceries, chips,
Lottery tickets?
yes.
Were you at the time part of the custodian of records there at the gas station?
Could you repeat that?
I say, did you have anything to do as the custodian of the records at the gas station?
No, I did not.
You did not.
No.
And you stated that the time that you referenced to on the receipt that was shown on the screen, that this time was 9:03, but you stated that was, or is it 10:03, 10:06, 55? But you stated that wasn't the correct time.
Correct.
And that was because the owner didn't want to change.
She manually, when the time changed, she manually did not remember to change it in the register.
So it was an hour earlier.
Yes.
That you would say that your observation of what you saw of Ms. Stermer would have
Yes.
been 9:06. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did Ms. Stermer come inside the store and have a conversation with you about any purchasing of any other items other than the gas?
She came in and purchased some items in the store, yes.
Did she have a conversation with you?
She just said she was just picking, it was very nice of the lady that owned the station, that she carried grocery items there. It was very small talk.
Okay. So the purchase
No.
of the gasoline, was it purchased inside the store or was it purchased at the pump?
That was purchased at the pump.
Was it purchased at the pump?
Yes,
With the same credit card that the
Yes.
other items inside the store was purchased with?
yes.
Okay. Now, where were you? Well, let me just go back. After Ms. Stermer purchased the items and left, you didn't have any reason to suspect anything about any unusual activity that occurred at that pump by Ms. Linda Stermer, right?
No, I did not.
Absolutely nothing that would give you any reason to think that anything was done that would be suspicious, right?
No,
She was just a common customer like all your other customers, right?
correct?
And you heard about a fire later on that evening, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know where the fire was, right?
Not when I saw the fire trucks. No, I did not.
Okay. And when did you find out where the fire was?
When I spoke with my sister-in-law, who is my nephew is a friend of one of the Stermer boys, and that's when I found out. It was much late into the evening.
Okay. And
Fair enough.
did you make a statement that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day at the service station, at the gas station?
I don't think I did.
You didn't?
I don't think so.
That would have been something that would have caught your attention, the fact that you had seen the mother of one of the sons whose house had been burned, that you had seen them?
When I was on the phone with my sister-in-law, I said I had seen them in the morning. I'd seen them in the day, but I said, that's horrible. I mean, it was enough out of sadness. I had seen,
But my question is that in a small town,
Mhm.
you hear the fire trucks,
Mhm.
you later on find out that the fire was at a location of a home of someone that you didn't know real well, but you knew them as town residents
right?
because of the school activities. And that you had also seen one of the parents at your location where you worked that morning. So when your sister called you and told you,
Your Honor, is this a question?
Well,
I mean, I
yeah, it's gonna be a question, Judge.
Very long testimonial here.
well,
If you
it's
just
going to be a
ask
question, Judge.
If you could get to the question.
Did you tell your sister that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day at the store?
She just answered that she did say that. She said, how horrible she saw it. She already answered the question.
Did she answer the question, Judge?
I'll let you ask that last question again.
That's the question.
Yeah, just the question, your last question about, did you tell?
Did you tell your sister that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day?
I said to my sister-in-law, oh my God, I had seen her this morning. Yes.
You
And I
did?
said, what a horrible tragedy.
Yeah. And you told her that you seen her?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. That's all I want to know. Now, who was the other person that you stated that you had a conversation with about Miss Stermer?
I don't understand what he's getting at.
Did you have a conversation with someone else after you talked to your sister about Miss Stermer coming to the gas station?
No,
You didn't?
no.
Okay. How did you wind up
Thank you,
having a
Miss
car
June.
at your home from Detective Maciowski?
Christy, I agree with
Probably
you.
from Detective
Loading.
Wydick.
Okay, Detective Watt,
Or a policeman Wydick. I don't know. A deputy, I should
did
say.
you have a conversation with you?
Not that day, no.
But I just said, did you have a conversation?
I wouldn't really call it a conversation. He would just come in and ask me if I spoke to anybody from the sheriff's department. I would say, no, Tim, no, I haven't.
Let me ask you this. Was it a common practice for this detective to come, this deputy to come into the gas station and ask you, had you had a conversation with anybody from the police department or the sheriff's department?
It was common for Tim to say anything he wanted to people. He was a very open person, I guess.
Okay. And being an open person, he just asked you, did you know what?
He asked me if I was in contact with anyone. And I said, if they need me, they know where I'm at, is all we ever spoke.
Why would he ask you if you had been in contact with
Objection, Your
anyone?
Honor.
I don't know.
That does call for speculation, I'll sustain.
Did he tell you why he was asking you if you had been in contact with anyone?
No.
And who was the anyone he was talking about?
Objection, Your Honor.
If you know.
This calls for speculation, I'll sustain the objection.
And at some point in time, you stated that you received a card, you had a card at your house,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
In your door
Yes.
from Detective Maciowski.
Correct.
And you contacted
Amen.
Detective Maciowski.
After I
Oh.
received the card, yes, I did.
What did you have to go and have an interview with Detective Maciowski?
Yes,
Where?
at the sheriff's department at his office.
So what did you tell Detective Maciowski?
I answered all the questions that he had for me.
He already had questions for
Well,
you.
he asked me, did I work that day? I said yes. He asked how long I was at the gas station that day. He
You got that
asked if I
right.
waited on Mrs. Stermer. I said yes. So yes, I guess the basic questions he needed answered.
And that was it?
Yes.
Come on, move it along,
You didn't
guys.
tell Detective Maciowski that you saw Miss Stermer putting gasoline in any other part of the car other than the gas tank?
Whatever questions he asked me, I answered to him. I don't remember exactly what questions word for word he asked, but the gas was discussed that day.
He said what?
I said the gas was discussed that day. He asked me if she purchased gas, and I said yes.
Okay. Did you tell him that you saw anything unusual about her purchasing the gasoline?
I just told him that she pulled up to the pump. She opened up her back window, just like I had said, and she put the hose into the vehicle and started pumping the gas into the vehicle.
In the vehicle?
Yes, not through the gas tank, into the back window of the vehicle.
And you saw that?
Yes, through the window,
Where were you at in the gas station?
right in front. There was the whole front of the gas station was windows.
Somebody.
Do you recall testifying
I guess
in a
it.
prior hearing in this case?
Yes, I do.
I feel that.
You were asked in a prior hearing.
Your Honor, I'd ask that he ask this in a proper form, and he wants to ask that she remembers testifying, and she needs to have her memory refreshed before he just starts going on to the question.
I just asked her, did you recall testifying in a prior hearing, Judge? And if she would just let
Can you
me,
imagine we're at
you recall
1:45.
testifying in a prior hearing.
Yes, I do.
You recall testifying that
This guy talks so slow that he's normal at 1.5 speed. Go figure.
the gas the gas was being pumped in the car?
Through the window, I said yes. Pardon me?
Do you recall testifying in a prior hearing in this case, right?
Yes.
And you were asked, you didn't actually see gas being pumped into anything, did you?
I did not see a container or a can. No,
I'm sorry, you said you didn't see a container
a
or
container or a gas can.
Or can.
Yes.
Your answer was
Something.
no, right?
Pardon me?
Your answer was no, right? You
Yes.
didn't see,
No.
did you see Ms. Stermer making any other type of moves other than just standing there by the car?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No. She was just standing there.
And you never saw a container?
No, I did not.
And after she purchased the gasoline, did she come back into the store
Yes, she did.
and purchase some other items?
Yes.
And you only had one interview with Detective Maciowski in reference to this, is that right?
Yes. We did meet at another time, and that was about going over this a little bit. He was asking me to explain that to him, and he came to the gas station to have me explain that to him.
Explain this receipt to him?
Yes, to break it down for him.
You didn't have the receipt when you went to his office?
We didn't talk about the receipt at the office, no.
So you didn't even talk about the amount of gasoline that she had purchased or the items that she had purchased?
We had talked about her purchasing gasoline and items, but not a specific amount or anything. We did not talk about this part, no.
Okay. Do you know if there was a surveillance camera at the service station?
I don't think that we used to have a old VHS tapes that Sue used to use, but I don't know if it was working, if it was even still in working order or used then at that time. No, I don't.
You don't recall if it was operating on that day?
that has been asked. and answered.
Did Mr. Maciowski ask you for any surveillance tapes?
No, he did not. He didn't ask me for any of this kind of stuff. He dealt with that with the owner.
Do you know if the owner,
Objection, Your Honor. She's just speculating.
Oh, I haven't heard his question yet.
I could have said, do you know the owner's name, Judge?
I'm waiting to hear your
Do
question.
you know if the owner provided any type of surveillance tape to Mr. Maciowski? If you know,
I don't know any of that, sir.
but you had seen a surveillance tape there at the assistant that was installed at the service station, right?
We used to just see the VCR tapes in the back room. They weren't, I don't know if they were used or not.
But you knew that there was a VCA system.
Yes, yes.
Was it operating that day?
I don't know.
She said she doesn't know.
I have just a second.
I mean, a quick comment.
Wow. Oh,
Gasoline was,
sorry, guys. I am looking at our.
do you know what the price of gasoline was in 2007?
The receipt here says $2.16, 0.9 a gallon. Maybe? I don't know.
Can't tell.
Is your answer? You don't know? Or is it
Just what
$2?
the receipt says, I said.
And you said that she purchased $11 worth of gasoline, right?
1101.
Yes. Okay. And do you recall when you was actually by year that you were contacted by Detective Maciowski?
Back in June of 09, I think it was.
June of 09,
Yes.
2 years later.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Well, June. Mhm.
Do you recall from a previous hearing that you stated that you went to the police and told Deputy Wyrick that you thought you might need to talk to the police?
No, like I said, Tim would come in the gas station and ask if I had spoke to them. I never went to him.
You never went to him,
No.
but Detective Wyrick, Deputy Wyrick, that would have also been 2 years after the fire of January the 7th of 2007, right? Approximately 2 years. And
When
so-
I spoke with Mr. Wydick,
Yes.
no, Tim would ask that all the time coming in the gas station. And that was right after the fire too, numerous times when he would come in there. I mean, like I said, I did not go to him. He came to me,
When you say he came to you, he was just coming in, as you stated, that because he was just
a customer.
an outgoing person, that he would just make a conversation.
Yes, he would come in for his free coffee and stand there and ask
Free
questions.
Free coffee?
Yes, they
wanna
would
go
always
there.
get free coffee.
And you were just basically engaging with him in conversation about, have you heard anything about this fire? Or have you heard anything about the Stermer's fire? He would just kind of open up a conversation periodically when he came in with you. Is that correct?
Like that, something like that.
yeah.
Not exactly, but
Right, yeah.
you had to know Tim.
So it pretty much was kind of like a information gathering conversation, right? If you heard anything, if you knew anything, right?
No, I think it was more or less, has anybody talked to you? And I would tell him, no, Tim, but if they need to find me, they will find me. And I would just leave it go at that. I did not want to be in that,
Need you
That was
or
a little
find you.
uncomfortable,
Yes.
my dear. Get off
Just-
the
To speak to
boat.
me, yes.
Purchase some gasoline, right?
Sit down,
Just to
sit
speak
down,
to me.
sit down. You're rocking the boat. Get off the boat and move on, dude.
Yes.
Yes, yes. And then Detective Maciowski
That'd be
waits until
crazy.
2.5
Yes, I
years
got
and
my
then he
hand on the
contacts
button.
you with a card at your residence. Is that correct?
He left a card at my residence. Yes, he did.
You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. 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 Dun, 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 dun. You're done. Depending on what time it is, we may go a little later and get in a little bit of today's session because Friday night.
I just want to clarify. So you said that Detective Maciowski contacted you in June of 09, right?
Yes,
So when defense counsel said that was 2 years, it was actually a year and a half.
correct.
And then when defense counsel said it was 2.5 years,
Yeah,
it
they
was
are.
actually a year and a half.
Yes.
So was that confusing?
No, not really.
You knew it was still June of
Yes,
09.
right.
And Tim came in the gas station a lot.
Yes.
Regular customer,
Uh-huh,
regular of Lawrence.
right. Whether he was working or not, he was in there all the time.
And at the time of the day of the fire, you just knew the fire happened.
Correct.
You didn't know any details about the fire.
No.
You didn't know what had happened.
No,
You didn't know any details of the investigation.
no, I did not.
All you knew at that time is that Ms. Stermer came in and bought $11 worth of gas and bought some breakfast or some groceries.
Correct.
So you said that that owner, I believe you called her Sue,
Yes,
had the whole front window was all glass.
yes,
And was that part of your security policy of watching out there and turning on the pump when it dinged?
right.
And I think you
yes.
would testify that it was then something you did to make sure you knew who it was in case they drove away.
Right, because she was getting to the point where if you didn't pay attention to what was going on, people drove off with gas, she would always tell us, you're going to start paying for that.
So then you started watching.
paying more attention.
And you were asked the question, have you seen others pump things into their trunk areas or their rear of their gas before, or the rear of their vehicle before?
Yes, but most people, when they would come in, they would always lay like their gas cans on the ground and pump them in, and then wipe them off and then put them back in their vehicle. But yes, I did see some people pull up that way.
And one last question. When you then saw that ding and looked out and saw Ms. Stermer with the hose into the blazer, into the trunk area, did you continue maintaining constant surveillance until she came into the store?
No, I did not.
And what did you do then once you saw her?
I wiped up. Like I said, she came in, the pump cleared. She started pumping. I did see how she started pumping with the hose in the back window. And then I just waited a few seconds, and then I just went around the counter to the right side, and I was wiping off the coffee counter.
So you weren't staring at her the
No,
whole time?
no.
Once you saw her pumping into the trunk, you started doing your work there.
Right.
And then she came in at a later time.
Right. As soon as the pump dinged, knew she was done, and then, she ended up coming in.
When did it ding? Would it ding when
When
somebody
you
hung it
hang the
up?
nozzle up, yes.
So you didn't see if she then put any gas into her vehicle,
No, I did not.
but you wouldn't know if she put any gas into her vehicle after she put it into the back of the trunk.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Now they're going to come back with more. This is tit for tat.
Just want to clarify, Ms. Deloach.
Pat.
In January of 2010, you testified
Hang me
in
by my
this
hair.
matter, and you recall that.
Yes.
Good. Okay.
That's right.
And I asked earlier so I can get a clarification. You stated that you didn't actually see gas being pumped into anything, did you? And your answer was no. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I did not see a container or a gas can. No.
Okay. Okay.
But who
And
would be stupid enough to just
What
pour
we don't know is whether
gas
there was
into
any
the back of
gasoline
the
being
car?
pumped
They
at the
gotta
time
have
Linda
a
was looking in the
container.
back of her vehicle. Isn't that true? And your answer was, I guess I don't. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And do you further recall? And the question was, no guesses.
Your Honor, I would ask if he asked her if she remembers it and he needs to refresh her memory versus reading the transcript.
You get to the
Judge?
question, just focus on the question that was asked and her answer if it's prior and consistent statement.
The question that was asked, you cannot say under oath that any gas was being pumped when Linda looked into the back of the vehicle. Isn't that true? And your answer was yes. You recall that testimony?
I remember her pumping gas into the vehicle is what I said. Yes.
Okay. And the next question was, you never saw a container that day. Isn't that true?
Yes, I do.
The answer was yes, right?
I never seen a container.
Yes. Now, what are you talking about when the prosecutor asked you about this ding? What was
So are you asserting, sir, in your humblest of opinions, that because a container was not seen, then Miss Simatilli was just pouring loose gasoline into the back of her vehicle, soaking the carpet and the material and making a rolling bomb?
the demon that you referred to?
When the pump is finished and they hang the nozzle up, it dings in the inside.
It dings
I would
inside.
have had their butts in contempt of court. I would have had their butts in my office. We would be in chambers and I would tie their butts in a knot like they'd never been torn before.
Yes. So then you know they're done at the pump.
Do you know who what did? What did you say? When it dings, it means what?
It means the pump is done.
Okay.
They hung the nozzle up.
Right.
Yes. And then it goes ding.
And that's heard inside.
It's from the register sound.
Okay.
I know. I've heard that they're very loud.
Did you tell Detective Maciowski that you didn't see any container?
Yes, I did.
You told him you did not see a container.
Yes, I did. I said I did not see. I saw the hose through the back window. I did not see it being pumped into a container.
And if gas was $2 a gallon, and she purchased, you stated $11 worth of gasoline, right?
1101.
5 gallons.
How many gallons was that?
I'm not sure exactly how much it was because I don't remember if it was unleaded. Was it regular? I don't. Well, 4 point some gallons.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Ivan?
And again, you didn't maintain constant surveillance, so you don't know if she then pumped anything into her vehicle.
Correct.
Mr. Kelly, are you done? Okay, anything else you good?
No further questions.
And jury, do you have any questions of her? Okay, I've got questions coming in.
Really, if somebody is putting a gas nozzle through like a pickup, you have a hard shell, you lift it up, you put the nozzle into the container that's sitting in the bed of the truck. It's the same thing. It's got to have a container. It would be insane if it didn't. By the way, that's not the proper way to do it. You would take the container out of the vehicle, put the container on the ground, fill up the container, hang up the nozzle, and then transport the container into the vehicle. Unless anybody wants to argue me with that. I will only take arguments for those who've had hazmat certification. Gerald. Am I right, Boo?
Questions from the jury, no objection from the lawyers. When did you interview, well, I think this was asked, but I'll ask again. I think it's crossed off, but when did you interview with Maziowski?
It was in June of 2009.
Am I right, Jim?
When did Maziowski go to the gas station to clarify regarding preparation for the hearing?
I don't exactly remember the day, but I do know it was when the gas station was with the new owner. So I don't remember, because I remember going in the back room with him when we did it that day. So I don't know exactly when.
Have you ever seen Todd or Linda Stermer fill a gas can while it was still in one of their vehicles before? Or did they commonly take it out and fill the cans on the ground outside the car?
Thank you.
I don't remember really. Todd usually came in and rented movies with the boys. I never really waited on him with gas. So I don't know.
Were you the only employee working that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions of her?
So one of the nurse
No,
questions
I'm
was,
not.
when did you meet?
Not always right, but when I think I'm right or I know I'm right, I will speak with authority. But I can be wrong, and I accept wrong
With Detective Maziowski
when corrected in love.
at the Marathon Station for preparation. Was it actually for preparation?
No, it was just, he was having me explain how this register tape was read.
So when you met with them at the sheriff's department, you didn't have a copy of the receipt to look at?
No.
And so it was like a second interview then to go over the receipt?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, any more?
Mr. Loach, you stated that Detective Maciowski came to the station and it was after the new owners had acquired the station?
It was when the transition was different. Yes, so it was when the new owner. So it was probably in, I would say probably 08, probably sometime in 09 when he came in to talk, because I'd already spoke with him once. So it was after that.
So did you speak to him in 09 and he came to the station in 09? Or did
I
you-
spoke with him at the sheriff's department in 09. Yes.
in 09, the very first time?
Yes.
And then he came to the station and the station had been redesigned
Yes.
when he came to the station.
And I don't know what year that was, but I just know he had the register tape apart, and he was trying to have me explain to him how to read that, to explain it in his terms. You know what I mean? Like the amount and how that was used.
Did y'all talk about any?
No, I was just showing him about the tape.
Nothing about the exact amount of gallons of gasoline that was purchased?
No, I just explained to him how to read the tape.
And did Detective Maciowski ask you
fair.
anything about the VCH surveillance that you all had at the?
That was never discussed. No,
Never
not
was
with me.
discussed?
No, that was something probably with the owner. He did, not me.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Jury, any other questions of her? None? May she be excused from her subpoena obligations?
I would ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse her. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You're all done. Counsel, we'll take our afternoon break now. Okay. Okay, so jury will take about a 15-minute break, and remember the rules. Okay.
Let it go. Let it go. You don't need her anymore. Let it go, let it go. I see her in the snow. Let her go. I can't hear myself. Sorry. I have no idea what I
Okay, we're back on the record. Everyone's here but the jury. Any matters to address before we bring in the jurors? Anything?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, bring in the jury.
God, they don't have a matter to discuss before bringing in the jury. Hallelujah.
Or if during the claims presentment process, there was a material misrepresentation, which would also void the policy. Or if during the claims presentment process, there was a material, since, yes.
Sure, you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once you're settled in, move that microphone close to your mouth, and tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
I'll go until 11 o'clock.
Stephen Willison, Willison.
Thank you. Next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Willison, what was your occupation in,
Not logical.
actually, let me just start. What is your current occupation?
I'm an attorney,
And how long have you been an attorney?
since 1990.
And in 2007, were you working as an attorney?
I was.
And in what capacity?
I had my own law firm that did primarily work for insurance companies on property coverage matters.
And so when you say you did work for an insurance company, what was your primary role then with that company?
So we would help insurance companies determine their
Does he put up with the defense's bullshit or does he put them on the bench?
legal rights under the policy of insurance and
Discipline
determining
them.
whether or not a loss was covered typically, which most of my cases involved whether there was an intentional loss, which would not be covered by the policy of insurance, or if during the claims presentment process, there was a material misrepresentation, which would also void the policy. So we would quarterback the investigation and the people, and then we would do what's called an examination under oath a lot of times. And then we'd pass our recommendations on to the company, and then they would make their own decision on the claim.
Can you explain to the jury what an examination under oath is?
Sure, it's a lot like, you may have heard of depositions, but it's a lot like that, although the court rules don't apply. There's a provision in the policy of insurance and every policy of insurance that says you have to participate in this process called examination under oath, where we get to ask you questions under oath with a court reporter present, and have you give us your side of the story, explain things that we need to know about. We get into some of the details of what was going on before, during, and after the loss. It's kind of their chance to present their side of the story to the insurance company, and it's our chance to find out some details that maybe we don't have yet in the investigation.
And are these examinations under oath, are they recorded?
They are. There's a court reporter present,
And then are they transcribed?
and they are transcribed.
And did you have an opportunity to interview Ms. Linda Stermer
Yes, we did an examination under oath in 2 parts with her.
in 2 parts? And when do you recall the dates of those?
I believe the first one was in February of 07. I believe it was January 7, 07 was the fire. I think February 07 we did the first one. I think the second one was October of 07.
And both of those were transcribed?
They were.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. People's proposed exhibit 35 and 36. If you could just take a moment and look through those and see if you recognize those.
These appear to be the transcripts of those examinations under oath, although these particular copies seem to have some redactions, some things that were apparently agreed to be taken out of them.
And so other than the redactions, the transcripts then are, there haven't been altered or changed other than those redactions from your original transcripts?
It would not appear so.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit People's Exhibit number 35 and 36 into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. And as part of your interviews in February and October, were you able to work with Ms. Stermer and draw out a map?
I believe particularly in the first one, we did ask, as she was describing where things were both on the property and in the house, we had her draw out maps. I believe I had her sign them and made them exhibits to that examination.
So they're actually an exhibit then to those transcripts?
Correct.
And they're included in those transcripts?
Yes.
So I'm just going to show you a copy. And if you could just verify if that's been included in those transcripts and if that's a fair and accurate representation of what is in those transcripts.
Yes, I don't think I saw the exhibits in the binder, but yes, this was part of the transcript. This exhibit 4 and EUO exhibit 3. 3 was the one that we had her sign on the inside of the house, and EUO exhibit 4 was the one that we had her draw of the property, driveway, things like that.
Your Honor, just to be safe, I'm going to mark this then as People's Proposed Exhibit 37, just in case it's not included in those binders. And at this time, I would move them to admit the map that's included as part of the transcript, but we'll admit it separately. There are 2 pages.
No. I do see that those are the last 2 pages of Exhibit 36.
So, Your Honor, then I would withdraw the new number of 37. We'll go ahead and just not to confuse the record, we'll keep it as Exhibit 36. It's just 2 pages out of Exhibit 36. At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish the map to the jurors. And I do have in the record reflect, I have 15 copies here, one for each juror as we're going through transcripts.
Okay.
And when you refer to an EUO, that's your examination under oath, is that correct?
Yes, EUO, examination under oath. So it's just a shorthand term of art in the industry.
And just to be clear, you had referred to this map then as an exhibit in your transcript, and then that is what that exhibit sticker is on that map.
Correct.
So not an exhibit sticker from today's hearing.
It is not, yeah, that is not a trial exhibit number. That was an EUO exhibit number. We had several documents that we collected during that process.
Thank you. So I'm going to have permission to public then the transcript, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and then put these up. We're going to start out with the February 27th of 2007 transcript.
Sure.
We'll put that up on the screen. I'm going to start then, just have you verify the first page. You don't have to read the first page, but if you could just then verify the parties present and the date.
Sure. This occurred on February 27 of 2007. I was there. Mr. Jeff Getting was there, who was Linda Stermer's attorney. Rodney Thuma was a representative of the insurance company was there, and the court reporter was Rebecca Kerr from Network Reporting.
I'm going to have you go to page 3, and I'm going to have you start about a quarter of the way down where it says Mr. Willison. And if you could just read to the jury from that statement down.
Line 10?
Yes, line 10 down.
My name is Stephen Willison, and I am the attorney for Farm Bureau Insurance. We're here today to take your examination under oath. That is a process by which you participate in the company's investigation of your claim and the events surrounding this loss. This is probably going to be part 1 because it's far too early to have any discussions about the details of your claim, but we did want to get together relatively quickly and talk about the details of the fire. Everything you say is being recorded and eventually will be turned into a typewritten transcript. So it's very important that all of your answers are with words. If you nod your head like you have done recently, or you say, or you point to something in a photograph, I may understand what you're saying, but there's no good way to type that. So from time to time, I may ask you to clarify.
I'll have you continue then through line 14 on the next page, which would be page 4.
Okay, whether you meant yes or no, or to describe what's very obviously what you're pointing at, so that we have a clean record. Okay, and then she responded, I understand. And then I went on. It's also important you understand that you're under oath today. So just like if we were in a courtroom, all the penalties of perjury apply. But maybe more relevant to your insurance claim, you need to understand that the policy of insurance says that if you were to even try to mislead the insurance company, that can be a reason to deny your claim and void your policy. Even if you were the world's worst liar and no one believed you for a second, just the fact that you tried is a reason to deny it. Okay? And she said yes.
And you said that in one of those statements that you thought it was far too early. Can you describe to the jury why you felt it was too early and why you were conducting it then in February and then again in October?
Sure. Obviously, we knew that this claim involved the loss of life and was a total loss fire and was probably going to be big and complicated. And so putting together a claim on a total loss fire can take some time. And you have to, if you think about every T-shirt that's in the attic and every little thing that's in your junk drawer, all has to be inventoried and valued and everything else. So that can take some time. But the facts of the fire, we wanted to get into early. And that's because we want to get to the root of it right away. If you are, if in this process you're going to choose to be honest with us, then your memory will be freshest then. And if you're going to choose to be dishonest with us, then you will have the least amount of time to come up with a story. So we want to get the details of the loss, the fire first, and then we would come back later and talk about the claim.
And I'm going to have you go to page 9, line 11, and just have you read to the jury then 11 through 15.
I asked, now, the day of the fire, the day before the fire, who was living at your house? She responded, our 3 sons, myself, and Todd. I asked, what about Brittany? She said, no, she was living in Florida.
I'm going to have you then go to page 13, line 13 through 19.
Page 13, line 13?
Line 13, page 13, line 13, read through line 19, please.
I asked, how long were you and Todd married? She said, we were married in 1993. I asked, how long had you been in a relationship prior to that? She said, well, I don't recall exactly how long we were in a relationship before that. We met in 1989. I asked, how did you meet? And she said, my work.
I'm going to have you flip to page 14, and if you could read the entire page, please.
Oh, sure. My question was, since you were married in 1993, have there been any periods of separation? She said, no. Had either of you ever filed for divorce? She said, no. Had either of you ever discussed divorce? She said, yes. When did discussions of divorce start? She said, I don't know exactly. I know that. And then I interjected, a month, a year, 10 years. She said, we had talked about it a few times over the last couple of years. My question was, whose idea was it? She said, I think Todd brought it up first. I asked, and then I just need to get a little bit of the flavor of the dynamics of the relationship between the two of you. Todd wanted a divorce and you wanted to stay together, or was it the other way around? I mean, what was going on when you were discussing it but not doing it? She said, I don't know that he was serious when he first brought it up. I think it was just kind of, I don't know, maybe we should get a divorce. I asked when he first brought it up, what was your reaction? Did you agree or disagree? She said, I did not want a divorce.
And I will have you continue to page 15. If you could read that page for me as well.
At any point in time, did you decide you wanted a divorce? And she said, yes. I said, when did that start? And she said, maybe in the past year or so. And then we would talk about things and everything would be all right. And I asked, I know relationships are complicated, but was there any particular thing that was driving a wedge between the two of you? Any particular topic that was frequently discussed? She said, finances. I said, what about the finances? She said, we always seem to just not have enough money. I felt that Todd wasn't running his business as well as he could have been, and I felt he should work more. Am I doing this whole page?
Yes, please.
Okay. So then I asked, as in he wasn't doing it smart or he wasn't doing it often enough? And she said, well, I think that kind of goes hand in hand. I think if you're not doing it often enough, I don't think that's very smart. I said, that's true, but sometimes people work all day, all night, but they end up spending more than they make. And so it's not worthwhile. Other people are not working. And that's why and she interjected, I just don't think he was putting enough effort. I said, okay, has there been any discussion of cutting back on any lifestyle or expenses or selling the house and getting a smaller place or selling off part of the property?
I'll have you read down to line 7.
And she responded, we had sold part of our property. I don't recall exactly
So they were having money trouble? Is that what I'm hearing?
what year. I think it may have been 2002 or 2003. So I asked, when you bought it, how much property did you own? She said close to 120 acres. And I asked, and how much did you sell in 2002 or 2003? She said around 90 acres.
I'm going to have you slip down then to line 18 and read just to the bottom of the page.
I asked, why did you sell the 90 acres? She said, so that we could build and pay off things that we owed. How much did you sell it for? She responded, I don't recall. I believe it was around the figure 99,000 is in my head for some reason, but I'm not sure if that was the exact amount. It seems that that was about, and I said, so about $1,000 an acre. And she said, I believe so.
And I'm going to have you read the next page.
How much debt did you pay off with that? She said, I don't know. I asked, was it enough to pay off the debt and build the house? She said, no. I said, so what did you do for the rest? We borrowed. From whom? Bill Fleetwood was her answer. I asked, who's Bill Fleetwood? She said, he's a gentleman here in Lawrence that Todd has done business with quite a bit over the years. And how much did you borrow from Bill? I'm not positive. I know it went in stages. I'm thinking that it was somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 100,000, but it was in stages as we needed different things. Do you still owe Bill today? She said, no. When did you pay off Bill? When we got our first mortgage on the property. I asked, when was that? She said, I believe that was in December 2003. I asked, how much was that mortgage? She said, $200,000. Keep going.
Please.
So then I asked, so you sold property and got roughly $100,000. You borrowed another 100, and then you borrowed 200. So your cost of construction was $300,000. She said, no. How much was the cost of construction? I asked. She said, I don't know. I asked, do you have an estimate? And she said, I don't.
I'm going to have you continue reading to the bottom.
You seem pretty confident it wasn't 3. And she said, right. I said, so what was it? She answered, I really don't know. I know that we paid off a lot of debt with it. I know that Todd made some business investments with some of it as well. I asked, well, what is your best understanding of how much each of those categories was? She answered, I really couldn't give you a good guess. I said, okay, do you think you had $100,000 of debt? She said, no, I don't believe we had. 50,000? She said, maybe. Then I asked, what kind of business investments are we talking about? And she said, Todd would buy military surplus, gloves, clothing, and then resell them to stores. Boots, like Mickey Mouse boots, that kind of thing. Mop suits, carbon suits, and that kind of stuff in large quantities.
And I'll have you stop there. And if you could go to the next page at the bottom on line 24, just read those last 2 lines in the next page.
I asked if they got a building permit to build the house, and she said yes.
And I'll have you read page 20.
Did you get it inspected? And she said yes. And I asked, what do you have in front of you? And she said, I went to Associated Governmental Services and got these copies of I think they're everything that Todd turned in order to begin construction of our home. I asked, to begin construction? She said, I guess you have to file permits and drawings and diagrams before you can receive a permit to even begin. It gives a layout, but there were changes, significant changes made to it that are not reflected in those drawings. I noticed after I picked it up yesterday. Who did these drawings? Do you know? And she said, Todd. I believe that Mr. Fleetwood helped him. And so then we marked that as Exhibit 1 to the examination under oath. I said, we've marked those documents that you gave us as Exhibit 1, right? She said, yes. We'll be back to your floor plan in just a minute. That tells us that you filed these in 1998, right? She said, yes. That wasn't the impression I got of how long you were building it. So what was the delay between 98 filing and beginning to build? She said, Todd had a knee surgery, and so he had to stop working on it completely. And so it sat for a few years.
I'm going to have you continue.
I asked, what did you do in 1998 to finance the beginning of construction? She said, well, the original plan was just to build it as we could afford to build it. And so we had a basement done, and we paid cash for that. Where did you have that cash? She said, what do you mean where? I said, how did you have that lump sum? I mean, she said, Todd, through working, just saved that amount and paid for it. So a rich uncle didn't die. You didn't get an insurance policy claim or something like that. She said, no. Then I asked, so how far had the house gotten before he had knee surgery? She said the basement was completely concrete, what was to be concrete. And then he had the trusses, I believe they're across the basement, the thing that was going to hold up the first floor. She said, yes, and that was it. And then when did you restart? Answer, I believe that was in 2002. So it's sat for 4 years. She said probably 3 or 4 years.
And I'm going to have you go to page 22 and continue reading that page, please.
And why 3 or 4 years? She said, because Todd's knee surgery, he was unable to work and we got into substantial debt at the time. So then I asked, that kind of brings us back to you were in debt. You sold some property, you borrowed the mortgage. It sounds like you were back in debt again at the time of the fire when all this stress was going on in your marriage. Or was it just a matter that you were heading back toward that again? Her answer was, I don't think we've ever been out of debt. We'd have some paid down, but I think we were just in debt continuously. I asked, was there ever a discussion of bankruptcy? She said, no. I said, why not? She answered, because we just felt people that filed for bankruptcy are ignoring their debts, and it hurts you more in the long run if you don't continue to try and pay off your debts. I said, so at the time of the fire, what would you estimate your debt was? She answered, I don't know. Maybe, I'm not really sure. Do you want the mortgage included in that? And I said, let's set the mortgage out for now. She said, okay, maybe $100,000 or so.
And I'm going to have you then go to page 23 and then start at line 8 and then just read down.
I asked her where the $100,000 was owed to, and she said Todd had received loans from family members. I asked which family members. She said his mother. I asked Sandra. She said yes. I believe that was about $30,000. His sister Kathy was the most recent, $25,000. His brother Brad, $7,000. What was Kathy's last name? Martone Stermer. When you said Stermer, you saw that I was right by Brad, right? I'm sorry, Brad Stermer, correct. Medical. She said medical bills. I asked, how much do you figure that was? She said, I don't know, maybe $10,000. A truck around $14,000 or $15,000. Mechanic who has the truck, $3,500.
And I'll have you stop there and just go to page 24. If you could start on that page, please.
I asked how long he had the truck. She said 7 months. I asked if there was anything else. She said, I'm sure there is. I just can't think of what it is right at this minute. The truck, who's that with? She said, do you mean who it's financed through? First Community Federal Credit Union, I believe. Peace or FC, First Community, I believe. Or no, First Federal Credit Union, sorry. So I asked, what are your payments on that? She said, close to $500 a month. I asked, are you making monthly payments to mom, sister, brother? She said, no. I asked, do you owe any of your friends or family money? Meaning her instead of Todd. She said, I borrowed $1,000 from my grandmother. I asked, what's her name? She told me Frances Pierce. I asked if there was anyone else, and she said no.
And then I'm going to have you jump down to line 23 and that page, read that to the bottom of the page and continue to the next.
Were there any other wedge issues in your marriage besides finances? And she said, the horses that I had. I said, okay, what was an issue about the horses? She answered, I just think he would I just know that he would get frustrated sometimes at the number of horses I had and the work that was involved in taking care of them. He just got tired of that. What about the expenses? She said, no, he never complained too much about that. I asked, how many horses do you own or did you own at the time of the fire? And she said, the number of horses that were at the property at the time of the fire was 12.
Whoa.
I'll have you stop there. And then if you want to go ahead and switch now to page 33
That's
on line 21.
Oh my
If you'll
God.
just read the bottom 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of that, continue on to the next page on 34.
That's expensive.
I asked her, what was the most you had been at in your marriage?
Like 2 or 3.
She said 49. I said 49 horses. And she said, yes.
Whoa.
I asked, do you
Wait.
have the facilities for 49 horses? And she said, I leased land.
Okay. I'm going to scoot back. We're going to slow this down just a tad because I want to hear this. Wake up, everybody. Wake up.
Switch now to page 33 on line 21. If you'll just read the bottom 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of that and continue on to the next page on 34.
I asked her, what was the most you had been at in your marriage? She said 49. I said 49 horses. And she said, yes. I asked, do you have the facilities for 49 horses? And she said, I leased land for them. And when was the last time you had 49 horses? She said, I believe it was in 2002.
And I'm going to stop you there. If you can switch to page 45 for me, please, on line 12.
Was she rescuing them and then finding homes for them? I mean, if she was a kind of like a non-official horse rescue and she'd save them, find them homes, rotate it. Okay, I can sort of get that. But freaking 49 horses?
If you could start there and read to the bottom of the page.
I said, now we talked about issues in your marriage. We talked about finances. We talked about horses. Anything else? She said, pretty much no. I guess that pretty much sums it up. So then I asked, let me go through some other categories. Did either of you have any problems with drugs or alcohol? She said, Todd has had some addictions over the years. I said, like what? She said, Vicodin. And when was he addicted to Vicodin? She said about the time that he had his knee surgery, back when that permit was first gotten, when he blew his knee out. And how did he get past that? She said, I talked to his doctor and had the doctor change our prescriptions because I had shoulder surgery right before Todd had his knee surgery. And so the doctor prescribed both of us Vicodin. Keep going.
I'm going to have you skip down then to line 11 and read to the bottom of the page.
What other addictions has he had? She said he has smoked marijuana before and sleeping pills. I asked he used or been addicted to. She said the sleeping pills, I believe he was addicted to. The marijuana, I kind of think he was addicted to that for a very long time, but then he was able to quit smoking it for a long time. He smoked it since then, but not on a daily or regular basis. I asked sleeping pills. She said yes. I said, what was he using or when was he using those? And she said the few weeks before the fire. And do you think he was addicted to those? And she said yes. And before then, also, he had been addicted to them. It's been a couple of years.
I'm going to have you go on to page 47 and continue on.
When was the last time that you saw him take a sleeping pill? She said the weekend of the fire. The day of the fire? She said, I think it was the night before, the day before. I asked her when. She said, when I got home that night, he took that and then his medicine for his ear infection that he had. I said, what kind of sleeping pill did he take? And she said, Ambien CR. I asked if that is over the counter. She said, no, it's a prescription. I asked, did he take any that morning? She said, I don't know. Did you see him take any medications that morning? She said, I seen him take his cough syrup, and I know he took some pills, but I don't know which pills he took. I asked several pills. She said, I don't know. I said, you said some pills. I'm just trying to get an idea of what you saw. She answered, I just saw that he had his bottles next to him, and he opened them and took his medicine. I don't know. What bottles were there? What was in the bottles? She said, I don't know what the drugs were. There were some that were prescribed by the doctor for his ear, and, I don't know.
And go ahead and continue then until the bottom of the page, please.
All right. So then I keep going. I asked like painkillers or like antibiotics. And she said, I think they might've been antibiotics or antihistamines. I'm not sure exactly which else was there. She said, that's all I can recall sitting right there. Any sleeping pills there? She said, I don't think they weren't there. They were in the bathroom. I don't know if he took any of them. Did he act like he was under the influence of any drugs at any point the day of the fire? She said he was loopy, but he had been that way for the last couple of weeks. He had, displayed where he was just kind of doped up, kind of. I don't know how else to describe it, just loopy, and like he'd be talking and then he would just stop in the middle of a sentence and then come back to it minutes later or something as if there was no pause. Just kind of weird. My son described him one day as being stoned. I asked, did you ever confront him about it? Did you ever ask him what he was using? She said, yeah. He said, what did he say? She said, not to worry about it. It wasn't any of my business.
I'm going to have you go to page 49 and continue on that page.
I asked, are there any other addictions? She said, not that I'm aware of. I asked, did Todd ever have an affair? She said, not that I'm aware of. Did you ever have an affair? She said, no. I said, did either of you ever accuse the other one of having an affair? She said, yes. When and who? I asked. She said, well, Todd has female friends. I have male friends. And, we'd get angry, I guess, sometimes and just accuse the other person or ask the other person, but never, I don't think ever seriously. I guess just kind of, so I asked, had either of you made that accusation within 6 months of the fire? She said, yeah, Todd had. I asked, who did he accuse you of having an affair with? And she said, well, it was actually kind of funny because he came down to where I worked to surprise me one night to meet me for break. And I just so happened to have fallen at work and wasn't there at work. I was at the hospital. And when he called me on my cell phone, I answered it. And he says, are you at work? I said, no. And right then he says, who the hell are you with? And I told him my boss had to take me to the hospital. So then Todd came to the hospital and, everything was fine. But it was just kind of weird that he decides to show up and surprise me on the day that I end up twisting my ankle and going to the hospital. So
I'll just have you read the next two lines, 6 and 7.
Where were you working at the time? She said, Kemley.
And I'll have you drop down to line 18 on page 50. And if you could read to the bottom of the page.
Any other accusations? She said he would just sometimes yell something like that. Like, are you seeing somebody else? Because, we had talked about divorce, but you never had? And she said, no. Did he ever accuse you of being in a relationship with a woman? And he asked me if I was.
And I'll have you read on page 51 down to line 16, please.
With who? She said, my friend Kate Fox. I said, had you and she ever had a relationship like that? And she said, no. So I asked, and what was his basis of that accusation? Did he tell you? And she said, yeah, because Kate had attempted suicide and was in the hospital and I was really distraught over it. we were really close and we worked together, and I was just really worried about her. And he asked if we were lovers. Was that a serious question, or was he just telling you to stop worrying about her? She said, I think he was getting sick of me worrying about her so much. And it was, just his way of, I don't know, putting things.
I'll have you read then 15 and 16 and stop on that
I
page.
said, okay, you worked with Kate Fox at Chemlink? And she said, yes.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 52. And if you could read this page for me, please.
I asked if there were any other recent accusations of affairs. She said, no. And then I asked her, you haven't accused him in the last 6 months? And she said, no. I asked, what about abuse? Any abuse in the relationship? And she said, yes. I said, what kind, when? And she said, different times through the years, just different things. I asked, let's just talk about that in the last year. She answered, the most recent was around Thanksgiving time. He had shoved me across the room, had thrown my cell phone at me, and he pushed me into the wall. I asked, what was that fight about? And she said, part of it was me making a pineapple upside down cake to work for a potluck and not having made one for home. But I had all the ingredients to make two. I just hadn't made the one for home yet. I was going to make it on the weekend. And then that was about the time that he said, you're treating your coworkers better than your family. And then that night before the fire, he wanted to make love and I didn't. And he came into the bedroom and tried to pry my legs apart and take my pants off, but I didn't let him.
And I'm going to have you continue on that on page 53, please, that page.
I said, so was there any sexual intercourse that night or not? And she said, she said no. And I said, how did you stop him? And she said, I told him it wasn't going to make anything better and that I didn't want to. And if he made me, I would tell the police. I had never said anything like that to him before, so at least he knew I was serious. I asked, have you ever hit him or thrown anything at him? And she said, no. I said, has he ever accused you of it? And she asked, of hitting him? Yes. And I said, but it wasn't true. And she said, right. Did you ever call the police? Did he ever call the police on you? She said, no. I said, did you ever call the police on him? And she said, yes. Before we ever moved to Lawrence, sometime prior to 1996. I couldn't give you the date. I didn't actually call the police on him. The girl was staying at our house, called the police, but I had talked with them. And at that time, he had hit me and pushed me quite a bit. And I had some marks on me, and two police officers came, a male and a female. And when he came out, the female officer was with me, and I was about ready to file a report. And he came out and said, are you sure you want to do this? Because you'll go to jail too. And I asked what he meant. And he said, well, if you accuse me of hitting you, then I'll accuse you of hitting me, and we'll both go to jail. All the grandparents were out of town at the time, and the police officer said that was true, and that if we didn't have someplace for the kids to go, that they'd have to have, I don't remember who they said, but it came down to like protective services would have to come and get the kids. And Todd says, are you sure you want to do this? And I talked to the police officer, and she said, well, yeah, it's his word against your word. And if you both say that you both got hit, then we have to take both of you in and let the judge decide. So I didn't pursue it any further, and they left, and we spent the night there in the house, and he apologized to me.
I'll have you continue.
So that was the only time that you called the police on him. And she said, well, like I said, I didn't call the police were called. But as far as abuse between he and I believe those two incidents were around Thanksgiving time and that time.
So I'm going to stop you right there. So in the duration of the marriage, she's saying that she's had two incidents, one prior to 1996 and then one at Thanksgiving time.
And the one the night before the fire.
And the one the night before the fire. Thank you
That's
very
what
much.
she wanted me to believe, yes.
And then I'm going to then have you start at line 24 on page 54, if you could continue on there.
I said, thank you very much. Who called the police around Thanksgiving? And she said, Kate Fox. I asked what? And she said, Kate Fox. I said, what was Kate Fox doing there? And she answered, she wasn't there. She had called me on the phone to come and pick me up for work because we rode together and most every day. And I was crying and hysterical and upset. And I told her I couldn't talk to her. And so she called the police.
And I'm going to have you jump down to line 21 and read the bottom of that page, please.
I asked, this incident the night before the fire where he tried to force himself on you, what kind of situation did that create between the two of you? She answered, he wasn't happy. I said, how are you? And she said, well, I actually felt relieved that he stopped. I mean, he kept yelling at me about it and different things, but not too bad. And he told me that if I would just make love with him, that everything could be just fine.
I'll have you continue.
I said, did you at any time from that moment on? She clarified, make love with him. I said, yes. And she said, no. I asked any sort of sexual contact at all the day of the fire. And she said, no. Any more instances like that where he was trying to force it? And she said, no. I asked, did you tell anybody about this incident before the fire? And she said, no. I said, have you told anyone about this since the fire? She said, yes. I asked who? She said, I told my mother, I told Mr. Getting, I told my counselor.
And I'll have you stop there. And if you can go to page 57, start halfway through line 23.
But up until Kate Fox and I began working together, that was the most I had ever hung out with another female. And that was mainly because we worked together and we carpooled every single day.
And I'm going to have you stop there. And if you can go to page 62, please, on line 21.
I was asking about medications, and she said she was taking Lexapro since November of 06. And I was given the prescription for Ambien CR. That was my prescription, but I wasn't taking it.
And I'm going to have you then stop and go to page 63 and go to the fourth line down and just read lines 4 and the portion of 5.
This was her response. She said, the Ambien I took.
Are we believing this? Are you believing this? I don't know if I'm believing this. I don't know. Not too sure.
Took it a couple of times, but it made me feel too groggy and too sluggish.
So I'm gonna, you can stop there.
Okay.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 64, line 16. If you could just read 4 lines for me.
You described him in the morning of the fire having a tray of pill bottles by him. I meant what? And she said, no, I just said a couple of pill bottles. And I think that they were just what was prescribed for his ear.
Let me have you go to page 66.
Okay. Did anybody ever say they found marijuana in his system or any evidence of marijuana? I got to be careful with that word. Any of that? Has anybody seen any evidence of marijuana? I'm perplexed.
Line 10, and if you could read that from 10 to the bottom of the page.
66, line 10. We're in the middle of an answer. She says, I was thinking about some things and I had spoken with an attorney that we know who had handled some of Corey's custody and stuff, and asked him that if Todd ever did decide he wanted a divorce, if he would represent me. I asked, who is that? She said, Mr. Jeff Gaggie, Gagie, but I don't know if you would need that because you said within the last couple of years, and that was back in maybe 2002 or so. So it was a few more years than I was thinking. I asked, you contacted Mr. Gaggie? She said, well, actually, I was using Mr. Is it Gaggie or Gage? Do you know?
Gaggie.
Gaggie, okay. Well, I actually was using Mr. Gaggie for the rescue case of the 23 horses. And I asked, you needed an attorney to rescue horses? And she said, yeah, sometimes you do. I asked, I mean, I'm not opposed to using attorneys. And she said, sometimes you do. And, you know, Todd had got frustrated and upset about so many horses coming in all at once. And the fact that the previous owner of them had changed her mind about turning them over and that. So Mr. Gaggie was representing me on that. And I told him that Todd was really upset and frustrated and he had spewed off about getting a divorce.
I'll have you stop there.
Sure.
And then I'll just have you skip down to line 14.
When did you have that conversation with Mr. Gaggie?
That was rhetorical, babe.
She said, I don't know, probably sometime around 2002, then again in November of 06.
And I'll have you just jump down to line 19 and continue there.
This is her answer. In November, I went to Mr. Gaggie and asked him if he would do a divorce for me because I just decided that I just couldn't keep living this way. I had told Todd after that it was just too much. And he gave me some paperwork at that time. I didn't file. I didn't pay him or anything, but he gave me the paperwork that would be necessary to file. So when you ask me if I filed, no, I had never filed. But yes, I did talk to him pretty extensively about it. And I had told him about some different incidences that happened and that made me feel really uncomfortable.
I'll have you continue.
I asked her, like, what? And she said, well, Todd had been out hunting one morning and I was sitting in the dining room at the computer before we moved it into the other room. And he came up the stairs. He was holding his gun and cleaning it. And he was holding his gun and a cleaning kit. And out of the corner of my eye, I could see that the gun was open. It was like a shotgun or a rifle. And he was carrying a cleaning kit. And he came over and he set the cleaning kit on the dining room table behind me and just held up the gun. Well, I could see the reflection in the computer screen that the gun was not pointed directly at my head, but I never turned around and faced him or anything at that point and didn't act like I seen him exactly what he was doing. And he held it there and he said, I'm really sorry I have to do this. And I turned around and just looked at him and I said, you're a jerk. And he said, why? And I said, why would you joke around like that? And he says, you were so scared. And he just started laughing at me. And he had told me Todd had been really studying the Bible a lot Todd had been really studying the Bible a lot this past year, 2006. I asked, he told me, and she said, pardon me. And I said, did you say someone told you Todd was studying the Bible? And she said, no. I said, Todd had been studying the Bible pretty heavily over the past year, a lot more than he ever had before, and well, just a lot. And he told me that in the Bible, it says that a man who gets a divorce from a woman, if she should remarry after that divorce, then it's still considered, in the Bible, it's considered adultery. So
True.
So that man who divorces that woman is considered just as much of a sinner because he caused that sin. And he says, so I can't divorce you, but you can divorce me. So I told Mr. Gaggy that. Keep going.
Nope, I'm gonna have you stop there. I'll have you read on line 19 down.
I asked, so any more episodes like that in between November and when the fire occurred? And she said, just a lot of little things. Like he would talk about divorce. He would talk about death. He would talk about suicide. He would talk about insurance. He would talk about moving to Canada. Just a lot of just different things.
I'll have you read that on page 70.
When would he talk about suicide? She asked, what do you mean when? Just different times? Like he'd say, I'd be better off dead. I'm so sick of this. I asked what was going on when he'd say, I'm so sick of this. She said, being in debt all the time, not having energy to work on the house. You know, our house wasn't complete. And he would stay home, not go to work, not work on the house, not do anything. He didn't this last year. I mean, he was an avid hunter before. And we always had a lot of meat, deer meat and that. And this last year, he hardly ever went hunting. He got 2 deers. And I think that's the least he got in many years. The boys wouldn't go hunting with him this year. I asked why. She said, just too busy with other things. And that frustrated Todd. And he would say things like, the boys don't even enjoy hunting anymore. And I don't enjoy hunting anymore. He didn't play church basketball this year and just a lot of different things. He just didn't. I asked, did you guys attend church regularly? She said, no.
Now have you stop there.
All right.
And then if you could go to page 75 at the bottom of the page on line 24.
We look. Ew. I'm supposed to wear my retainers. That's not good. Sorry. She doesn't look.
I asked, what time did you wake up the morning of the fire? She said, probably around 7 o'clock.
And I'll have you continue that on page 76.
Did you have an alarm set? She said, no. I asked, were all 3 sons and Todd home when you woke up? She said, yes. Who all was awake when you woke up? She said, no one. I asked, what did you do? And just to clarify, this is the part of the examination where I go through moment by moment on the day of the fire. I want to know everything that happened so that we have a very clear timeline and we can start to verify the story. So I asked her, what did you do? She said, just puttered around about the house. I asked, I really need to know all the puttering. She said, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think what I did first thing. I always get up and brush my teeth right away. I got dressed. At some point that morning, I remember straightening my bathroom. Did you do any cooking? Did you do any laundry? She said, not right away that day, no. I asked, are you a coffee gal? She said, no. Well, I went down to the convenience store and got some eggs, and I believe it seems like it was Smoky Links, maybe some milk. I said, okay, wait, when you left to go to the convenience store, was anyone else awake? She said, no. I asked, do you know what time that was? She said, I know it was before 10 o'clock. I asked, you went to what store? She said, the Village Marathon. I asked in Lawrence. She said,
I mean, stop, just jump down to line number 9.
What all did you buy there? She said, I bought some eggs, some, I believe it was Smoky Links. I think I got some milk and I filled up my Blazer. I asked, so you did buy gas for the Blazer? And she said, yes. I asked, how much gas? Do you remember? She said, I don't remember. I think the total bill for everything combined all came to, I believe, around $20. I asked, anything else? She said, no. I asked, did you have any gas? Did you put any gas in a gas can that day? She said, no. I said, are you sure? She said, I know I didn't. And I asked, you know you did not? And she said, right.
I'll have you continue on page 78.
How long were you there? She said, not very long, just long enough to do that, just to purchase those things. I asked, what time did you get back home? She said, within minutes. We only lived 5 minutes away at the most. I asked, so you were home in 15 minutes? She said, maybe 15, 20 minutes. I was gone a total of. I asked, now what? She said, I began cooking. I asked, is there anybody awake? She said, I can't remember if Todd was awake yet or not. I know that while I was cooking, he was up, but I can't remember if he was up before then or not. I asked, did you start cooking right away? She said, as soon as I got back, yes. I asked, the eggs and sausage? She said, yes. And then I put coffee on for Todd because he is a coffee drinker. Okay. And at some point he was awake and she said, yes. I asked, while you were cooking? She said, yes. What else happened? I told him when he came out into the kitchen, I told him I had gone down and gotten those things and told him that I used the debit card. The debit card for what bank, I asked. She said his debit card from his business account. I asked, why did you use the debit card from his business account? She said, because I knew there was money in there. I asked, where does he have his business account? She said, it's now LaSalle Bank in Pawpaw. I asked, do you have any records of that account with you today? She said, I don't. I'm sorry. I said, can you get those for me? She said, I can try. I don't know if the bank will let me have them because my name was not on the account. Keep going.
Yes, please.
So I asked, how did you get his debit card? She said, I took it out of his wallet. I asked, was that common for you? She said, yes. And then I continued my question, or was that unusual? She said,
I was married for 10 years and not once did I ever take my husband's credit cards out of his wallet. If I needed something, which I never used his credit cards. I mean, we just weren't heavy credit card users. But if I needed something out of his wallet, like money or whatever, I gave him the wallet and he gave me the money. That is like,
said, no, it was common for me. I asked, was it common to use the business account to buy groceries? She said, yes. He would write me a check from there for different things. I would either deposit it into the joint account or cash it and use it for whatever we were supposed to use it for. I told him about other purchases I made with it over the course of the weekend, and he got pretty upset because I hadn't written them into the register yet, and the fact that I had used it a few times. So I asked, so what did you buy over the weekend with it? She said, I bought a disposable camera. I asked why. She said, my grandmother had her 90th birthday party on Saturday, and I walked off and forgot to take my digital camera. And so I grabbed a disposable so I could get some pictures of family, and I filled prescriptions at Walgreens and at Walmart on Saturday.
And I'm going to have you stop there, and I'm going to have you go to page 81. Yes.
About 5 minutes or
Oh,
so,
that's fine.
unless you're getting near the end, but I don't think you are.
No, so I mean, we can end at any time, Your Honor.
Want to do it now?
That would be fine. We can take it out if you want, if the court would like to.
Okay, so I don't think anyone's objecting, right? Okay. Let me read you my admonition again. I can
Should I
find
step
it.
down?
Yes,
again.
Okay, you guys should have this memorized by now. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor.
Okay, guess what we're gonna do, y'all? Bum 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 bum. Day 6. We're going into day 6.
Stermer, jury's not in the room. Stermer, jury's not in the room. Any matters to address before we bring them in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. There's a couple matters to make approach.
Okay.
Now we're on day 6. We're day 5 and 6. We're doing day 5 and part of day 6. We're not going to do all of those days, but we're going to do some of them. Who is that lady? Sidebar.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Ivy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Willison, we kind of left off yesterday. I
No,
just want to reach.
She didn't talk about having help. She just said she had. That's one of her daughters? Okay.
Cap a couple of the issues that we touched on, the topics. First of all, we talked about her debt. Can you just recap quickly, and then we'll talk further on anything that might be in the further transcript?
She owed about $100,000 to family and friends. And then she mentioned to me that after the fire, she noticed that Apparently there was a foreclosure on the property earlier and they got it out of foreclosure, but then Todd hadn't made, the way she put it was that Todd hadn't made any payments since then.
Oh, should I call you my buttercup? You called me Boo once. Should I call you Buttercup? You my Buttercup?
So they were several months behind on their mortgage payment as well.
For those of you who don't know, Gerald is my boyfriend.
And did she, from yesterday's testimony, did she talk to you about why she was frustrated with Todd?
Oh, very much so. I mean, my impression was that she took every opportunity she could to make Todd look like a bad guy. She was frustrated about.
I mean, he's making impressions, and it's either a statement that's in the transcript and not what he feels like she was trying to do. I think that is totally out of line.
I will sustain that objection.
She mentioned several addictions to Vicodin, marijuana, sleeping pills, mentioned him being loopy the day of the fire. She talked about domestic violence, where it was always his fault, never hers. She talked about, particularly the incident at Thanksgiving before the fire, where she was so distraught that her friend, Kate Fox, had to call police for her. And then the night before the fire, where he attempted to rape her, she talked about him not working hard enough, not working often enough. She told a story about one time Todd declared that he was leaving and anybody who's going to come with me, meaning the boys, should get in the car right now. And she made it into this story that he repeated several times and no one came with him. So it was just little things like that where she was always pointing out bad things.
And that kind of recapped yesterday.
Yes.
So how much was this insurance claim that she was submitting?
I believe she was, it ended up being over $400,000. I can look up the exact number if you'd like.
I think that's a general. I think we're good with that.
Yes.
And then
Close to 5, if I recall.
close to 5?
Yes.
And then did she tell you that she'd received any other insurance money when you interviewed her?
She had received, I think it was $90,000 from perhaps a life insurance policy. We talked about I think it was in the October statement with her.
So I'm going to do things a little bit different today. The jury has the transcripts. They can read everything, the complete transcripts as part of an exhibit. So I'm going to ask you today, we're going to group it into groups. And if you can just summarize, because we do have 2 entire transcripts, I'm going to have you summarize the topics for us.
Sure.
And first of all, I want to ask you, we have a lot of pages of 2 transcripts there.
Yeah.
Why do you ask so many questions about a particular topic?
Well, when we go into these, I mean, the purpose of these is to find out information and also to allow the insured to tell their side of the story. So, I will ask a number of questions and then start to probe into more details on specific topics. What I would always train my attorneys on is that, the truth has a lot of detail to it. And when you make up a story, that's usually pretty shallow. So when someone says something like, I don't know, just as an example, we went to McDonald's, that's a pretty easy thing to come up with. But when I start asking you, well, who drove? What did you order? Those kinds of details. If it really happened, you either remember what happened or you don't remember what happened, but you don't get it wrong. If you're making the story up and now I'm asking you things that you didn't think of, now you start to make it up on the fly and other stories may not match. So when I run into things in an examination where that's an interesting data point or that's different than what other things in the file say, I start to probe deeper, because then the insured will either explain why it looks odd to me, by giving me the details that make sense, or will take the rope to hang themselves because they're going to continue lying. And so when I find something interesting, I've got to get into the details for it to make sense for me to be able to make an informed decision about whether it was true or false.
So as we're going through these topics, if you could describe any inconsistencies that you saw over the course of these transcripts, or maybe things you had to drill in, I'd appreciate it.
All right,
Okay.
I'll do my best.
So let's start out, which is the overall topic of the relationship. What did she tell you about affairs?
That she was never unfaithful to him.
You know what? You were so right about that, Gerald.
Sidebar.
It is very easy to attack someone who's deceased and blame them. I can't believe my hair is so long I have to do a figure 8 twice on the back of my head to get it up. Okay, come on, guys. I can zoom.
Said over your opinion. So I want to make sure that I'm not asking a wrong question. I don't want you to give me your opinion about her answers. I'm just going to ask you to kind of summarize what she said over the course of these transcripts. So let's start out with affairs. Can you just summarize what she told you about the affairs over the course of the February and the October examination under oath?
She told me that she was never unfaithful to him, that he had accused her of affairs, but that she wasn't having any. There was some concerns about her work, that he had gone to work one time checking up on her. He accused her of having an affair with Kate Fox, and she denied all of those, but apparently she admitted that he had accused her.
And did she say if the horses were any sort of their marriage frustration?
She said that was a wedge issue. She had, I think it was 20-some horses at the time of the fire. At one time she had 49 horses, but they had no barn. So these horses were just out apparently in the field. 20 large animals, I'm sure.
And I'm going to not have you give any opinions, so I just want you to summarize for me, okay?
The wedge issue was both acquiring them and maintaining them was apparently the issue.
And I think we've already talked about the debt, so I'm going to skip over that. So can you summarize then over the course of those two transcripts what she had told you about divorce?
I think we read yesterday some things about Attorney Gaggy, that he had given her paperwork in November. She mentioned that I believe it was a relative of hers wanted her to just slip out, and she said she couldn't leave him without talking to him first. She had talked to Corey apparently a week before the fire about her plan to divorce and leave. She told the story about Todd being sick of everything and wanting to leave that I mentioned earlier. She wasn't wearing her wedding ring at the time of the fire, although she did explain that she works with caulk at work, and so she wouldn't wear it to work, and sometimes she'd forget to put it back on. And when we got into some of the details of the events around the fire, I wanted to clarify whether she intended to leave, and she told me that she knew all along that she was going to leave on that day the fire occurred. But then at the same time, she told me that she never really wanted to get a divorce from him. She was hoping that leaving might prompt him into counseling or something like that. So, but she had given him the paperwork from Mr. Gaggy apparently the night before the fire as part of that fight they had the evening before the fire.
And we already talked about that she had said comments about the Ambien and the marijuana. So I'll skip over those topics.
Sure.
And you talked a little bit about the domestic violence that we were reading yesterday. Were there more instances or questions than pertaining to domestic violence in the marriage?
Well, yeah, I mean, she told a very dramatic story at one point about the night before the fire, him trying to force himself upon her sexually, forcing her legs apart, trying to take off her pants. She threatened to call the police, and that is the only reason why he stopped. But then I'd hear a story about, she gets up the next morning and makes breakfast for him. So I had to probe into that area more. Then suddenly it became less rapey and more he just desired to have sex. And then it went back to no, he was forceful with me. So there was a shifting take on things as I would probe into details. When one thing wouldn't match up with another, I'd ask about it, and then we'd get a slight change.
And did she talk to you about how many times there was any incidents of any physicalness between her and Todd in terms of violence?
She said it was off and on throughout the years, and she was kind of vague about it. That's why I asked her specifically, well, what about police incidences? And she told me about one in 1996, and she told me about Thanksgiving, were the times that police were called, but she was careful to say that she didn't call the police, apparently on either of those occasions. But there was no record of domestic violence, no charges against either of them that I was able to find.
And she told you that?
And she did say that as well, yes.
And any other altercations that she talked about, or the number of incidents that she would have had in her 13-year marriage?
I mean, I think at one point I asked her if it was 20 or 25, and she said that seemed like a high number to her, so it was less than that. But as I dug into details, I guess I didn't follow up on a specific number, and she didn't. I don't think she had one either.
Okay. And we talked about her frustration with Todd's job. Anything additional on that?
I think we read yesterday about that he didn't work smart, and he didn't work hard enough, he didn't work often enough, he didn't make enough money, was basically the gist of it. Mm-hmm.
So now I want to get into the details of the night before.
Sure.
So did she tell you where the boys were the night before?
Well, yeah, what I was interested in, and typically this is my normal MO in these examinations under oath is, whenever you got home before the fire, everything that you did, everything that happened until the fire.
Not being responsive to the question that was asked.
If you could rephrase the question to make
I'm
it so
sorry.
that you can be responsive to it.
Sure.
What's your approach when you're talking about the night before?
I want to know every detail of everything that happened. I want to know everybody who was there. I want to know, because anything could end up causing a fire. So, if you brushed your teeth, do you have an electric toothbrush? If you made breakfast, did you use the stove, right? All of those details, who was home, who left, when did they leave? I get into all those details starting from the night before, or whenever you got home before the fire to whenever you left. And so with this case, it was the night before. She said she got home around 10 or 10:30. I believe she was at her grandmother's maybe 90th birthday party. And when she got home, she said that Todd and the boys were home. The boys were in the basement, but when she first got home, she didn't go down there. She talked to Todd at the beginning.
And what did she say that conversation with Todd was?
It turned into a fight about the debit card, use of the debit card, spending money, not recording things in the ledger.
Your Honor, I want to again object to the characterization that's being made in reference to this witness. He's stating that there was a fight, and there's absolutely nothing in the transcript that states that there was a fight.
Ms. Ideving, can you get to point where?
I have the exact page numbers.
Okay.
Yeah. So in one of the transcripts, I'm going to have you pull up page 85.
Sure.
Which transcript?
I think they're all labeled 1 to 200 and something. So page 85.
It's in 35. I'll do the 35.
So did you ask her to describe that conversation on Saturday night on page 85 and 86?
She said that the
Can you stop and
conversation.
tell me what line it is so I can have then Jay bring it up for us?
Right. I'm just looking to try and find the right spot. Back on page 84 at the bottom, she said, line 24 and 25, he screamed a couple of times, but it was argumentative, but quieter. It wasn't calm. Again, she repeated on page 85, no, it wasn't calm, but it wasn't terrible. That conversation lasted about a half an hour. I asked her, so that took us to about 11 o'clock, and she agreed.
So you interpreted that as that they had fought.
Yes.
Again, I'm gonna, can we approach?
Sidebar.
Okay, guys, I just set up my live for the Lori Daybell trial
She wants to go by Lori Daybell, not Lori Ballo Daybell, so we're calling her Lori Daybell.
It may.
Go on.
So you described, I think you just read in that he screamed a couple times, but it was rather argumentative but quieter, correct?
Correct. She had showed him the divorce paperwork. He told her that she should, quote, pack her shit and leave. At some point, I originally thought it was in the conversation the night before, and then later I think she said that it was Sunday morning, but he said she said she could have the blazer. She told him Saturday night that the boys would stay with him and that she'd be going to Kim's house.
And I want to talk a little bit about when she was talking about when she went to bed then after this argument.
Right. Initially, that's when she told me that that's when this rape accusation happened, about forcing himself upon her. And then she told him that if he continued, she'd call the police. And he kept yelling at her that if she'd just have sex with him, everything would be fine. Eventually, then she told me that she went downstairs to the basement where the boys were watching TV and told me that she laid on the couch with Trenton and fell asleep and spent the night down in the basement. I said, well, wait a minute. I thought that you were in the bedroom and Todd was forcing himself on her. And then she said that after I confronted her with that, she said that, well, what happened was she went downstairs, she fell asleep cuddling with the boys, and then she went back upstairs to brush her teeth. And then that's when that happened.
How old were her boys? How old were her boys? Just need to know. We're getting ready to have some major thunderstorms, y'all. But I need to know, how old were her boys? I guess you can.
And then she went back downstairs to go to sleep.
And so then she said she slept in the basement.
Middle.
Correct.
How many of us cuddled with middle school boys? Once they start cuddle with, I don't know. Each his own.
And then she told a story about Todd fussing with the furnace in the middle of the night, which I guess was also in the basement.
And she said she heard that when she was sleeping in the basement?
Yes.
Okay.
And did she say what he was doing in the furnace?
Apparently on Sunday, he told her that he had to bleed the line because it was blowing cold air, is what she told me.
And did she tell you what she did the day before the fire, on January 6th, before the boys left?
On the day of the fire?
Yes.
Yeah, so she apparently was the first one up. She wanted to go, she wanted to make breakfast for everyone. So she went to the convenience store at the Marathon gas station, bought, I believe it was sausage and eggs. And she said, topped off the fuel tank in her blazer. I asked her a couple of times, a couple of different ways, if it.
No, she did not, because unless her gas tank, you have to open the window, reach over a tailgate, and fill it from the inside of the vehicle.
At any point she put gasoline into a gas can. She told me she absolutely did not. She was absolutely sure that she did not put gas in a gas can. She only topped off the tank of the thing of the blazer.
But that's not true. What car did she have? Does she have where she has to lift the hatchback or the window and put the gas into the inside of the car?
But then,
well, I guess it depends on what's going on in the teenager's life. But snuggle in bed, snuggle on the couch, yeah. I don't know. I can't judge. I just thought it was not what I expected to hear.
I was struck by the fact that she said that her total purchase.
I'm gonna have you take your.
Yes.
And sir, if you could answer the questions without giving your own opinion.
All right. Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Yes. She also told me that buying all of those things, including topping off the tank on the blazer, came to about $20. So it must not have been. So that's what she told me.
Okay. And then when she got back, you had, I think, alluded to a conversation between her and Todd about using the debit card. Was that also about the debit card use that morning?
Yes. In fact, she said to her, you knew I didn't have any money to get this stuff. I was going to have to use the debit card. Although after the fire, I believe
Oh, I'm going to have you stop you there in terms of just her statements. If you could just talk about her statements.
She said that she didn't have any money to use it other than the debit card. She said that she spent a total of $50, $60 that weekend. And that particular fight, when she got home from the gas station, lasted about 10 minutes. She again described it as him screaming at her while he was sitting at the bar. And apparently then he told her again to just pack her stuff and leave.
Okay. And then did she say what she did after this discussion?
She then decided to go down and wake up the boys and send them out of the house. She gave them money to go to the movies or go shopping, she said, because she thought that she and Todd would be arguing and she didn't want the boys to hear it. And she was going to pack. She explained to the boys that that was the day that she'd be leaving, and they did not seem terribly upset by that, she told me. She also told the boys that they'd be staying with their dad to finish the school year.
And did she tell you how the boys left?
Yeah, she said that she didn't want to ask Todd permission for them to leave, so they should go out the basement door is what she told me. I guess it was a walkout house, and they should go out the basement door and leave without saying anything to their father. Later on, she said that she went out the basement door with them because she had to, I believe, do something with the water trough for the horses. And so she went out with them, told them to wait while she got her purse out of the car and put it in the van, and sent them away in the Blazer because they didn't like the boys driving the van, which meant that she would have to, she said, use the van to leave Todd. And she told the boys, and she told me a couple of times that she told the boys to make sure you call before you come home, because I want to know where you are and where I am, and I may have to come trade cars with you or whatever. But the plan was that the boys would have the car and she would have the van and Todd would be home with no vehicle.
And did she tell you then approximately what time the boys left?
They left between 11 and 11:30, I believe.
And then did she tell you what she did after the boys left?
Yeah, that's when she apparently went back upstairs and gave Todd breakfast. She said she made plenty of food for the boys to eat, but because Todd was yelling at her, she just gave them money for them to eat somewhere else. So she ate in the kitchen, Todd ate in the recliner. She mentioned doing laundry. She mentioned putting Christmas ornaments away.
So I'm going to stop you there. So she makes breakfast and then she says she starts doing these tasks?
Correct.
Okay, and then go on. What task was she doing after breakfast?
She did laundry. She put Christmas decorations away. She said that she did the dishes and like with the dishwasher loaded, unloaded the dishwasher. She said she began to pack a suitcase down in the basement. And then she went upstairs to get some things out of her bedroom. When she was up in her bedroom, she saw a pamphlet for an acne medicine that one of her sons was on. And so she lay down on the bed and started reading the acne pamphlet. And then apparently she fell asleep.
I don't think so.
Did she say what happened or how she woke up?
She said that when she got up and came out of the room, Todd asked her for juice. Apparently just said, "Do we have juice?" And then she went and got it for him. And then she went back downstairs. And then immediately described when she went downstairs that he was screaming at her, walking around upstairs, flushing the toilet, ranting and raving.
And that's why she's downstairs and he's upstairs?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And then did she say what he was screaming?
Things like no one will ever have you, calling her unpleasant names, just basically ranting and raving about their relationship.
And that's when she was downstairs doing laundry?
Correct.
And did she say when he was doing this, telling her these things, what she did down in the laundry room?
At one point, she said she slammed the laundry door in anger, but I don't recall any sort of other retaliation that she did. She said that in her experience, she found that it was best to just let Todd vent his feelings.
Let him
And then, so
go.
she's downstairs doing the laundry. Did she tell you then what happened?
She said at some point the ranting, screaming turned into screaming when she was folding laundry. And once she heard him scream in a different way, she ran upstairs to see what had happened. When she got upstairs, she saw fire from the half wall between the dining room and the living room to where Todd was standing.
I just guess that it's okay. I'm not saying it's wrong to cuddle with your kid. I've shared my bed with my son when we've traveled and we only had a hotel with one bed, but I just guess the way she's saying it and the way she's using that in this scenario just didn't feel well. It didn't set well.
I don't know if you have that exhibit 3 from the EUO
Did you actually have her mark then? what
That's
she
when we
saw?
started having her draw things out for us,
So I'm
yes.
gonna have you put the,
All right, let's just get it.
exhibit that you're referring to?
Yes,
Is this the exhibit that you're referring to?
yes, and that is her signature on the bottom right corner. So what we did, I believe I traced the outline of the house because she said that the walls were different than the plans. So we just traced the outline of the house and then she drew the interior stuff. She told me that she came to the top of the stairs, which you can see, I had her indicate top at the top of the stairs. And that the fire was from the half wall. You can see half wall next to the dining room to where Todd was standing, which is the small circle over toward the master bedroom.
I'm gonna stop you there real quick.
Sure.
So when you say the small circle by the bedroom, let's see if I can get it, right there?
Yep.
The little circle, is that the one that she marked where Todd
She
was?
said that's where Todd was standing, and then the X over by the half wall, that's where Todd's chair was.
Okay.
She said there was fire on both sides of Todd, that she saw his upper body was actually in flames, and the fire went from him all the way to the chair, and that the chair and the half wall were on fire. But she said there was no fire towards the bedrooms,
Which would be then this side over here.
correct? And she said that the fire that she saw going from the half wall to that circle did not go to where the fireplace was.
Okay. And did she say, once she marked this up and she's describing what she sees, did she tell you what she did?
She ran. She said she ran. She felt like she had to get out of there. And then as she was running out of there, she thought, oh, I should call for help. So she ran toward the kitchen from the top of the stairs. She ran towards the kitchen and out the front door of the house where apparently the van was, and the van had the keys in the ignition. And she decided that she would drive to the neighbors to call for help because her phones were inside the house.
So can you explain, did she talk to you then about what she did when she came out of the house?
Yeah, and this is where things got a bit confusing.
All he needs to do is just read her answer from the transcript.
I can just say, I'm just trying to summarize it.
Sure, I'll phrase it a different way.
Can you read from the transcript? Is that
Well,
what you're
I can refer to the page, Your Honor, with his
Okay.
answer, and we can pull the page up.
Okay.
I think that would be easier, because I think when Attorney Willison was saying, there's multiple sections in the transcript that address this issue. So it's a summary, and then there's going to be different places we can go in different transcripts.
she'll
Yeah,
provide?
that's why I asked, he needs to just read. She need to ask it the question from the transcript and the answer that was given. That would be simple.
I'll allow her to proceed in whatever manner she chooses, just like you will be allowed to proceed in your cross as you see fit.
So I want to start out then with maybe the first conversation you had with her. If you can summarize what she said when she went out of the house.
She said, as she came out of the house, she heard a thud behind her and looked back and the door was shut. She did not see Todd come out of the house. She got into the van, was going to turn around, so she backed up straight, she said. And I think this is where we started to have her draw what was marked as Exhibit 4 to the examination under oath.
Okay, so I'm going to have you then go to, is this the drawing that you're referring
Yep.
to, a George Exhibit 4?
Yes, if we
Okay.
could maybe
We'll
zoom
keep
in
this
more.
up. And so she said she backed up straight, and then what happened?
So she backed straight up. She didn't back up very far. And that's when she saw Todd in the yard.
And then
She
did she-
marked the position where she saw Todd in the yard with an X.
And so there's an X marked on this floor plan. Oh,
So right next to the house, if you
Right
zoom
there?
in, right next to the house, she wrote van in the driveway there.
okay, right where I've got it zeroed in?
And she said she backed straight up the driveway and then saw him standing where the X was.
Okay. All right, and if you could continue. So she saw
She
him.
said he was on fire. She was in the van facing the front door of the house. And then she drew a van with a number 2 in it.
Okay, so we'll pull that up. Oh. Number 2?
Yep.
Okay, what is the number 2?
And that's where the van was when she saw him. So she pulled up and stopped the van in the position where she marks number 3.
And there's 2 number 3s there, and one has a line through it. Can you explain why that is?
Yeah, she decided that she had driven off the path, apparently wanted to change the location, so she changed
So
it.
she corrected it.
Yeah.
She crossed off one and she corrected it then with the new place.
She said she drove up there really fast, and she jumped out and screamed at him to just lay down. Apparently Todd was screaming and trying to pull his clothes off. He was jumping and moving, and he wouldn't lie down no matter what she said. Then Linda told me that she tried to get close to him, but she didn't want to get too close because she didn't want to get burned. She was afraid to touch him.
Oh, schnipe.
And then she jumped back in the
I would have
van.
thrown my butt all over my husband.
Once
when he was on
What did she do
fire.
then when she jumped back in?
When she jumped back in the van, she couldn't get it to go backwards, so she slammed it into gear and went forward to position 4.
Okay, I'm gonna mark position 4, which is here.
Yes.
And what is that dotted line then by number 4?
She said there was a fence line there, and she almost ran through the fence. And then she still couldn't back up, so she decided to go down and behind the house, so further downhill to try and get traction. And 6 is where she ended up stopping, is what she
So you
said.
said number 6. So
That is
back
now
here.
behind the house, correct.
Okay.
Obviously, I asked her more questions about why she's heading further away, and she told me that even though it was further downhill, that they would sometimes go down there because it was sandier down behind the house, and you could get better traction. So she figured she'd go down there and drive up, but
What do you mean drive up?
drive back up to go out the driveway to apparently go get help. But then she said that she left the van there and she got out of it. She never described to me that she then actually drove back up the hill from being back there. When she got to where position 6 is,
Which is again where?
behind the house.
Behind the house,
Yep.
okay. When she gets to position 6, what does she say she does?
She said that she saw Todd. He was not on fire. He didn't have any clothes on at that point. He was badly burned, and she actually used the phrase that he was like pink melt.
Pink melt?
Pink melt.
Did she
And
say she approached Todd?
She did. She also said that when he was in the state, that she laid on top of him at that point. Because I guess the neighbors, Connie and Mike, had seen the smoke and were coming up the driveway.
No.
She laid on top
you
of him
don't
because he
do
didn't have
that.
the clothes on. And then she also said she didn't want him to not be able to breathe. And then she also explained it was because she didn't want him to go into shock or freeze. She said she could feel his heart beating. She could tell that he was breathing, but it was hard for him. She said she put her mouth on his mouth a few times and just tried to give him little breaths. And she could see in that position that Todd's skin was melted.
And then did you ask her
The thing,
at any time if she remembered hitting Todd or how Todd got run over by the van?
Yes, she said she has no memory of that. She said that she had heard about that accusation prior to me talking to her. She has no idea. She told Kate she had no idea how the blood got on the van, and she told Len McHugh that she didn't know if she ran over Todd or if it was just a rumor about her running over Todd. But in all of these drawings and configurations, she never acknowledged or described an event where she hit her husband with a van.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think I think she's referring to the body gets really pink and then it looks like it's kind of melting like a pink wax. Skin can get that iridescent pink look. It is gross. And that's when you touch it and you just sink into the skin and oozes all over.
Mr. Willison, counsel, Your whole purpose for the examination under oath is based on a contractual relationship that you had with an insurance company. Isn't that correct?
I did not have a contractual relationship with the insurance company other than being retained as.
Well, I mean, you were retained by either the insurance company
Yes.
or an agent of the insurance
The
company,
insurance
right?
company, yes.
And when do you know when you were retained by the insurance company in reference to this case?
I don't have that at my fingertips, but if I recall, it would have been a couple of weeks before this first examination under oath.
Before the first examination?
Before the first one, yes. So my guess would be late January, early February.
Okay. And were you advised at the time that you was retained that the insurance status as it relates to the property of Mr. and Mrs. Stermer, that whether or not they had insurance at the time of the fire?
Yes, I was told that they were behind on payments, that they had received, I believe, their second notice that was going to be canceled, but on the day of the fire, the policy was still in legal effect.
Are you sure that the policy was in effect on the date of the fire, or was the policy not paid on the date of the fire? And there was information provided that showed that the policy, the insurance was paid at a later date after the fire.
Now that you mentioned that, I do recall that it was a situation where if she came in and made payment, they would reinstate it without lapse, which meant that there would be coverage for the day of the fire. You know, my concern was there a policy in place that would cover the events of January 7? And the answer to that was yes. But I believe you're right that happened because she made a payment after the fire where the insurance company reinstated without lapse.
In reference to your being retained, you have a certain amount of information that you are capable of obtaining in reference to verify and corroborate information. Isn't that correct?
Yes, as the attorney, I like quarterback a number of resources,
Yeah.
investigators, things like that.
And the insurance company provides you a portfolio of the property and the insured, don't they?
I don't know what you mean by portfolio.
Well, you are provided with information in reference to the house,
I would get claim documents. So I
claim
would get-
documents.
Right.
Yes.
So the policy of insurance, any recorded statements that were taken, early on, there's not going to be any expert reports, but I would eventually get expert reports that would have photographs and things. I'd get adjuster photographs. Sometimes, or eventually, I would get underwriting information. Like when we first wrote the policy, did we have a floor plan? Did we have photographs? So I'd get things like that.
Yeah. So you had all that information in reference to this case, right?
I don't know if I had that when I first was retained, but eventually I got all that. Yes.
Were you able to determine that in reference to the insurance documents that the policy was in either Mr. Stermer's name or was it in Ms. Stermer's name? Or was it in both their names?
I would have to look at the policy to be certain of that. What I know is that because they were married and living together at the time, that even if it was in Todd Stermer's name only, she would be what's considered a named insured.
Yes.
But she would also be considered a named insured if her name was on the policy. So because there wasn't a distinction for me, I don't recall.
Do you have the policy here with you today?
I don't. I might be able to pull it up on my computer, but
Did you check and see?
sure.
Hope I didn't gross you out, June. Basically, it looks like melted wax. No, I don't think any remorse would help on that.
First,
I
I
didn't
get
think that
connected to
did.
the internet. For some reason, it's not doing that.
Poor guy, he struggled with his iPad. I remember this. Another guy struggled too, didn't he?
Okay. It is not
Cooperating.
getting very good service, so I'm not able to pull up the policy. Sure, that'd be fun. Yeah.
Ask the amount.
Auto policy I just pulled up, so let me, that was the wrong,
Thank you.
that was an auto policy I just pulled up, so let me see if I get a different.
My son's getting really loud next door. I can hear him through the microphone. So if you hear weird talking, that's my son playing his game. Friday night.
I don't have the policy in front of me, but I have the document that would be taken off of the policy. It says that the insured is Todd and Linda Stermer.
Okay, and what was the policy amount?
Well, I have a reserve amount, but I guess I'm going to have to find the actual policy. So please hold. But due to the age of the file, but I believe I do see a document that seems, again, I'm not finding the actual policy of insurance, but I do see a document that seems to indicate if you added all the coverages up, it'd be $504,675.
But those are not coverages just for the cost of, in reference to the policy that was covering for fire loss, so was it?
The dwelling, the contents, and something called loss of use.
Yes, and you say the total was $500,000?
504, yes.
Now, in your retainer agreement, part of what you are also provided is information in reference to the payment history of the individual insured. Isn't that correct?
Almost never. If I request it, if it becomes an issue, then I will get that. But
how did you know that Ms. Stermer did not know that there was insurance coverage on the property because it had not been paid?
How did I know that she did not know?
Did Ms. Stermer tell you that she didn't know that they had insurance because Mr. Stermer had failed to make the payments?
I believe she did tell me that she wasn't aware that they had insurance, yes.
And you were able to verify that because she testified that you was provided information that the policy was not paid, but she was told to come in and make the payment on the policy,
I was
right?
provided that information, yes.
Yeah. And do you know how many months the policy had not been paid prior to the fire?
I do not know.
You don't know?
No.
Did you ever obtain that information from anyone with the insurance company?
I don't know if I did. The only thing I cared about is whether or not the insurance company was going to say there was a policy in place for that date. And they said there was, so that's all I cared about.
Do you know the name of the insurance agent that contacted you, or the representative from the insurance company that contacted you?
Well, it wouldn't have been the agent. It goes to the insurance company.
Yes.
They have, in this particular case, it was a gentleman named Rodney Thuma.
Rodney Thuma.
Yes.
Okay. And did you have conversations with Mr. Thuma back and forth as you conducted the depositions with Ms. Stermer?
You mean the examinations under oath?
Well, yes, if you call that.
Yes. Well, there's a difference. And yes, I certainly would have spoke to him. Sure.
Okay. Did Mr. Thuma provide you information that you needed to inquire of Ms. Stermer in reference to the fire?
Well, everything I got from the insurance company came through Mr. Thuma. So yes, I suppose he provided me information. Yes.
Did Mr. Thuma provide you information in reference to some of the issues as relates to the cause of the fire?
I guess I'm going to object on hearsay. We're asking now then what Mr. Thuma told him about the cause of the fire. I think we're getting into some hearsay issues here. If he wants to talk in generalities, that's fine, but we're going to talk specifics. It's hearsay.
But it's not hearsay if I talk in generality. I mean, I'm trying to judge.
What are you offering it for? What are you offering the testimony for?
It's being offered to confirm the questions that he had to use to rely upon when he was examining my client under oath.
Okay, and so I'm finding it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, so I'll allow you to ask the question.
Yes.
I'm really not sure where we're going with it. No one gives me questions for anything, but I was told that they believed it was an intentionally set fire, if that's what you're asking.
And what did they tell you it was believed on?
What was it believed on?
Yeah, I mean, you were told that They who believed it was an intentional fire.
Your Honor, I think we're getting a little beyond the intent of why these statements are being offered. If he wants to ask if he received Scott Leroy's reports, I would be okay with that. But when we're starting to ask the questions this way, I feel like we're getting into a different area.
Your Honor, I believe, may we approach? Yes.
Y'all.
Sidebar.
Really?
Yes, you can answer, sir.
Okay. Based on the findings of both the state police and one of the best private fire investigators in the state, they both had the same opinion that this was an intentionally set fire preliminarily. And so I went forward on that, and then I would find out their final conclusions later on.
And so basically, when you set Ms. Stermer for an examination under oath, and she agrees to be set for examination under oath,
Yes.
you're in essence, your whole mission is to interrogate, to be able to validate what you had been provided from who you said was one of the best state fire investigators in the state. And that basically is what you was trying to do, right?
Well, I wouldn't expect the insured to be able to validate forensic analysis, but the information about where the fire was, statements she made, her side of the story, like I said earlier, all of that would certainly be part of it, yes. But as far as understanding fire patterns and knowing what is important and what isn't important, I wouldn't expect a layperson to know that. That's what experts are for.
But
What?
in your examination,
Yes?
you're looking for misstatements and inconsistent statements. Would that be fair to say?
I'm asking to get details of the story, and I am aware when misstatements are made, and I dig into that more. Yes, absolutely. But that's not the purpose. I'm not trying to give misstatements. I would hope and assume that once I put someone under oath, they're going to tell me all the truth, but they don't always. And when they don't, then I make note of that and I dig deeper into those issues.
So my next question is, how do you determine what the truth is and what is not the truth?
Well, me personally, I will take all the information I gather. I try to not make that decision at all while I'm in the statement. I gather all the information and I compare what I was told with what I can verify from outside sources, from what common sense says, what makes logical sense, whether the story from this person has changed or stayed the same. And then I put it all together and say, I think that they are making misrepresentations, or I think they're telling the truth.
And so you do take this examination under oath and the answers you obtained from my client, and then you took those questions and answers and you compared it to information that was provided to you from the investigators, the state investigator, and you compared it to information that was provided to you from.
Okay, y'all. We're on 1.225. I couldn't imagine him at a normal speed.
One of the experts, right?
Yes.
And then you made a conclusion and told the insurance company that, in your opinion, Ms. Stermer had not given you truthful answers. Would that be true?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. He ain't putting around.
Now,
He ain't pussy putting around that
when
one.
you asked Ms. Stermer about the marital relationship,
Yes.
were you able to corroborate the information she provided to you in reference to how long they had been married and in reference to the family nucleus as far as the children, her husband, his employment, her employment, and what their financial status was?
Well, that's a big question.
But it was all part of your.
Well, there's like 8 issues in that question.
Okay,
But yes, I was able to verify that they were married. I was able to verify that, I came to the conclusion that this was a tumultuous relationship that was in the process of ending. I came to the conclusion that they were financially strapped, although I did not necessarily conclude that that was a new condition, right? Because that's one of the things I look for is a change in financial circumstances. When you just live a certain lifestyle, you become used to it. That doesn't create pressure. It's when the change to your lifestyle happens. That's what can create pressure. I didn't see a big change in their financial situation. And I'm trying to think of what the other topics were that
What did you base the change in their financial status? What did you base that on? Did you ever go outside of the conversation with Mrs. Stermer?
we asked for bank statements from Ms. Stermer. We looked at those kinds of things.
Okay, just let me stop right there.
Sure.
You got Ms. Stermer's bank statements?
Yes.
Okay. And the bank statements, was there anything unusual about Ms. Stermer's bank statements?
I don't know what you mean by unusual.
Well, I mean, did it show that she made deposits in reference to her employment?
As I recall, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you verify how long she had been employed?
I don't think I bothered with that. No.
Did you check on various places where she had worked?
No.
Okay. Did you check on various places where Mrs. Stermer had worked?
No. Well, Mr. Stermer? No.
Yes, yes.
No.
Did you do any type of financial background on Mr. Stermer?
Not much, because as I put the information together in this, my conclusion was that this was not a financially motivated fire. And so digging into the finances wasn't necessary. There was a different motive for this fire.
So in other words, what you stated in reference to finances, there was nothing unusual that gave you any red flags that an individual would have burned down their house because of their financial status, right?
I'm asking him to speculate at this
Well,
point.
Well, no. Sit down. Like I said, one of the things I look at when I'm determining whether or not there's a financial motive for a fire is, was there a change, a sudden, like a loss of a job, a bankruptcy, a change in a health condition, or a promotion, a new job, something positive. I didn't see a dramatic change, positive or negative, in their financials.
But you would have had to go outside of the examination under oath with Ms. Stermer in order to verify those facts, though, right?
Correct. What I found outside was consistent with what she told me about finances. Yes.
And part of your examination under oath also in reference to these type of cases is that you also have to try to verify whether or not the individual has made any prior claims in reference to losses, right?
Sure, that's a relevant data point, yes.
This time, and please remember your rules. We'll make it about a 15-minute break.
Mr. Willison, I believe right before the break, I was had asked if there were any other claims that you had verified or tried to inquire of Mr. or Mrs. Stermer in reference to fire claims.
She told me that they had a claim together before they were married, but I think after around the time they had their first child together, that they had a fire claim on a place they lived. That the claim was paid, but then later she mentioned that they had to go to court to get paid.
Okay. Was that a claim in reference to the fire that the house that they were living in?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Okay. And you didn't find that to be suspicious of anything that's related to the claim that was being made in reference to this fire, though, right?
I certainly would have if I thought this was financially motivated, but because I didn't think this one was, then that became less relevant.
Okay. And you stated that there was some issues of domestic violence.
That's what she told me.
She told you that?
Yes.
She used the word domestic violence?
No, that's the
Okay,
term.
and that's what I
Yes.
want to make sure of.
Yeah.
Ms. Stermer never told you that she was living in a marriage of domestic violence.
She told me that the husband she lived with struck her. That's the definition of domestic violence.
But you can't verify that there was any domestic violence based upon your position and your job for the insurance company. You didn't verify that there was any domestic violence in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Stermer. Is that correct?
Right. Based on the
Thank you.
information I had, I thought there was not.
Thank you. And there's nothing unusual about a husband and wife having a disagreement in reference to marital affairs and not wanting their children to be privy to a conversation about that.
I guess it was an event. Is he asking for his opinion on that? Is he asking speculation? I'm not sure.
Well,
Your response?
because I'm going to ask another question.
I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Where's sidebar?
Sidebar.
Okay, I know it upsets some people that I eat, but it has been a while since I've had food. I've got to get something.
I'm going to go out of order just a little bit, Mr. Willison.
I will be here, but you won't.
You've made a final report in reference to this case, didn't you?
I sent a letter to my client giving them my opinions on the case, yes.
Do you have that letter?
That'd be attorney-client privilege, sir.
So you don't write a report, you just write a letter?
Yes.
And in the letter, did you state that there was domestic violence?
You're asking me to tell you what legal advice I gave my client? I can't do that. You know that.
Well, I'm asking you.
I'm going to object at this point, Your Honor.
If you want to ask me what I concluded about this particular case, I can tell you that.
What did
But I
you
can't
conclude?
tell you what I told my client.
What did you conclude? That would be in your letter, right?
I'm not going to tell you what was in my letter.
Okay, well, what was your conclusion? Where did you put your conclusion in something of a report?
I'm not going to tell you what was in my correspondence with my client, but I can
I
tell
don't,
you
I don't, I don't
what my
want your
conclusion was.
correspondence. I don't want your correspondence from your
Okay,
client.
both of you are talking
Okay.
at the same time. I've got an
I think
objection
his
coming.
conclusions infringe upon the ultimate issue that this jury is to decide. So I would object at this point.
Well, are you testifying from your conclusion?
Your Honor, I guess the court should.
Yeah, I'm gonna-
before the questions asked.
I'll sustain that objection.
Let me ask you this. You stated, because there was a statement that was made that I think is a very strong statement in reference to Ms. Stermer. There was a question that you brought out on direct as related to a couple of nights before the incident or the night before the incident, in which you stated that Mr. Stermer had a desire to be with his wife. And you stated that that he tried to rape her.
Yes.
Oh! E-par. E-P-A-R.
You've read your transcript.
Yes,
Do you have the transcript?
I do. Mhm.
I'd like you to refer to page 246 of the transcript.
He wanted it, he didn't, he tried to force it.
And this would be, I think, the October the 18th transcript,
I'm at 246.
246.
Yes.
And your question on line 20, you see that?
Yes.
Your question, you described some pretty heavy fighting Saturday night, sounds like. That's your question, right?
Yes.
And the answer, I don't even recall that it was heavy fighting. That's Ms. Stermer, right?
That's what she told me in October.
But
Yes.
that's her answer, right?
Yes, in February, she said he was
But
screaming.
just let me finish this question
Okay.
first. And the next stated that I know we argued some, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Line 24. This is your question. Didn't he try to rape me?
Yes.
That's your question, right?
Yes. Now, obviously, that was,
Just counsel, if you just let me do this, we'll get to the next
I'm
one
just
later.
addressing this last word, me, as probably a typo or I misspoke.
Probably a typo, but I'm just relying on
Yep, that's what
exactly
it
what I
says.
got,
Sure.
okay?
Yep.
And the answer, no, he didn't try to rape me.
Par.
He wanted to have sex.
Yes.
He tried, I had my clothes on still.
That's what she said in October. Yes.
Did you ask that same question again in another setting?
Yes. Earlier in February, I referred to it as when he tried to rape you, and she did not object or disagree with me.
E-par.
So you were asking the same questions in one setting of the examination under oath. And then months later, you have her to come back and set again for an examination under oath. And you start trying to see if you could ask questions to get her to give an inconsistent statement.
That's not true.
Okay.
I
But
asked,
Guys, what do you think about this section of questioning? EPAR, do you think it is a stretch for them to be claiming EPAR at this point? I know I'm 5 hours into it, but still. They can say it. I don't want to say it. I don't know. I would believe that if the lawyer for her, the defense team, would want that to be something that they leave the jury thinking he possibly did. Because if he possibly did it, that would be self-defense.
How would you,
If you'd
my,
like me
my
to-
question is first.
My main video is over here.
Answer the questions with a yes or no, please do so.
sure, okay.
So my question is, why would Mr. Thuma that was present, who is the insurance agent or the insurance representative, Farm Bureau, right?
Yes,
He was present at both of these depositions, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So you get the answers that you are looking for under the examination under oath in the first setting. Why did you have to go back and have another examination under oath?
Well, as I stated earlier in my testimony, we did questions about and surrounding the fire early on, and then we did a second examination under oath related to the claim and other financial information that we gathered during the course of the investigation.
Well, how would sex have anything to do when you're talking about just the claims or the amount of the losses? How would that have anything to do with that?
Well, I'd be happy to tell you.
Well,
I asked a premise question that said that you guys were doing some heavy fighting that night because her story was starting to morph. And she said, well, we weren't really fighting. And I said, didn't he try to rape you? That's how that came up.
Okay, so you put the words in her mouth of didn't he try to rape you? And she said no.
I took what she described and summarized it with
You
the
summarized
word.
it in
Yes.
Well, that is true. Anytime that someone tries to do something to you in an intimate act against your will is an attempt of EPAR. If you say no and they continue, no matter where you are in that process, and they continue to try to force you, that's EPAR. Baby.
opinion that's what she was saying.
Yes.
That's what was going to happen.
Yes, the story about when he was trying to pry her legs open
Yeah.
and rip her pants
You
off?
assumed that was rape.
Yes.
Sir, you need to really focus on just answering the question
Very
and
well.
not speaking over the attorney.
Thank you. I will.
Now, what did you do to verify these answers that you received from Ms. Stermer? Did you do any outside investigation with anyone else, whether it's the police department or the investigators or the state fire marshal, in reference to the information that you received before you wrote your letter to your insurance agent or your insurance company?
I gathered information from all kinds of sources, including the stuff that the police, whether it's state fire marshal or the county sheriff's department, were willing to give. The financial information, some stuff that we got from the insured, some stuff that we gathered on our own, things that the insurance company can access. So yeah, there was a number of things I looked at. Sure.
So were you able to verify that in the beginning of this claim, the very first inception of information that the Farm Bureau received, that it was not by Ms. Stermer?
I have no idea what you mean by that.
Well, your file, were you able to find that Ms. Stermer was not the person that contacted the insurance?
She did bring it up the first time.
I have no problem with him clarifying because obviously there was inconsistencies and some things that they were concerned about. And yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He did. But she brought it up. She planted that seed in his mind. She knew what she was doing when she said he wanted to be intimate, but I didn't, and he tried to force it. That right there is a classic seed plant of EPAR or attempt thereof.
Insurance company. In reference to this loss,
You mean the first contact?
yes, sir.
Okay. I don't recall if there was some sister involved. I don't know if the sister told her to make the claim or the sister made the claim on behalf of Todd, and then Linda got drawn into it. There was something like that, but that wasn't a real big issue for me, so I didn't.
But part of your examination under oath of the individual that you're examining is ultimately to determine whether or not this individual may have been making this claim because of some fraudulent basis.
Correct. To
All right.
see whether it was a financially motivated.
And if a person was going to commit fraud on an insurance claim, wouldn't they be the person that would reach out to their insurance company and say, I have a loss? Well,
You can ask him how often that happens or something like that, but the way the question's phrased right now is speculation.
Are you falling asleep, honey?
Typically, if you're doing it for money, then that's one of the first things you take care of.
right.
Yeah.
And Ms. Stermer did not make that call or contact anyone with Farm Bureau.
Correct. Immediately after.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right, shut up. Pick what I want. Don't redirect.
Could I have just a question for a second?
Yeah, don't redirect. Or recross or whatever we're on. Yeah. With
Throughout-
that many inconsistencies, though, they go over it all
Both of
over
these
again.
examinations under oath. You set a time for Ms. Stermer to appear at your office, is that correct?
I don't think they were at my office.
Where did they do the examination under oath? Was it at your office?
No, typically we would rent a conference room in the county where the fire occurred.
But wherever the location was, it's
Yeah,
pretty
we
much
told her where to
controlled-
go. Yes.
Controlled by you, date and time.
Yep.
And you communicated with Ms. Stermer as to when you wanted her to be there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, through her attorney.
Through her attorney.
Yes.
Right?
Mhm.
And at each setting, Ms. Stermer appeared, is that correct? On the date and time that you all had arranged for, right?
Yes, I think there were a couple that got canceled, but yes, the two statements, I mean, she was there, yeah. Yeah.
And throughout the duration of both of these examinations under oath, Ms. Stermer fully cooperated with every question that was asked of her. Isn't that true?
I would disagree with that.
Did she answer every question that was asked of her?
Yes, she did.
So anything else would be your opinion, right?
Sure, you can put it that way.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I just want to clear up one thing, Your Honor. When you were talking about working with the great fire marshal or whoever, however you titled it,
Fire investigator.
fire investigator, who was that?
Jim Shinsky ran a nationally renowned fire school for years.
So that's who you were talking
I was
about.
talking about Mr. Shinsky, yes.
You weren't talking about anything that the state police had done or anything in terms of that statement.
When I said one of the best fire investigators, I was referring to Mr. Shinsky. We did also get information from the state police.
Okay, but that's not who you were talking about when you made that statement.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury questions of this witness, anyone? Yep, I got some hands going up.
Oh, I'm sure they do. I is sure they do. San Angelo has thunderstorms. Let me reach out to my daughter.
Sidebar.
Questions from the jury? Sir, I have some questions from the jury, and jury, I did determine under the law not to ask some of the questions. In exhibit number 4, Linda's drawing, if you know, what does the van spot number 5 represent?
I believe she told me that when she got to position 5 is when she decided that she should go behind the house. So 4 was at the fence line, 5 is apparently where she decided she couldn't back up, and 6 is when she went behind the house.
Thank you. Council, any questions in light of the question and answer either side?
No, Your Honor.
I have a question, John.
Okay. Jury, any other questions of him? No. May he be excused from his subpoena?
I have to please be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're all done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That was pretty intense, though.
So,
All right, June.
Your Honor, may I approach and grab these?
Oh,
All
yeah.
right, guys.
Thank you.
Future, who's this
sir,
guy?
before you have a seat, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat, and once settled in, we'll have you state your full name and spell the last, please.
My name is Brad Stermer, Stermer.
And then
Morning,
if you
Mr. Chairman.
put that microphone close to your mouth so the jury
Okay.
can hear you. Thank you.
Stermer, family.
Good morning, Mr. Stermer. Can you tell me how you know Todd Stermer?
Todd is my younger brother, was my younger brother.
And can you tell me if you know Linda Stermer?
I do.
How do you know her?
Unfortunately,
She was married to my brother, Todd.
And after the fire occurred on January 7th of 2007, did you have conversations with Linda Stermer about what had happened?
Yes,
Can you tell the jury what she told you?
yes. It was like 2 days or so after the fire when my whole family had gotten in town and we had gone over to the house where they were staying with friends. And we didn't have a lot of information on the fire or what happened. And so we asked her to sit down and explain what happened. And she sat down and I said, we need to get our head around this, what happened. And she said that she was down
New
in the
witness.
basement doing laundry and she heard Todd scream. And she came running up and the living room was on fire with a lot of smoke and she just turned and ran out the front door.
Did she tell you anything specifically
Leaving
about
Todd
fire
dumb.
alarms?
Well, I'd asked her, I said, you didn't hear the fire alarms going off. I mean, their house, wasn't that big. And I knew we had fire alarms in there because I'd helped them pull wire for it. And she said, oh, Todd dismantled them.
And so when you say you helped pull wire for them, what was your involvement on that house?
When I helped Todd probably, 6, 7 times over the years trying to build his house. And so at different stages of the development, I would be in town and I would help him. And we were getting ready to do drywall, but you have to run the electrical wiring to the outlets and the boxes and so forth. So we were doing that. And I made a comment to him one time. I said, why don't you just buy those $20 battery ones? And he says, you can't. He says, it's code. You have to have it hardwired with a battery backup. And I said, oh.
Objection, hearsay.
I can rephrase the question.
Thank you, sustained.
So you helped him then in terms of putting those smoke detectors in.
I helped him get the wiring to where those were going to go because that was an additional.
And so at that time, all of these smoke detectors you helped were going to be hardwired.
Yeah.
There's leading, so if you could rephrase.
How were you then going to, were these the type of smoke detectors you were just going to put on the wall or were they going to be hardwired?
No, they had to be hardwired because you have to meet the code. And the code says you have to have them wired to the electrical box. And then any new development back then, it would have a battery backup, like a 9-volt battery with it. So yeah, even if you took the battery out, technically it would still work because it's still hardwired in.
Do you recall how many smoke detectors you helped him install or how many per room?
I don't recall. It was a pretty good sized house, at least 4, from what I remember.
Were those 4 on the entire house or 4 on a level?
Gerald, about 2:30, you might be getting hail. You might want to do something about your truck.
Remember?
Well, it was because there was a bedroom in the basement that was all floors and there was a loft bedroom. So, that was on every floor that we ran wire to hook up.
So you said when you had this conversation with Linda, it was a few days after the fire?
Yeah.
And can you describe what her demeanor was when you were having this conversation with her?
She was, appeared to be upset, but she was able to talk with us until I asked her about the fire alarms. Then she got up and left the room.
Did you then try to ask her any more questions?
We couldn't because she left the room and, we didn't want to upset her anymore at that time.
So you said you had assisted in helping Todd build that home. What did you assist with?
I helped him. I was there the first day when we framed the first wall, in the basement. So I started the first day, but I helped him with windows. I helped him with drywall. I helped him with wiring, that help dig a trench, whatever I could do when I was in town to help them.
Do you have a background in construction?
No.
And so why were you helping? What was your knowledge of construction?
Well, over the years, I've owned some houses and I've done it, and I'm a do-it-yourselfer. I just like to do that kind of work. And I was my brother. I wanted to help him. I've helped mostly family and friends. I don't do it for a living or anything, but I do enjoy working with my hands.
Had Todd had Todd remodeled and built things before?
Oh, yeah, he was pretty good at it. He did jobs. I mean, I know not just for friends and family, but for other people. I mean, so he was much better carpenter than I was.
Do you know if those smoke detectors were inspected after you helped?
I don't know that. I know he said, the inspection was coming.
I can move on, Your Honor.
Yep.
Were you aware that Todd and Linda had financial issues?
I knew they weren't living the high life. Yeah.
Were you aware of any money that they had borrowed from family?
Yeah, I had loaned Todd some money.
Did you ever see Todd and Linda fight before?
Not fight, but he would get, to the point where he's a little annoyed where they're like, Linda, we're busy here, we're working on the house, and she'd come in and start rattling off about something, and we're trying to put up a 10-foot sheet of drywall. It was, not convenient. So he didn't yell at her like, get out of here. He's just like, we're busy right now.
So did you ever see him have any physical violence between them?
No.
Did Linda appear afraid of Todd?
What? No.
Did you?
No.
Were you involved? You talked about remodeling with Todd. Were you involved in remodeling a house with Todd? I believe that was it your father?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that house?
Yeah, it was in our family. It was the little house. We call it the little yellow house. It was the next door to where we lived and grew up.
You are.
It was a rental. My dad
We're
always
gonna get
rented it.
snow this
kept it
morning.
around. And so when my dad had a stroke and was still in rehab,
I don't see snow
Todd
in
said,
Lubbock.
let's fix up the little yellow house and I'll move my family in there, and then I can keep an eye on Dad and help him out. So we started, it was vacant, had been vacant for a while. So it was pretty rough shape. And so we started with roofing and drywall and so forth.
Yeah, and
Come a little later.
were you aware if Todd and Linda had ever moved into that house?
No.
And did your father still live in the big house?
Yes.
And did something happen with your father?
Yeah, he passed away. And so we stopped the work for the most part. But I think Todd was thinking, we got this far, we're almost done. But he decided, he wanted to see if he could buy my dad's house from my sisters and I.
Would that have been the little house or the big house?
The big house, I'm sorry.
So
It would have been all of them. It would have been the whole.
The entire property?
Right, property.
And so did Todd and Linda move into the big house?
Yes,
And they were living in there?
yes.
And at that time, were you then still working on the remodeling of the little house?
No, I was not involved.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough night.
Okay. And you still had an interest in the property?
No,
A financial interest?
no, I did not.
Okay. And that was your father's
That
property?
was my.
Case one, you'll probably get
And
no.
do you recall how much work you guys did on that
Yeah,
house?
we did a lot of work.
4
And,
and 6
and at that time I was just,
I think that
I'm not too far out of college. So, I mean, we were, it wasn't like we were buying the best of the best, but yeah, with the roofing and stuff, we were kind of putting our nickels together to do stuff,
Did you have to do drywall and
Yeah.
so
The roof leaked, so the
Hey,
first thing we had to
Ever
do was
come
get
to
the
San
roof fixed.
Antonio,
And so
let
we
me know.
redid the roof.
I'll meet you
Then we started, with the
on the
drywall.
exit.
and so
Bill and-
how much did you have to tear out?
Well, it was a mess. I mean, it had been vacant for a while, and so it was quite a bit. I mean, we didn't have a dumpster yet, but we had tarp, and we were throwing stuff out.
Yeah,
and,
we do.
with the insulation and
We do.
drywall and stuff like that.
And so you had to put in all new drywall?
Yeah.
All new flooring?
Yeah, I didn't do any of the flooring, but I did help them with a lot of the drywall.
And Todd and Linda were living in the big house at that time?
We got a Cracker Barrel right there on the highway.
No,
right
at the
next
time
to
when
the
we were working in the
highway
yellow
on that
house, no one
exit.
lived. My dad wasn't even there yet. He was still in rehab, I think, after his stroke, and so he was coming home, and we were trying to hurry up and get the little house built or livable. So I don't know where they were living at that time.
At some point, did they move into the big house?
Yes, they
And
did.
you still had your father's estate still owned the little house?
Yes.
And did something happen to that house?
Yeah, it burned down months later.
And was it just the little house?
Yeah,
And at that time, were Todd and Linda living in the big house?
yeah, they were.
And you had said most of the work was already done at that point?
Yeah,
Was Todd a physically fit guy?
very athletic, and still played softball and did, he was basketball. He was still very much into sports and very much, active. He worked for a living with his hands, so he was very physically fit.
Have you had any other conversations with Linda then, other than just the few days after the fire?
No.
Had you been to Todd and Linda's house before it burned down?
Yes.
Several times?
Oh, yeah.
Were you there close to the time that it did burn?
We were there at Christmas. We went over there for Christmas several weeks before.
And can you talk about whether there was a trail on the, if I'm looking at the house that had been to the north side, on the right-hand side, was there a trail or a path going down?
No. When they were building the house, and it was all dirt, and we could drive around the side, but it was a pretty good hill, and there was clay in that soil. So if it were wet or rainy, you wouldn't want to go down there because you need a 4-wheel drive to get back up. But after they got the house pretty much built and living there, he had graded it, and it was yard, essentially grass.
It was yard at that time?
Yeah.
So used during construction, to
Yeah.
your knowledge,
after that, yeah.
once the house was done
Yeah, there was no trailer.
and it was all graded and
Yeah.
lawn? I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Stermer. When you talked to Linda Stermer, this was within 48 hours of her losing her husband, correct?
How about that? Yeah.
You losing your brother? Yes?
Yes.
And the family, including you and Linda and Todd's sons, were there at her friend's
Yes.
house? Would that be Kate Swift?
I believe that was her name. Yeah.
Your mom was there?
Yes.
Obviously, Linda Stermer was emotionally distraught,
Yes.
as were you, having lost your brother 48 hours ago,
Yeah. We had a lot of questions.
as were her sons. Yes? Everybody was emotionally distraught. It was a very emotional time given the loss.
Yes.
She told you that she was in the basement and she heard Todd scream and she ran up the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And after that, when she got emotionally distraught, she went somewhere into another room and no more conversations about the fire.
Yes.
And no more conversations since then with Linda.
No.
Fair?
Fair.
Okay. These smoke alarms, you said, let me make sure if I get this right. You would help Todd build the house. It took a lot of years, probably 7 or 8 years.
I helped with different phases of the house. Yeah.
Were you out of state?
I lived in the Upper Peninsula.
Okay. So you would come down on occasion, and if you had time, you would help Todd on the weekends?
Yes.
It was him mostly building the house, correct?
Yeah. Doing whatever he needed help with.
Okay. You were not any type of licensed electrician, am I right?
No.
You're good with your hands, and you say you're a good handyman, right?
I'm adequate.
All right. You were not a licensed electrician, neither was Todd.
No.
Am I right?
Right.
Right. And you helped wire the alarm system, do the electrical for the.
I didn't wire it. We just pulled the wire so that we could get like the electrical boxes before we put the drywall up. You have to, but we never wired anything. I never wired anything.
Okay, that was up to Todd.
No, it's yes.
Did you actually install these hardwired smoke detectors?
No.
When Linda told you, and you asked her about how come smoke alarms didn't go off, remember you told us that?
Yes.
Linda told you they weren't working or something, and
She
Todd,
said Todd had dismantled them.
okay. You don't have any evidence to help us to disagree with that, am I right?
Well, the people, my mom and sisters that were in the room would corroborate that.
Understood. But you don't have any evidence that suggests that Todd did not disconnect the
No.
smoke alarms, am I right?
Right.
You and Todd were close as brothers,
Yeah, we got along good.
but he frustrated you in terms of his financial irresponsibility, didn't he?
Not so much Todd, but Linda.
Do you recall telling a police officer
What?
that Todd didn't like to work a 40-hour week?
I don't recall that. He was not a traditional 9 to 5 guy.
Okay. He didn't like to punch a time clock, right?
Right.
He didn't like to go to work every day where he had to get up and put in a full day's work, right?
No,
Am I right?
no,
I'm not right?
you're not right.
Okay, can I approach? Thank you. I'm going to show you, sir, a report based on an interview you did with a Van Buren County detective. I want you to read that orange highlighted paragraph.
He was a good carpenter.
No, you read yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
that refresh a memory that you told the detective that Todd did not like working a job where he must get up every day and go to a certain job, as he described, punching a time clock?
Right.
So that is what you told him.
That's right.
And he was, Todd, you had loaned him money, correct?
Yes.
Your mom had loaned him money, correct?
Yes.
Your sister had loaned him money, correct?
I believe it both at times. Yeah.
Did there come a time where you had a family vacation on a lake where near Delton, Michigan? Remember that?
Yeah.
Family got together?
Yeah.
You and Todd went out on a boat?
Yeah.
And you were having an argument?
Yeah.
And it was about financial irresponsibility of Todd,
There was a lot of things that were being discussed at that time.
including his financial irresponsibility?
We talked about that. Yes.
Was Todd I'm going to say do-it-yourselfer like you?
Yes.
Did you have any understanding that he had some kind of professional electrical degree?
No, I know he worked for an electrician at one time and did apprentice.
He was never a journeyman to your
No,
knowledge.
he was not a licensed electrician.
And he was not a licensed mechanical guy,
He was not.
HVAC,
No.
but he was the one primarily putting up the house, correct?
He pretty much designed and built the whole thing. Yes.
Then let's talk about how this house that used to be your father's, am I right?
Yes.
The yellow house, you said?
Yes.
Okay. How long did that construction take?
I don't remember for sure, but once we decided that he was going to move in there with his family, we were under a timeline because my dad was in rehab from the stroke, and so he was going to be coming home. I don't recall how long, but it was a short time.
Are we talking the remodeling took a month?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Did it involve electrical?
I was not involved in any electrical.
Would it be fair to say, were you up north at the time?
I lived up north, yeah. No, I lived here in Kalamazoo at the time of the Little Yellow House.
All right, we'll talk about the little yellow house. You lived in Kalamazoo, but primarily Todd was responsible for the remodeling. Would that be fair?
Yeah, well, I was, yeah.
Secondarily, you.
You're right.
And this house burned, you said, within months of the remodeling that Todd was primarily responsible for. Is that right?
I don't remember exactly. It was in November, so I don't know when we stopped working on it. But my dad passed away, I believe, in July. So yeah.
So within 5 or 6 months, fair.
I guess, yes.
And this house that Todd was primarily responsible for remodeling, do you know what the cause of the fire was?
No.
Did Todd ever tell you what the cause of the fire was?
Yeah, he said.
I guess I object, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offering for the truth of the matter, sort of just whether he made the statement of what the cause was, not offering for the truth of the cause. We don't know what the cause was, or if he knew the truth of the cause, just what his opinion was.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
But in any event, it was an accidental fire,
Yeah.
as far as you knew,
Yeah.
based on his remodeling of the house.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just give me 1 second, Your Honor. Just to clarify something, sir. This was the house that Todd was going to, I thought Todd was single at the time.
No, Linda was part of that.
He was going to move the family in, he wasn't going to flip the house.
No, my dad was going to live in the big house and he could live right next door and help him out.
Yeah. And then it burned, and that didn't happen, fair?
No, they had already moved into the big house because my dad passed away.
Understood.
So then they moved, so the little house was vacant.
Okay, so when the little house burned, it was vacant. Did it get rebuilt?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. When you were visiting at Christmas time, did you see those smoke detectors in the home?
Yeah.
And did it appear that they were hanging or?
No, they were up, and he had a fire in the fireplace too. So I mean, it wasn't like it was smoking or nothing, but yeah, there was nothing.
And I just want to clarify, when you had your conversation with Linda 2 days after the fire, I think you had testified that she said that she did not see Todd when she came upstairs. Is that correct?
Yeah, she said it was too smoky and, fire, and she just turned and ran outside.
And is that when you asked her about the smoke detectors?
So it seemed to me that, yeah, what about the fire alarms going off, because she said she was in the basement. So.
And at that time, that's when she left. Is that correct?
She said, yeah, he dismantled them, and then she got up and left.
What did you mean when you said Todd wasn't the type of guy to punch the time clock?
He was more of he liked the sales component. He liked to wheel and deal, and he was, he could make more money at it in a short period of time than a 9-to-5 job. So
What else did you talk about on Lake Michigan with your brother?
talked about a lot of things. We talked about the horse problem, the horses that she had, and so forth.
So was that part of when you said Linda frustrated you with regard to the horses? Was that part of that conversation?
Well, yeah, I didn't see her really pulling her own weight to help the family kind of get together. I never saw her work
That's
on the house
insane.
when I was down or anything like that. She was really never around when I came down to help.
What was your frustration with the horses?
I think they had like 30, horses, and horses are expensive, and most of them you couldn't ride.
You couldn't ride the 30
them.
horses?
Yeah, these were horses she was gathering from all over the country. She'd go up to the Dakotas or wherever and drag these horses back.
Question two, based on history.
I think they're from the defense.
And I was just thinking about quitting at midnight. I guess we have to get through that. We'll get through him and then we'll quit. It doesn't look like he's going to be too long. So we'll get through him and then we're going to quit. All right. I'll keep pushing
And the
through.
statements of where they're coming from, Your Honor.
Overrule that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you said Linda would go places to pick up these horses?
Yes,
And you couldn't ride them?
not very many.
And what did she do with them?
Objection foundation.
You could lay the foundation of.
Did you
if
know what
knows.
she was doing with these horses?
No.
Did you have a chance to view these horses?
To view them?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Did you spend some time around those horses?
Yeah, I rode them. We tried riding them a couple times.
And when you say, I guess I don't understand, why would you not be able to ride a horse?
They were wild. They weren't trained horses. They weren't daily interaction with people.
So did Linda tell you she was keeping them as pets? Did she tell you that she just wanted them? What was the purpose of these horses from her standpoint?
Objection.
Did she tell you what the purpose of these horses were? Thank you.
No.
And your frustration was over then the finances of the horses?
Well, it was about helping the family, helping Todd, helping the kids. And so we didn't see any real value to having that many horses. To feed them, make hay in the summer, shoe them if you need to deworm them. I don't know that much about horses, but I have a friend that has horses, and I've talked to him about it. And he's like, 30 horses, that's crazy.
I'll strike that.
I'll
That's
sustain
fine.
that objection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Let me just follow up. You wouldn't know the reason why Linda Stermer had various types of horses, correct?
It never was clear to me.
And these smoke alarms, when you hardwire something to disable them, it's not as simple as just simply getting on a ladder and taking a battery out, right?
It would still be active if it's wired to the box.
Right. You have to do something more to disable it.
Yes.
Something that
Probably trip the breakers.
Todd would know how to do.
Sure.
Okay. And you, when you were over at Christmas, you wouldn't even know if they were working or not, right?
They weren't hanging down.
No, they don't hang down. They're attached to a wall. You wouldn't know if they were operative or not. Fair?
Fair.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any questions of this witness? I see one. You have them? Okay. Another one's being written, it looks like.
Sidebar.
Christmas, what was the state of the living room floor? Was it carpeted, finished, or something else?
It wasn't carpeted or anything. It wasn't finished. There was a area rug, more in like the center of the room, kind of.
To the best of your knowledge, if you know, did Linda like her dogs?
I believe she did.
Any questions, Council?
Just one.
Okay.
Did Todd love that house?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Mueller? Any-
I don't have any questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Can he be excused from his subpoena?
I would ask that please be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Okay. So you're excused from your subpoena obligations. Thank you. Ms. Seidelman?
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Chris Williams to the stand, please.
Oh, that was a bad freeze. Oh, mamacita, I'm sorry. Oh, there's that boyfriend dude, I think. What?
Is that who she was having an affair with?
Okay, good morning. Be careful with the step there. If you raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Take your time and have a
Oh,
seat.
this ought to be good,
And
y'all.
once you're settled in, we'll have you give us your full name and spell the last one.
Chris Henry Williams, Williams.
And then, Mr. Williams, if you can move that microphone closer to your mouth so the jury can hear you, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
She
Lisa?
went
Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Morning.
to him.
Mr. Williams, where did you work in 2006?
Kimberly,
And at the time of your employment, did you have an opportunity to come in contact with Linda Stermer?
yes, I did.
And how did you come in contact with her at work?
Coworker.
You were coworkers? And do you recall when she started there?
No, I do not.
And then do you know when you started there?
Yeah, 2003.
In 2003. And can you tell me then what was your involvement with Ms. Stermer when she started working
What
there?
was your relationship?
I know.
We wanna-
And at some point, did that change?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury kind of what changed?
Well, normally I was a truck driver, and excuse me, when I was not driving truck, I worked in the shop, and we just happened to work side by side one day.
Dragging no more.
And what happened? Did you start a conversation?
Yes, in general, just about small talk.
And then how did that proceed?
Well, she kind of was telling me her situation about marriage, and
I'm going to stop you. You said she was talking about her situation with marriage.
yes,
What was she saying?
I can't exactly say, but it was on the line of my marriage wasn't working and she was getting a divorce.
So she was telling you her marriage wasn't working and she was getting a divorce.
Yes,
So did you talk a lot that day?
not a lot.
And then when would be the next time you'd start talking?
Well, when I left, when we parted that day, we were kind of interested in each other, but I found out she was married. And I told her that if she's single, if I'm single and she got a divorce, maybe we could do something. And I left it at that.
And then did you hear from her after that?
Yes, because a coworker gave her my phone number without my permission.
A coworker gave your phone number to Ms. Stermer without your permission?
Yes,
Did he tell you he did?
after the fact,
And then what happened?
she just started blowing up my phone
So she started blowing up your phone?
and stalking me.
And when you say she was stalking you, what do you mean?
Well, I got out of work one day and stopped at the grocery store and she was there in the parking lot.
At the grocery store?
Yes,
And did you talk to her at the grocery store?
briefly.
Do you remember what you said in the grocery store?
No, I did not.
And when she would call, would you answer the phone?
Yeah,
Yeah. Did you have conversations?
yes.
What kind of conversations were you having at that time?
I can't really say, but it was kind of shocking. I was dumbfounded. Like, why are you calling me? You know, what is your purpose? Kind of conversation.
Were you in, but you had stated previously that you were interested and she was
When I
interested?
first seen her, I didn't know anything about her, just visually, not personally, you know.
So you had a physical attraction.
You're right.
And so then as you started talking, did you ever meet then outside of work?
Yes.
And how long did that take?
It went on a couple months before we did.
Do you know what year that was?
06.
06? And so after you had been talking for a while, after you'd seen her at work, can you tell me then what activities you guys started doing together?
Well, joyriding, going to museums, just normal stuff that people do when they first encounter each other.
So it was dates.
Kind of, sort of.
You took her to museums, right?
Yes.
Where were those museums at?
I think in Grand Rapids.
Did you go to dinner?
I can't know.
Take her to lunch?
No, not really.
No, you guys just went places together and joyriding?
Yeah, it was kind of awkward because I wasn't comfortable.
Why were you not comfortable?
I'm not into married women.
But yet you were still interested, right?
No, not really. She was just popping up. She was just there.
And you went on dates with her.
Yeah.
And so at some point, did your relationship turn physical?
Yes.
And when did that start turning physical?
I don't know if I want to hear this.
I say maybe into, well, she stuck me for a couple months. I say maybe about a month and a half. It was kind of weird.
About a month and a half into spending time together.
Let's do something and there's something.
Yeah.
How often were you spending time together?
I can't really say because we worked together and she would show up after work. So I say maybe a couple times a week or something like that.
And would that be times, a couple times you'd see her outside of work?
Yes.
And then you'd see each other probably almost every day at
At
work?
work.
Okay. And when you would see each other after work, did you continue to talk about her marriage?
No, not on the regular. It was kind of weird. There wasn't much of conversation. Well, that's just all over the place.
So you didn't really talk too much about her marriage at that time?
No,
Did she ever tell you she had left him or got divorced?
no.
So was she still with him? Did you know?
Yes, she was still with
That's
him.
the sign of a true hoe.
And
A true hoe won't even ask for dinner. She just gonna go.
when your relationship turned physical, you started having sex, correct?
Yes,
And where would you typically have sex with her?
at my house.
At your house? And you don't have to tell me your address, but what town did you live in?
Kalamazoo.
And did you continue to communicate with her regularly?
Yes.
How many times a week would you get together and have sex?
It wasn't really all about sex, but maybe a couple
Couple times you had sex, or a couple times a week?
times a week.
Were you aware if she had more than one phone?
No.
No. You just had one phone number that you talked to her on?
Well, yes. Well, she would talk to me on. She called me when I called her.
Were you afraid her husband would find out?
Yes.
Did you ever talk about that?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean yes and no?
I was trying to figure out what was her motive with doing it with me.
To be with you?
Mm-hmm. What was her motive? I mean, why would you want to be with someone that you married?
Did she ever tell you why she wanted to be with you?
You know,
But she still kept calling, right?
she kept showing up.
He was
She kept coming to your house.
funny. I'm gonna call it funny. He's naughty.
Was there any time that she talked to you about
Is that a menopausal hormone rush she was getting?
Todd coming to her place of work?
No.
So you were never informed of him showing up at work unexpectedly?
No.
Did she talk to you about having plans of leaving him?
Yes.
So at that time, did you still think she was thinking she was going to leave him?
Yes.
How long were you guys together before the fire?
Well, we wasn't really together, but we was done with each other probably six months.
About 6 months before the fire?
Yes.
And at some point, did you become aware of what had happened with the fire?
I was watching the news on Sunday.
So she didn't tell you about it? You saw it on the news?
Yes.
And then did you ask her about it?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say?
She told me briefly how it started.
What'd she say?
She said she was in the downstairs laundry room doing laundry, and they was arguing back and forth, and she heard a change in the tone of her voice and his voice, and she ran upstairs to go see about him, and then upstairs and go up in flames. So she left and got in the van to go get help.
Did she tell you anything else?
Nope.
Did she tell you if Todd made it out of the house?
Nope.
How long did you continue to have a relationship with Ms. Stermer after that fire occurred?
I do believe it ended before Christmas.
So if this fire happened in January 7th of 07, are you talking about the Christmas after?
No, I'm sorry. It was up until the Friday before the fire, I remember.
Your relationship ended the Friday before
No,
the
it
fire?
didn't end. She was at my house the Friday before the fire.
So she was at your house that Friday.
Yes.
How long then did you continue to spend time together after the fire?
Maybe a month or so.
Yeah,
If at some point the relationship ended?
Yes.
Did you end it?
From that woman.
Her lawyer.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to stop you there. So was it more of a mutual ending?
No, it was more or less her lawyer told us we should not be seeing each other, but she shouldn't be seeing me.
That's what she told you?
Yes.
And
Woo, she gets
was
it
there,
done
when you were
involved
looking
now.
back at the days prior to the fire and your time spent with Ms. Stermer, was there anything that she told you about any sort of arguments that happened between her and her husband?
No.
Was there any conversation about a truck?
It was a conversation about a Blazer thing or something.
Okay.
I've never seen any vehicle that they own or had other than a black Blazer in the van.
Did she ever talk to you about a vehicle that Todd sold?
It was a vehicle that he traded in on the van.
And then did she tell you how she felt about him trading that in?
She was upset.
And when was this in relation to the fire?
I can't remember when she told me, but that Friday she left my house, she was pretty upset.
She was upset?
Mhm.
And what, she was upset about this truck?
I'm not sure what it was, but it wasn't a normal visit like it normally would be.
What made it not like a normal visit?
She was upset.
And when you say she was upset, what was she doing?
I guess it was about the van, the truck that he traded in without her permission.
Was she angry?
Yes.
Was that a different emotion that you had seen from her?
I've never seen that side of her before.
You never saw that side of her before?
Never.
So the Friday before the fire, you saw a different side of her.
Yes.
And you would describe it as?
Angry, upset, however.
So through this time frame of 6 to 8 months, you had seen Linda Stermer without any clothes on, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see any marks or
No.
anything on her? Any bruises or?
Ooh, what a delicate way to put that.
So the Friday before the fire, you saw her without her clothes on, right? So in other words, honey boo, y'all were getting it on. Y'all nasty people.
No,
Black eyes, cuts,
No.
nothing.
no.
Honey, that wasn't a date. That was a booty call.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Don't talk to booty call.
Mr. Williams, you stated that you were employed at, or are you still employed at Kimlink? Is that the name of the company?
No, I'm not.
Okay, but in reference to the matter that you testified on direct, you were employed at Kimlink,
Yes.
and where's Kimlink located
At
at?
the time, it was in Schoolcraft.
Beg your pardon?
At the time, it was in Schoolcraft, Michigan,
And how long had you been employed there?
since 2003.
And you said you was a truck driver, right?
Yes, local,
And what shift did you work?
day shift.
Day shift?
Yes,
Is that considered the first shift?
yes.
You recall the time when Ms. Stermer began working there?
When she started working there, we was in Kalamazoo.
Was where?
The company was small, and we had 2 or 3 different buildings. We stored the raw material in one building, and we made it in another, and I transported to shipping. My job was to transport materials back and forth.
So Ms. Stermer didn't work at the same location where you was a truck driver at, is that right?
Yes, she did. And one of the facilities, I said it was 3.
3 facilities on the
Yes.
same,
There was a storage where we stored the raw materials. My job was to transport the raw materials to the building, which we made it at. And then once it got packaged, I drove it to Ransom Street, which was on the north side, to be shipped out.
so which facility did Ms. Stermer work at?
The one on Factory Street, where they made the material.
And is it called a particular name?
It was part of Kimley.
Yeah.
The company grew. That's how we ended up moving out to Schoolcraft under one roof. So everything got transported out there.
What shift did Ms. Stermer work?
First,
First shift? Are
it
you
was
sure?
only first shift when I was there.
So it's not a second shift?
No, not at that time.
You don't know exactly when Ms. Stermer started working there, though, right?
Not the exact date.
Well, what month? What year?
06.
What month?
Probably June, July, somewhere on that, summertime.
So if you're a truck driver, and Ms. Stermer's working in a facility where she's working inside, is that correct?
Yes,
And was part of your job to be in the same building where Ms. Stermer was working?
yes, when I was not transporting materials, I worked in the shop,
Doing what?
packaging.
And was she also packaging?
Yes.
Did y'all work next to each other?
One particular day,
Just one day?
yes, side by side, yes. I was a truck driver, so I wasn't stationary.
And so after this one particular day, you stated that someone gave Ms. Stermer your telephone number?
Yes, I had a company phone at the time,
Who was that person who gave her your telephone number?
Mike Buchanan.
Mike who?
Buchanan.
Buchanan.
She tricked him into giving him, she asked him, well, what he told me,
Well, now I want to know what she told you. But you said that Mike Buchanan gave your telephone number to Ms. Stermer. Is that
yes,
correct?
she asked him for
No,
it.
but you don't know that, but now, what month did you get a call from Ms. Stermer in reference to?
I can't say
You can't say,
what month.
okay. Did you ever go out to lunch with Ms. Stermer?
No,
Did you ever go on a break at the company facility on break?
no.
When was the first time that Ms. Stermer contacted you by phone? Do you know what month and year that was?
It was the same day.
The same day.
Same day we worked side by side.
So did you go home and then you get a
I
call
was
from
on
Ms.
my way
Stermer?
home.
And you got a call from Ms. Stermer?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you and her have a conversation while y'all was working side by side with each other?
Just that one day. Yes.
Did y'all had a conversation?
Yes.
Did she have a conversation with you about her marriage at that day? on that
Yes,
day?
in general, yes.
Somebody you'd never seen before, right?
Right.
And all of a sudden, you just started having a conversation. She's telling you about her marriage. Is that right?
We had seen each other, but we never worked side by side.
I know, but this is the first time you said that you've had a conversation with her about
It was the first time I had a conversation. It wasn't the first time I seen her.
Yeah. But just the first day that you're working side by side with her, she tells you about problems with her marriage. Is that your testimony?
Not problems, but in general.
Did you ask her, was she married?
I knew she was married
How did you know that?
from coworkers. The lady that got her hired.
So the lady that got her hired told you that she was married?
Mhm.
Why would she tell you she was married?
Because I was physically, not physically, I was attracted to her.
You was physically attracted to her. Is that true?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So your testimony previously, direct, You stated that you didn't want to have anything to do with a married woman, right?
I did not, but that has had nothing to do with being physical or attractive.
But what do you call physical?
Appearance.
So
She was a nice looking lady.
So
at the
her
time.
physical appearance, in spite of the fact that you knew she was married, was something that you wanted to follow up on.
No.
Is that correct?
I just found her physically attractive.
Okay.
Y'all, she doesn't look
And so actually, the lady that got her
Right
hired
now.
was the person that actually got you connected to Ms.
They-
Stermer. Is
about-
that true?
No,
20
That's how you got
years.
information about her being married.
she didn't have it, got us connected.
Sorry, my hearing aids are off. She's aged about 20 years.
But you had no other information about her until you got that information from the person that hired her, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, you stated that you knew that she was married because of the lady that got her hired.
Right. Once I found it out, I was no longer interested.
Oh, after you found out that she was married, you wasn't interested,
No.
but you were still physically attracted.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, how long did Ms. Stermer work at Kimley?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No.
Well, were you still working there when the incident in reference to her house fire? Were you still working at Kimley?
Yes.
Was she still working at Kimley?
Yes.
And did she continue to work at Kimley after the fire?
Yes.
For how long?
I'm not sure. I was in a car accident in February of the 2nd.
You was in where?
A real bad car accident in February.
A real bad car accident?
Yes, I got rear-ended on my way to work.
Okay. So you was away from the
Yes.
employment?
Yes.
Would you consider this contacts that you had with Ms. Stermer? Would you call it an affair?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you say the affair last?
About 6 months.
6 months. Can you give me the date range?
From June to
June of what year?
06 until after January.
Until January?
Yes.
January, do you know the first part of January?
Yes.
Was it before the house fire?
What question are you asking?
The end of the relationship or the affair, did it end before the house fire on January?
No.
January the 7th?
No.
When did it end?
Shortly after.
A week after?
Shortly after. I can't say it was a week. It was longer.
Can't say.
It was longer than a week.
Did you ask Ms. Stermer any details about the house fire?
Yes, I did.
Did you get any details?
Yes, I did.
What was the details you got?
She said that she was downstairs doing laundry and they was arguing back and forth and she heard a change in the tone of his voice and she ran up to see what's going on with him and upstairs was engulfed in flames.
And that was all?
That was all.
Okay. Now,
Come on,
after
spill
you
some beans.
had started this engagement, did you ever tell Ms. Stermer to stop coming to your house? And you say she came to your house, right?
Yes.
You ever tell her to stop coming to your house?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you never told us to stop calling you, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. And all at the same time, you knew that you were having some relationship with a married woman, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been married?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When were you divorced?
I'm going to say, I'm going to put the relevance on that.
The relevance, Mr. Miller?
Well, Judge, he made the statement about marital respect. And
I don't think you goes back to my relevance.
I'll sustain the objection on relevance. Greg.
did you ever go any place with Ms. Stermer overnight?
No.
You ever travel any place with Ms. Stermer?
Not overnight.
Did you ever travel any place with Ms.
Yes.
Stermer? Where?
The Grand Rapids to the museums.
Just to walk through the museums?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How many times you go to the museums in Grand Rapids?
Maybe once.
Any place else?
Not really, just joyriding.
Joyride. Okay.
Oh,
Often you
booty
go
call
joyride.
riding.
Not often.
Booty call riding.
In your car or her car?
My car.
Oh, we know what was going on.
Ms.
in
Stermer
your
ever
car.
tell you that she was going to leave her husband?
Yes.
When did she tell you that?
Well, it wasn't working out. She was trying to leave. She wanted a divorce. Oh, they was getting a divorce.
She didn't tell you any locations where she was leaving and going to, though, right?
No.
Okay. She never asked did she come live with you either, did she?
No.
Okay.
No, just, can I come over for a little playtime?
She never gave you any money.
She,
right?
No.
Never.
she needed to go to his gym. That's what it was. She's going to his gym. Yo, I'm so bad.
Gave her any money, right?
No.
She ever talked about her finances to you?
No.
Okay. When were you first contacted by law enforcement in reference to this matter?
About 2.5 years after the incident.
2.5 years after.
Mhm.
And who was the first person that contacted you?
I don't recall his name. It was 2 people.
Beg your pardon?
I don't recall their name. It was 2 people, a man and a woman.
Where did they contact you at?
I was living on the east side at that time, and they came to my home.
Well, you have to pardon me because I'm not familiar with the east side. Are you
East
talking
side of
about
Kalamazoo.
Kalamazoo?
Yes.
Okay. So they came to your house?
Yes.
And did you give an interview to this man and this woman that's from law enforcement at your house?
I didn't have a choice. Yes.
What you mean you didn't have a choice?
I was served with a first-degree premeditated murder subpoena
To do what?
to testify, to come to court.
So before you came to court and testified, you were interviewed by these 2 individuals?
Yes. They served me with the subpoena, and then they asked if they come into my home.
So you were served with a subpoena,
Mhm.
and then you was interviewed on the same date, the same time at your house, right?
Yes.
Were you afraid?
Yes.
What were you afraid of?
That's
The
weird.
unknown.
Okay. Did you know of any incident that involved a physical assault that occurred at Kimlink involving Ms. Stermer?
I don't think I was there. I was injured from a car accident, so I don't think I was there. I don't know if it was, we already asked it before or after. There was a lot of chaos constantly, so I don't know what time phrase are you referring to?
So you say there was a lot of chaos,
Yes.
but no chaos between you and Ms. Stermer, is
No.
that what you're saying?
No.
It was chaos between who?
Her and Kate.
Her and who?
Kate, her friend.
Would that be Kate
Please
Fox?
don't
Yes.
tell me.
And you knew her?
I knew of her as a coworker. I didn't know her.
Did you work with her also?
I didn't work with her. We worked at the same place. Same company, I should say.
Is she the person that got Mrs. Stermer the job?
No.
Okay. So you didn't witness any physical assault. You just heard about some chaos. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you provided any type of statements that anyone else had made in reference to Ms. Stermer when you were interviewed by the officers at your home?
It wasn't that type of interview.
What kind of interview was it?
It was about phone calls,
Okay. And that's all?
pretty much.
They did ask you about how the fire started, right?
No.
They didn't ask you if she told you about the fire?
No.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Have you seen any of the interview that you gave to those officers that day?
No.
You've never seen the interview?
It was in my home. I didn't know it was an interview.
So prior to your testimony in any previous court hearings, you didn't have an opportunity to see the interview that you gave?
I don't understand your question, sir. Are you asking me, was I in court before on this case?
Have you been in court before this?
Yes.
Now, approach him.
Uh-oh, they're impeaching him. He's got a criminal record. He's not believable.
It's part of the statement. Did you read that and see if you remember that statement?
It's pretty much what I've already said.
No. I didn't ask you this. So my question is, when I asked, did you remember the interview? And the investigating officer asked Chris Williams if he had asked Linda how the fire had started, to which he stated that he had asked her if she had killed Todd Stermer.
I do not remember that.
You don't remember that?
Not those questions, no.
And to which he stated she had almost immediately become emotional.
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to object this, but he doesn't remember, so if
That's why they need.
he needs to ask it to refresh his memory and then ask.
I just
Give it back to him. So see if a review of it again will refresh your
Are
memory.
you talking about the interview at my home? I'm confused.
I don't know if they interviewed you someplace else or not.
Asking you, brother.
I don't remember him asking me anything about her killing,
You don't remember him asking you that?
her killing part.
Thank you.
Oh, honey boo, your crap is all out in the open.
Just thank you, dear Lord. Oh, dear Jesus. Thank you that we've not had to listen about private part photos and explicit photographs like we have in the Cemetery trial. But what is it with these old women being hoes? Why are there so many hoes out there?
Flirting.
Who's what?
Was it fair to say on that first day on the line that you worked side by side, you guys were flirting?
Yes.
And that's when she started calling you right away after she got your number.
Yes.
And you were asked by the defense attorney if you guys hung out at breaks together, if you had meals together at lunch while you were at work, and your answer was no. Is that
No.
correct?
Yes.
Were you worried about hanging out with a married woman at work?
Yes. I wasn't hanging out at work because no one knew.
So it was a secret.
Yes.
You said most of the time you were riding around, joyriding, or going maybe to Grand Rapids one time. So over the 6 to 8 months, is it fair to say that most of the time you guys were at your house?
Yes.
And that's where you guys were having sex?
Yeah, we were
Yes.
doing a booty call.
And you were single?
Yes.
You weren't married?
No.
Do you want to be here today?
No.
You want to be talking about this?
I don't have a problem with it.
You want to be talking about having sex with the defendant?
No.
Is it easy?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Further questions?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, jury, any questions of him? I've got one, I
How
think.
many times a day did you do it in?
How long did it last?
Residence or property, and if, yeah,
Oh
some
my
questions from
God.
the jury, sir. Were you ever at the Todd Stermer residence or property, and if so, when?
Was I ever? Oh, yes, long after the fire.
After the fire?
Yes.
Okay. How many interviews did you have with law enforcement?
One, when they came to my home that day.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of the questions and answers?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Williams, why would you be at the home that had burned down?
I don't know. That's a good question. We were just out one day and she decided to take me there.
She decided to take you.
To the location, there was no house, it was just concrete. Everything was clear. It was long after.
How long after?
I don't know, sir.
Well, you stated that this relationship ended sometime after the first 2 weeks of January, in January. So
Yes.
was it in January?
It was in
Of
the summer. It was in
2007?
the summertime. It was long after.
So was it,
We were not in relationships. We're not in a relationship. We kept in communication. We were still communicating right before the officer came to my home.
but
Two
not,
and a half years later.
but not in any type of physical relationship, right?
No. It was all over.
And did you ever call just to check on her to see how she was doing from the loss of her husband in the fire?
No.
Sometime way after the burning of the house, you went out to see the property,
Yes.
maybe a year and a half later,
Yes.
maybe 2 years later.
Maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Did she call you and want to take you out there?
I don't know exactly how it happened, but it happened.
So you went with her out to that property?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, any more?
None yet.
Jury, any other questions? No? May he be excused from his subpoena,
I would
counsel?
ask that you please be excused from subpoena, Your Honor.
And no objection, Joe.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done. Jury, we'll take our lunch break until 1:15, and remember not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else or to view any media coverage. Ma'am, before you have a seat, I'll have you face me, please, and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this trial to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Please.
Who is this, y'all? She good?
Kathy Lee Ilg, IL.
She got his number. I'm not too sure she enjoyed it much.
Thank you, Ms. Irene.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ilg, do you know a Linda Stermer?
Yes.
How do you know Linda Stermer?
We had a mutual friend, Kate Fox.
Do you recall when you first met her?
It was probably about a year before the fire.
So sometime in 2006?
Yes.
And did you spend time with Ms. Stermer?
I've only spent time with her maybe 3 times.
And would that have been before the fire or after the fire?
Good?
2 times, I believe, before the fire and 1 time after the fire.
What was the first time? What did you guys do?
Went over there to see the curly horses. They were beautiful. Curly horses. Horses with curly hair. Beautiful.
So you went over to her home and saw the horses?
Yes.
And at that time, was it just you and Linda, or were there other people there?
Kate was there, and I believe her daughter Chelsea was there, and the second time I went, her husband was there.
Okay. And then what did you do the second time you went over there?
Same thing, went to see the horses, but I went in and Linda introduced me to her husband. I said hello. He was working on the house.
And so that was, do you recall
Which one of the women had an affair with the husband
how close of time that was before the fire?
after seeing the horses? Uh-huh.
Couple months.
And then you weren't there then anymore?
After
prior to the fire?
midnight.
No.
Adult time.
And then you said you had met Linda one time after the fire?
Yes. After the house had burned, there was no way to contain the horses and to water them and feed them because the water wasn't working. So one of the horses was coming to my house. Litzy was the horse's name. And we went over there, me, Kate, her brother Steve.
When you say brother Steve, was that Kate's brother Steve?
To take apart the back deck so that we could build a lean-to at my house because horses have to have a place to go inside.
And so you were assisting her then with getting those materials so you could take the house or take a horse?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were at the house with Ms. Stermer after the fire, did she ask you to help her remove any items?
We had gone in the shed to look for something. I don't even remember what. Might have been tools to help tear down the back deck. It was a really tall deck.
And then did you find anything in the shed?
Well, I thought it was odd that there were the children's school pictures. You know how you frame them and you have for kindergarten through whatever grade. They were stacked up in there. And I was kind of concerned about them because of mice and rats. Then I wondered what they were doing in the shed and that it was good they didn't burn, but that they weren't in the house.
So you questioned why they were in the shed with mice versus in the house.
Correct.
Oh, man, you're repeating her.
So that means, did little Missy know there was going to be a fire? And she didn't want to lose her precious baby's pictures? I wonder. Usually when you have a house fire, it's not expected and you lose those precious things. The storm is about ready to hit.
Her answers, and I get you're just trying to clarify, but
Thank you, Your Honor. And did you say something to Linda about those pictures that you saw?
Oh,
yeah, I just said those pictures out there, maybe we need to move those out of there.
Did she tell you why the pictures were in the shed?
Nope, and I didn't ask anymore after that.
She didn't tell you how they got there?
No.
Did she ever ask you to go into the rubble of the house?
She had gone in to look for something. I used to be a firefighter in South Haven, and I knew it wasn't a good idea to go into a house that had been that destroyed by fire. So when she went in to look for something, I thought she said rings. I said I didn't think it was a good idea to go in there, so I did not go in.
Did she go in?
Yes, she did.
Did she tell you what she was looking for?
I thought she said rings and some cup that was in the dishwasher.
Did she say why she was trying to find a cup in the dishwasher?
She didn't say. No.
At some point, then, did you drive her van that day?
Yeah, I went to get something to drink and drove into town to the gas station and got something to drink for everybody.
And this is after she told you she was going into the house to look for rings?
Yes.
And did you see anything in the van?
I seen a bunch of jewelry in the, they have those little cubby places where you can put like your phone, but this was older, yeah. And the jewelry was sitting there and I wondered if that was her jewelry. So when I got back, I said to her, there's jewelry in the van.
What'd she say?
That wasn't the ones she was looking for.
Did she ever tell you about how the fire started?
No, I never asked.
And she never told you anything?
No.
Did she ever tell you from the time you met her up until recently if they'd had any physical violence between the two of them?
She did not know.
Did you ever see any marks on her?
No.
Were you involved a little bit with the horses in terms of talking to her about horses?
Only the days that I've been there.
Did she ever tell you if she went out of state to get these horses or?
Yeah.
What'd she tell you?
That her and Kate would go pick up horses in different states and places because I believe she was a curly horse rescue.
And did she say she'd be out of town for very long?
They'd be out of town for sometimes a day, sometimes not. It depended upon how far they had to go.
Do you know if Linda had a cell phone?
Yes, she had two, a matter of fact.
She had two? How do you know she had two cell phones?
Because I got a call from some number and the message had been left. And I asked Kate what was going on because that wasn't the normal phone number that Linda called from. And Kate just said it was her other phone.
I'm going to stop you there. Yeah. So you got a number. Did you call that number back?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Uh-oh, here comes A-hole.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Excuse me.
You all right? You need some water or something?
No.
You have only been to the Stermer house 3 times, am I right?
Correct.
2 before the fire, 1 after the fire.
Correct.
And Steve Benny is your friend? I mean, is Kate Fox's brother?
Kate Fox and I were friends.
Okay. Were you friends with Steve Benny too? And his
I
wife,
knew
Tina?
him. I'd been to his house.
Have you done favors for Steve Fox, like boarded horses or anything like that?
For whom?
Steve Benny, sorry.
No.
Okay. Did you ever board horses for Linda Stermer after the fire
Yes.
as a favor to Steve and Tina?
No, as a favor to Linda.
The jewelry you said you found, ma'am, I think it'd be in the center console of the van.
Yeah.
Right.
Up by there.
All right.
Radio.
You don't know that that's all this jewelry that Linda Stermer owned, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did she tell you she was, let's write that. Do you know whether she had like wedding rings in the house that she had lost in the fire?
She said that's what she said she went in for a ring. She didn't tell me what ring it was.
In and around May of 2007, about 4 months after the fire, you were very close friends with Kate Fox, right?
Correct.
And you've been close friends with Kate Fox since before the fire, right?
Correct.
And if Kate Fox asked you to do favors, you would do favors for Kate Fox, right?
I'm sorry.
Depends on the favor.
Okay, well, did you act as a go-between between Kate Fox and the police with regard to Linda Stermer?
No, I only talked to the police once.
You talked to the police once and told the police in an anonymous call that you had a friend who needed to talk to them?
It was not anonymous. And I told them that they needed to speak to Kate Fox.
Were you doing a favor for Kate Fox at the time?
No.
Did you ever ask Kate Fox, why don't you call the police yourself?
No. This was like as soon as I heard about the fire.
So within a week or so, you must have small town. You must have heard about it right away.
Yeah. I think it was a while ago. I know that it wasn't because I talked to Kate.
You talked to the police within a week or so of the fire, am I right?
Correct.
Okay. Wouldn't have been in May of 2007, right?
Perhaps.
Right. Would it be fair to say, man, that 18 years after this fire, your memory is not as good now as it was back then?
As far as dates.
And your testimony to our jury is that you did not act as a go-between, am I right?
Correct.
He wants to nail.
You don't
her
know why there were any
to the
pictures
flame.
in that shed, am I right?
No,
You never spoke to Steve Benny about it?
no,
You never spoke to the Stermer sons about it?
no, I don't even know who they are.
Okay. You've never even met them?
No, they weren't at the house when I came there.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. I was aware enough to this
After the fire.
Because I got a major.
and drove the Stermer van.
I need to get home.
The day that, it was after the fire, the tape was still around the house, and I had asked, did she have permission to go into the house, because I used to be a firefighter, so I knew you couldn't go in. And she said yes, and
Who said that?
Linda had said that she had permission to go in.
Okay. How many days after the fire? Just immediately after the fire?
It was within a week or two, because the horses, Litzy needed water. There was no way to get water to them, because without electricity, the pumps didn't work.
So within 7 to 14 days of this fire, you drove the Stermer van to a gas station.
Correct.
Linda, as you know, having been with her a couple times, was very much into horses, right?
Correct.
Spent a lot of time with horses.
Correct.
Did Kate Fox own horses?
I don't know. She didn't when I hung around with her.
And when you hung around with her before and after the fire, right?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
The reason that you told the police officers about Kate Fox is what?
Things that Kate had said to me.
At that time, were you aware if Linda and Kate were close?
Good night,
Yes,
Future.
that's part of the reason Kate and I aren't friends anymore.
Tomorrow, Lord will.
So you knew at that time that they were close?
Thank you so much for hanging, Future. I'm going to try and get through the next witness. And as we got to go. Y'all, because we got, do you know what, guys? I hate to do this. Let me see how the weather's going, but we've got massive rain.
And I just want to be
Possibly
clear, when she said she asked you to go into the home and to look for jewelry and a cup in the dishwasher, is that correct?
Correct.
That's an answer, so.
I have no further question there.
Go ahead. 1 second.
Jury, do 1 minute. Do you have any questions of her? I've got a couple hands going up. Drinks when Linda was, a couple questions from the jury. Which van did you drive into town for drinks when Linda was going through the rubble? Like, what color or make and model?
I do not recall what make and model it was a while ago. I believe it was blue, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It could be blue, but maybe she said
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I believe it was blue, but I could be wrong. And were the pictures found in the shed in frames or binders, or were they loose?
They were in frames all stacked up on top of there was some other stuff there, and they were stacked on top of it.
Okay. Council, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
No? Any questions, Mr. Mueller?
Maybe I misheard you. You said it was Linda Stermer's van that you drove to the gas station within a week or 2 weeks of the fire, am I right?
I think it was a van.
Linda Stermer's van, as far as you remember.
Actually, it may be better for me to stay here because the worst will be passed by 1 o'clock.
As far as I remember.
Thank you.
Did she give you the keys to drive whatever vehicle?
Yes, and money to buy the water too.
So she handed you keys and money?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, anything else?
No.
I think the worst just hit. I feel the vibrations of the thunder. Hold on, y'all.
Jury, any other questions? May she be excused from subpoena?
I would ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You're all done and excused from the subpoena. Okay. Ms. Seidman, I'm calling next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Kate Fox to the stand, please.
My son and I are discussing and cussing whether to leave. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to end the live. The rain hasn't hit us yet, but it will hit us in very short time. And hi, as the gavel drops, be safe over there. I know. Yay, thank you for joining. Yes, we're going to go home. I paused it here. I'll come back tomorrow. We'll play some tomorrow. When I get in tomorrow, probably late morning, early afternoon, we'll come back in and finish watching it. I will leave it here. I won't move it. So is that okay with you guys? Or maybe we'll do it another tomorrow night. But I got to go. It's been a wonderful day with you guys. For those of you who weren't here, I got my pupper's remains back. My pupper's there. So it's been a nice distraction. Thank y'all for being here. We appreciate you, but I got to go before the hail hits. So y'all have a good night. Thanks for joining. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.